180 countries to compete, collaborate, and cooperate in the most exciting robotics competition in the world. With a firm commitment to take action and preserve our Earth's climate, the first global challenge is convening the next generation to transform the world through science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and innovate solutions that nurture a healthier planet for us all. One planet, one alliance. Let's care for Earth together. Join us from October 13th to 16th, 2022 at the PAL Expo Center in Geneva, Switzerland.
Bonjour and welcome back to Palexpo for this third and final day of competition at the 2022 First Global Challenge in Geneva, Switzerland. After an intense second day, our athletes are back for the final showdown. My name is Tim Dodds and I'm glad to be with you again for today's events.
And I'm Manisha Rajagata, super excited to be here. Yesterday we saw some incredible matches, a lot of carbon flying high, human players getting in on the action, robots soaring into the sky at the end of the game. I'm really excited to see today how the rankings solidify themselves. As many of you know, we finished most of our ranking matches, but we have a few more matches here today before we enter our playoff tournament.
Couldn't agree anymore. I feel like the twists and turns keep on coming, as does the drama unfolding in this final day of competition. Today is the day that these champions have all been waiting for. These past several days of travel, preparation, competition, they've all led up to this day. All of these teams will be returning home as champions for what they've managed to achieve this season without question. But we'll be keeping an eye on the teams that will leave Palexpo this afternoon with the top prizes.
Yes. As you saw in that awesome video, we saw teams make a name for themselves as they cranked through their ranking matches. But from the highest scoring teams from yesterday were actually on those alliances that achieved the cooperation bonus. We only saw that 2 or 3 times across all of our 5 fields. And that really elevated through the top of that competition. I'm excited to see what we see with teams working together today, because that is really what's crucial for tackling the issue of climate change.
And in terms of tackling that issue of climate change, we have to talk about the theme of this year's game, which happens to be carbon capture. It's a global problem with global implications. And though it's something that we all technically contribute to, it's additionally something that we also collectively solve together. The effects of carbon dioxide emissions warming our atmosphere is readily apparent and increasingly pronounced. And this year's challenge brings light to those facts. So let's take a look at this year's competition theme.
Our world is very different from 300 years ago. Innovation has catapulted us into new frontiers. But it has also come at a price. Heat-trapping carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere are 51% higher than before industrialization. And each year, collective human activity adds approximately 50 billion tons. Reducing and recycling our current emissions is an important part of the equation, but that alone is not enough. The more difficult challenge is reversing the damage that has already been done. That is where STEM innovation is providing promising solutions. Carbon capture is the process of capturing existing carbon dioxide and preventing it from entering the atmosphere. This already occurs naturally, but the high levels of CO2 currently in the atmosphere are more than natural processes can handle within the time frame we have. When it comes to carbon removal strategies, there are two types. One is augmenting natural processes in land, oceans, and rocks. And second is creating industrial solutions using chemicals and technology. More investments in carbon capture and sequestration solutions are necessary to have the kind of impact we need. Now is the time to reimagine the future of our climate and innovate solutions that nurture a healthier planet for us all. This is our home. Let's take care of it together. The next step begins with you. Welcome to the 2022 First Global Challenge, Carbon Capture.
Tackling a challenge as big as climate change is no small task, but all in line with the mission of First Global, which is to inspire science and technology leadership and innovation in young people from all nations by empowering youth around the world through education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, also known as STEM.
And as a part of that, First Global hosts the First Global Challenge annually. It's an international robotics competition that brings together the youth from around the world in an Olympic-style event themed around an issue of global significance and importance. This year, it is carbon capture.
And
Transforming the world starts here. It starts with her, with him, with them. There are many brilliant young minds with the potential to transform our world for the better. But not everyone has access to the opportunities that unlock their talent. But what if every child had the tools they needed to solve problems in their own communities? Our mission is to inspire leadership and innovation in youth from all nations by empowering them through education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, also known as STEM. With First Global, any student can bring their imagination to the table and receive the tools to make their vision a reality. We accomplish this by hosting the First Global Challenge, an annual Olympic-style international robotics competition. One team of youth from each country builds and programs a robot to compete in a game themed around an issue of global importance. But more than scoring points, these athletes score invaluable life skills by cooperating on alliances, surpassing cultural, geographic, and linguistic barriers to achieve their goals. We're bringing the same passion and energy of sports to the field, but using it to inspire generations of high school-age students all over the globe to think creatively, problem-solve collaboratively, and lead collectively. In doing so, we're creating the change-makers who will work together to solve the challenges of an ever-evolving world in need of solutions. And is there a greater future than one created by ingenious young minds united for a better tomorrow?
for all of our participants, this serves as a launching point for learning, skills building, collaboration, making new friends, and being instilled with the determination to be part of the solution. One of the teams competing here today that embodies this is Team Uganda. Called the Pearl of Africa, Uganda is home to many hidden gems, including this all-girls team. Let's take a look.
Hello everyone, this is Team Uganda from the Pearl of Africa. This is the team which is going to be participating in the first global competition, 2022. A team that consists of different personalities, whereby we're going to bring this onto the world.
Team Uganda, we are excited to be a part of this 2022 First Global Challenge. We are excited to get to share technological innovations, skills, knowledge with age mates and other countries. We are excited to get to learn 21st century skills that are going to help us solve problems in our country, for example, carbon emissions.
Technology, engineering, and mathematics. It's applied in our daily lives. It helps us learn more skills that make us more employable and ready to meet the current labor force.
Most of the members in Team Uganda want to be engineers, others want to be doctors. To participate in the first global challenge, it will enable us to acquire 21st century skills, that is creativity and innovativeness, that will help us in mechanics and physics, which is in line with our job careers.
When my team and I are frustrated or exhausted, we rest, eat, and get back to work.
So the Team Carbon Capture is helping us as Team Uganda to learn more about the ongoing situation, about the carbon emissions that are leading to climate change, hence endangering a lot of life, and helping us find possible solutions that we can use in our country for a better environment.
We'll use this experience to make the world and my country, Uganda, aware of carbon emissions and encourage them to work in together and conserve the environment to reduce global warming for a better future.
Now that team that you just saw featured, Uganda, will not be competing in this upcoming match. And as a quick reminder, each one of these little team vignettes is actually created by those specific teams. So it's a unique reflection of the character of that team and what they bring to this competition. We're going to bring you to the first ranking match of the day. We still have a few before we begin our playoffs later in the day. We'll talk about the rules of the game, and we're going to begin the first one here in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
There are 60 matches left this morning. And only 60 left of the ranking matches. It's crazy how time is flying by.
And in this particular ranking match, we have Belize, Kyrgyzstan, and Togo squaring off with Libya, St. Kitts, and Nevis, and Iraq. Now, you're seeing that indicator being taken off of the top part of that central component of our game field. That's called the carbon sink, and that indicator is important because it can instigate what is called the climb at the very end in what's called end game in the last 30 seconds. Teams are able to use those bars to support themselves in order to earn what are called multiplier increments. So we'll see how that comes into play.
You can actually take a look at Team Iraq doing just that right now. Normally, most teams are going in the last 30 seconds, but I think Team Iraq said, we need a little bit more time for this one. Want to get up to the top or maybe the middle or the low bar in their own time. So the indicator is in their robot right now. Seems that they're not exactly going to climb yet, and they're trying to contribute more carbon points. Now, for the first 2 minutes of the match, all 6 teams are working together. This is not Blue Alliance versus Red Alliance. This is 6 robots in a global alliance, trying to get as much carbon out of our environment into that carbon sink. As you can see, we saw at least 10 carbon go in right now. Here we go. We have a team attempting the climb right now. I believe that is Team Iraq.
I was going to say, Basra, one of the hottest cities in the world. This team is one of the hottest in this competition, doing an exceptional job for their alliance in this first minute and a half. They're going to be getting, hopefully, those multiplier increments, and again, that'll factor into the score that we talk about later on. As each of those carbon particles gets into that middle sink, both teams share that point total. Every centimeter is worth 1 point. We call that our base multiplier, so that is the score right now that you see tied up at the bottom of your screen. In a second, this train whistle is going to echo throughout Palexpo, and that indicates endgame. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So all 6 of our teams just rush to the center of the field. And what you're doing is some robots are ascending into the air. Each of the different tiers of this carbon sink are points that the teams can capitalize on. Up until the last 30 seconds of the match, our score is equal because the carbon points are equal across both alliance. Here's where the different teams are going to try and get an edge as the multiplier increases, whether you're on the platform, the low bar, the middle bar, the high bar. You can see that we've got a good distribution of all of our 6 teams across those levels, but it's up to the referees to decide if the team was fully supported by that bar and enough above the bar below it in order to receive that higher bonus. The good news is, at minimum, if you have your indicator in your robot and you're on the carbon sync, you're getting a plus 2.25 for your alliance per robot that's on the platform. It only gets better as you go higher into the air, so we'll have to see what the referees say on this one.
So even though each country can have its own little multiplier increment, remember we add those increments from all 3 teams on that alliance. You're going to multiply the sum of those increments by the base points we've got. So right now we've got a tie game as a reflection of the fact that we had those carbon points equalizing and then those storage levels as well, even though they were at different distribution points.
Yeah, so talking about point distribution right there, the high bar is worth 1 point. And you have the platform as 0.25. So we had 2 robots in 0.25 and 1 robot in the high bar, 1.5. The other alliance was able to achieve the exact same thing with 0.25 for the platform, 0.5 for the low bar, 0.75 for the storage level. It's an equalizer. It's crazy.
Speaking of equalizers, each of these teams playing here has very much a team of their own, frankly, off the camera yet on the ball, who have supported them every single step of the way in getting here. Families and fans alike have not only pushed their teams to be their best, but they've lifted them up through the challenges that ultimately come with making it to a competition like this. Let's take a look at some of the dozens of messages that we've received from families, friends, and community members alike supporting the teams that are here with us today.
Go Team USA!
You guys have done so much work to be the part of the first global challenge. It's our great job. We believe in you even more than ever before.
فخور بكم شديد وإن شاء الله يا رب العالمين تحرز المركز الأول. We are from Team Mexico.
Festival Challenge. Good luck, Team Namibia! Go Team Argentina! Viva! You got this, Team One!
Arriba Peru! Good luck, Team Romania! Good luck, everyone!
Dans Madagascar, arriva Team Madagascar!
All the best, Team Seychelles!
From Waterloo to school!
Vamos, mi gente, sí se puede!
Hey Team Algeria, I wish you all the luck in Geneva.
The love and the support that not only we share from the booth for those kids, but back at home is unconditional as it is endless. I know that the same can be said for the passion these students and leaders and learners alike share for STEM and the world of technology and what it's capable of achieving. We'll see what the next 6 teams are capable of achieving in this upcoming game. Those carbon particles spread and we get going here in 3, 2, 1, bring it on.
It's match number 265. We have Armenia, Hong Kong, China, Tunisia, Latvia, Thailand, and Sri Lanka all working together right now to put as much carbon across the field into that center carbon sink. It's a 165 centimeter tall sink in the center of our field that's already elevated for a lot of our team members. As you can see, they're jumping to throw carbon into the center. Per centimeter of carbon stored in this center sink, teams will receive 1 point, and that's across all 6 teams. Remember, they're working together for this year's challenge, not against each other.
one of the teams that's working alongside everyone else, as Manisha is alluding to, is Team Tunisia. They tell us that patience is a virtue. They also say it's a necessary intangible as a scientist. Could not agree more. They have defined themselves as an impatient team, but only because they're so excited to join us here today.
I love that so much. We can actually take a look at them right now in the corner of the Red Alliance side of the field. They are actively trying to collect some carbon. You know, something that we haven't quite talked about very much is in between those compressors, those shields you see in the corner of the field, there's actually this perfect nook and cranny for carbon to fly into. And for many teams, it's difficult for them to obtain that carbon that's stuck there, but it looked like Tunisia was having no problem with that.
Speaking of no problem, the team of Sri Lanka on the opposite side of the field right now in the Blue Alliance is no strangers to success here in Switzerland. In fact, in 2015 and 17 at the International Exhibition of Inventions here in Switzerland, inventors from that country of Sri Lanka won various medals. They've taken home 5 gold medals, 3 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 2 bronze medals in those 2 separate competitions. So they're going to hope to follow that up today in 2022.
We are seeing carbon fly at rapid speeds on our center field right now. And why? Because it's endgame, everybody. That train whistle signifies the last 30 seconds of the match where all of our teams are rushing to their drive teams to obtain an indicator. It's that colored carbon you can see, either red or blue. They need it in their robot in order to be able to receive that multiplier bonus we were mentioning earlier. There's a lot of different climbers that you're seeing on the field of play this weekend. It's incredible. Some teams have more rigid climbers that involve an elevator, like Hong Kong, China, right there. It's hooks with an elevator that pulls their robot up. Other teams have hooks with winches that just slowly wind themselves up into the air. Incredible stuff for match 265. Great job to all 6 of our teams.
High fives all around. Again, you'll see that emotion after each match. It's the end of a long process, not just in the ideation of these robots, but then competing here in Palexpo. It's been filled with drama. It's been filled with pomp and circumstance. The energy has been high, as have the tensions. But you see at the end of the game, all of that releases in that happiness and joy. That's what First Global is all about.
We have some match scores coming up on the field, 184 to 161. An important thing that sets First Global apart from any other competition you're going to see in the world is that for carbon capture, the score is what's determining your ranking, not the wins or the losses. So teams are looking in these last, less than 60 matches now, they're looking to try and get the highest ranking based on their highest score. So it's all about your contribution to your alliance. But for now, we're going to take it to the pits where Melissa, who are we talking to this morning?
I'm here in the pits with Team Denmark. How has your First Global been so far?
It's been really fun. We have learned a lot of things, talked with a lot of different countries. For example, we've gotten help from Vietnam, helped us with our climbing system when it didn't work. Cyprus lent us their battery when we didn't have one. So everyone has just been helping us, and we've learned a lot of things so far, and a lot of challenges we have overcome.
That's fantastic. And how has your robot been performing?
In this first half, not so well because it just went and broke itself every time. However, it did manage to get a few balls in every time, and we just adapted and overcame every challenge that came. So now we went from a shooter to a collector, and that's how we've climbed the ranks now.
Fantastic. And today's the last day. What's going to be your strategy going into today?
I think having fun and just continuing what we have been doing so far, learning and talking with the other teams. I think that's what First Global is all about. It's learning and having fun.
Exactly. Well, good luck today, and can't wait to see you guys out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the booth.
Incredibly wise words of wisdom from Team Denmark there. Fun and perseverance is something that this next country is no stranger to, as Egypt is home to some of the most famous man-made objects engineered in human history. A lot of patience through all of that. Through the Great Pyramids or the Karnak Temple, those may be quick to come to your mind, but the building continues in this country. But now it's about inspiring the youth to take up the next torch. Let's take a look.
Hello, this is Yusuf Omar from Team Egypt, and we're going to talk today about the Carbon Capture Challenge.
Hello, I'm Nurat from Team Egypt. We're trying to save the world from global warming by capturing carbon from the environment.
Hello, my name is Yusuf Abdelrahman from Team Egypt. We are trying to capture carbon due to its toxicity.
My name is Asma Magdi from Team Egypt. Our carbon footprint has a negative impact on the environment in multiple ways, as the main cause of the climate changes, and it also leads to acid rain.
Hello, I'm Kevin Muhammad. We are very excited to join the first global challenge in Geneva. See you there.
I look forward to seeing Team Egypt in this next match, number 268. We are just getting by in about 10 seconds. Our carbon is going to start descending onto the field and settling. Remember, this is different every single match, so our teams have to be agile and adapt to the different deposits that may be in a field in one match, but a different in another. But in 3, 2, 1, go!
We have Team Zambia, South Africa, and Egypt squaring off with Benin, Uzbekistan, and Guatemala. Now, we just had a vignette on Team Egypt, but similarly, there are other countries in their alliance, as in the form of Zambia, that have had humans inhabiting them for tens of thousands of years. So think about all that history, all that human innovation and invention. These young minds that are with us today are, like we said, picking up that torch and carrying us into the future.
A lot of focus from the drivers this morning. The last of the ranking matches can be stressful in a way, but something that makes me happy about this competition is that even though rankings are in other competitions based on the wins and losses, in this competition it's all about that global partnership. You can see that one of our teams is going for that blue indicator early. They're going to try and secure that climb probably before the 30 seconds, but while they're doing that, the other parts of their alliance are still working to contribute as much carbon as possible. A strategy that we've been seeing is that a lot of our teams are depositing carbon for the end game. So that way, just like that, Uzbekistan absolutely depositing 30 carbon, it looks like, incredible amount. And now they're shooting it into the high, very tall carbon sink.
Now, I know we've been following Team Uzbekistan in particular during this match. I really like that contraption that they had on the top of that output system. They kind of had a net made up just so that none of those carbon particles flew out of that actual basket. It is a problem that's been happening just about everywhere on this field as you see all those balls flying around. Good job to them depositing those carbon particles, again, into those compressors so the human players can dump it into that sink. We might see a cooperation bonus here today. Who knows?
Yeah, with those lights ascending on the side of the carbon sink, that tells us exactly how much carbon our teams have been able to work together to deposit and take away from our environment. With the train whistle we hear the last 30 seconds, Uzbekistan absolutely gliding into the air effortlessly. Guatemala looking to join them on the middle bar. Egypt on the other side of the carbon sink. Zambia also coming into the fray as well. We're seeing a variety of different climbers here, and what's really great about this game is that there is a lot of real estate on those bars. We might be able to see multiple climbs as this match expires.
I love Egypt's robot in particular. When we talk about STEAM and putting art into the equation and that acronym, you see the face of their robot. It's almost got some grit to it as it's trying to grind up onto that hanging bar. We will see what ends up happening with that multiplier increment as the scores are tabulated right now.
It truly is a team effort on this playing field. Not just between the three robots on your alliance, but also all 6 of them. Because in this game, in carbon capture, all of your carbon points for your alliance are also the other team's carbon points, and vice versa. So if you want to help your team out, you also want to help the other teams out. Especially since the average score is what determines your ranking as we near the end of our ranking matches this morning. We have a red light on the field, which means we have a score coming in 176 to 156. Zambia, South Africa, and Egypt all jumping in the rankings by at least 3 places. Very critical as we near the end of playtime today.
Inspired by their first president, Julius Nyerere, Team Tanzania has one word to sum up their experience together, and it's umoja, a Swahili word that means unity, something that we can all and should model in our work together. Let's learn more about this team.
I am so interested in STEM subjects because they are very important to me, and they are so important that they can even be used to solve several challenges that are facing my society. For example, we can use the knowledge of mathematics and science and technology in order to create different devices which can be used to solve challenges that are facing my society.
STEM is important to me because it's the foundation of my career when I grow up, and the word of God is independent, much in science and technology.
Importance of joining the first global challenge. For me and my country, for me, I love the experience in creating things like this and also joining other people around the world. And also, we will fulfill the aim of the country to the 18 industries in 2025.
The 2022 theme of carbon capture is very important to me and my country because in our country, the economic policy right now is establishing an economy that is based in industrialization. So we've all seen the effects of industrialization in other countries. It has led to climatic changes and other problems that affect our lives. So the carbon capture theme will stimulate innovation in our country and production of solutions which will enable industrialization strategy and policy to be run smoothly while our environment is well done.
Great that my parents reacted when the past Olympics they used that, and a new member of Fast Global Challenge is that they started asking the question that, do you really want to do this? So I thought for a minute, then I said, yes, I want to do this thing because it's going to change me being a different girl from a different boy.
That last shot says it all. As you see those leaders and learners tinkering with their robots, the smiles abound. That's the emotion and feeling that's represented by most of the youth here from, again, 180 different countries from around the globe. Highly impressive. As we try to learn about one another and learn about ourselves, again, it is all about that smile and making sure that we're bringing fun into the mix. We're going to put you down in the mix on the field in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Match number 271. We have teams Vanuatu, Bahamas, Equatorial Guinea, Burkina Faso, Lebanon, and Slovakia. You can actually see the team Bahamas right now. They have an incredible intake system. It's got plastic tubing at different increments. So it's not just a cylinder of like the single circle, but they're trying to dig into the carbon. So if for those at home that can't quite see, all of the carbon, it has holes in it. So teams are actively also trying to have some extra leverage with pulling the carbon in, not just based on trying to pull a spherical shape, but also maybe utilizing those perforated shape, those holes to their advantage.
Now, in terms of Team Bahamas, another nation here in attendance, again, one of the 180, we talk about carbon capture for this game, but STEM and its ability and capacity to solve other problems are manifold, and that includes COVID, which is what sidelined us for the past couple of years. FemSTEM in Bahamas is a nonprofit that's aimed to bridge the gender gap in STEM, but also 8 students in a recent workshop, including some of these team members, they developed API designed to digitize COVID-19 data to make it more available to people in the Bahamas. Exceptional work by them.
Inspirational. And speaking of inspirational, we just saw Equatorial Guinea delivering a great amount of carbon to their compressor on the Red Alliance side of the field. Now we're taking a look at Lebanon, trying to do the same for the Blue Alliance as we near the last minute of this match. 2 minutes and 30 seconds truly isn't enough. Great work from Equatorial Guinea in that last shot. Burkina Faso, human players got an excellent jump shot.
Again, you'll see the tie score at the bitty bottom, and that is because right now all 6 teams are working with one another to fill that carbon stink, but we're going to see the game's complexion change shortly with endgame, which is indicated by that whistle. You see those indicators placed into those robots to try to get to that platform and get to those hanging bars.
Something that I'd really like to see, a little shift in strategy from a lot of our teams on the playing field. even though the robots are flying to the center to climb and gain those increment multipliers, we're actually still seeing the human players contribute carbon points. This is going to be a really close one. I don't know if they can just quite latch onto it as time expires on the center field.
I was going to say, you saw Team Lebanon working to try to get to that high bar. They did an exceptional job. I think part of what made it a hard factor was, again, that planked platform. It does have just an ever so slight angle.
Yes, and the texture is different, so something that's really hard to see on the camera for those at home. There is a blue carpet for our field, but that white platform is a slick material, so teams can slip and slide if they don't have the right leverage while trying to climb.
Scores are going to be sliding our way in a few seconds here. We're excited to see them and share them with you. Again, these are our ranking matches, the cumulative points of which all factor into the rankings that will go into our playoffs, which are going to happen later today.
I want to shout out our awesome field staff, including our referees, our field reset, our team cuers, making sure that we're running like a well-oiled machine and on time. There are 5 different fields going on at any time in this competition. A lot of logistics, but I'm so thankful for our team that we have here in Switzerland this year.
240 of those carbon particles need to get redistributed, this reset every single game. 240 of them, ladies and gentlemen. That's more brain cells. That's more than the brain cells I have this morning after commentating for this long, but it's been fun nonetheless. We're waiting for those scores as we speak.
Green light on the field means that it's safe, but we're hoping to see a different light now as the Red Alliance took the win home. But take a look at this. For all of the teams involved in the match, their scores that they achieved was within the average score range that they had for their team. So all of their rankings did not change. Very, very spicy as we enter the last few ranking matches here in Switzerland. One of the teams you just saw in that last match, Team Lebanon, this year they're represented by Techno Geeks, a team of innovators that performs many scientific research projects and has additionally assisted the Robo Geeks Academy in organizing robotics boot camps and events to tutor new students in STEM. Let's take a look.
Techno Geeks is a 10-member team representing the struggling people in Lebanon. It was formed in June 2021 in Robo Geeks Academy as a STEM club.
حابب أطلع مهندس ميكانيك. رح تساعدني الفيرست جلوبال تشالنج بتقديم معلومات ميكانيكية صعب تحصيلها من خلال منهج أو بوقت قصير.
It's an extremely crucial topic since Lebanon's CO2 emissions are increasing by 3.9% annually, with Lebanon making up 0.04% of the global cumulative emissions.
انبعاثات الكربون عم تؤدي لمشاكل كبيرة ومن أهمها الاحتباس الحراري.
Due to the current situation in Lebanon, we are trying to enhance the new generation skills by influencing them to adopt STEM education as a new way to evolve, progress, and have a better future.
رح شارك المعلومات اللي اكتسبتها من هاي المسابقة لأكبر عدد من الأشخاص لزيادة الوعي لحتى نحمي البيئة.
We do believe that through this competition, we can open the way for the team and the youth to find effective solutions to face this crisis.
I loved in that vignette, again, made by that particular team, talking about how they're sharing information one another. But it's so much more than that at an event like this. We're sharing our stories with one another as well, all of which are equally useful as we try to find collective solutions. We're going to see what the solutions to this next game are for both alliances. Those 240 carbon particles spread throughout the pitch. The 6 teams are about to descend, and we get going here in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
On the field for this match, 274, Algeria, Tajikistan, Sierra Leone, Lithuania, Finland, and Team Hope.
Now, Team Tajikistan, who you do see competing right now, comes from the Fergana Valley, and that's what's considered to be some of the homes of the best horses in all of Asia and Europe. Some people would trek long distances just to get some of their own. Now this team is making a truck of their own to showcase their skills here.
I believe that's Team Sierra Leone we just saw. Now we're seeing Team Finland trying to shuttle a lot of carbon into that compressor for Team Hope and Team Finland's human players. Something that I noticed about Team Finland's robot, which is very cool, is that they have their intake system on one side of the robot, but their carbon delivery on the other. So if there's carbon around them while they're delivering carbon to the compressor, they can collect that and get an additional, delivery to their human players. So you're making the most of every trip you have to those corner compressors. Now we're taking a look at Team Tajikistan doing the same thing. They have one of the few corralling type of robots in this game that we've seen in Switzerland. They have a trapezoidal shaped plow that they're using to grab every single nook and cranny of carbon around the sides of our field. A lot of our teams have noticed that carbon tends to congregate on the edges of the field despite being dispersed all over the field at the start of the match.
I think we might actually get the cooperation bonus here. We have a minute left to try to store as many of those particles in the sink as possible. But you do see, again, those extensions, those claws, those arms, whatever mechanisms they've effectively designed to try to create the best way to climb, up that central carbon sink. That's where those multiplier indicators are going to come into play.
I believe that's Team Algeria that's trying to raise high and prepare for the last 30 seconds here. Yeah, you can see that indicator drop perfectly into their robot as they race to go
streamlining it.
Precision driving from the drive team up to Algeria. Great work. We have a bunch of claws, and it seems that there's so little resources in terms of the space that teams have to work with. They have to really work together to just make room for everybody and have a seat at the table. Algeria using part of their robot to navigate that low bar. Seems like there's a bit of entanglement with Team Hope at the end, but that's all good. Everyone's still gonna receive a bonus at the end of the match as long as they have the indicator still within their robot. And it looks like all of our teams do, so great work by all there.
You see that literal interconnectedness towards the very end, but in a figurative sense, we're all connected here at this type of challenge and event. It's something that's exciting to us all. It's something that enriches the experience for all and makes us better as a holistic and global community at the end of the day.
As a former drive team member myself, I can feel the emotion that we're seeing from Team Hope on the screen right now. Sometimes you have a plan going into a match, but things just don't end up going to plan. But you have to adapt. You have to communicate with your team members and make the most of every second you have on that field, especially as we enter our playoff bracket later this afternoon. The most important thing for teams to remember is that the amount of things that you're learning, the amount of fun that you're having, the amount of new people and ideas that you're sharing with each other. We've seen a lot of teams share stories about within their own countries doing that, and we're seeing some sharing of points in this match. Every single team on the field ascending the rankings. Very critical as we enter the final matches here today. Your alliances later on for our round robin playoff matches are going to be based on rankings. So your high average scores, very, very important. But we're gonna take it to the field to hear from, I believe, Team Algeria. Blair, are you on the field?
We're down here. I'm down here with a team member from Team Algeria. Thanks for checking in on the field. Team number 5 the first time today. Algeria, that was a really close match, and you guys thought you had it, but you lost it just at the end. Tell me about what went on.
Okay, so basically I think we had some issues with controls on the controller. I think some touches were not set, but it's fine as long as we did hang on the last bar, so we did as planned, and we didn't let the other robot hang there. So well, we didn't win the game because we lost the indicator, but we were still pretty high because they didn't win more than us. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about the points and not about who wins or loses. It's interesting that you extend at the base and then you put the indicator ball in. Is that your strategy going on moving forward?
Yeah, so that's our strategy because our hanger is not the fastest, but it can hang pretty fast. So we are the fastest drivers. So if we have the indicator, the hanger open, we can get there pretty fast and hang pretty fast.
All right, well, Good luck in the rest of the competition. Yes, we'll see you back to you in the booth, Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. Adaptability is definitely important as we enter the final matches here today. This next team shares a common vision, giving youth the opportunity to show their abilities and skills in the STEM field to achieve their goals. This team from Serbia knows that STEM education is the core of learning that will prepare them for the unknown. Let's take a look.
Hello from Team Serbia. We are a team of 3 girls, Sofia, Emily and Una, and 6 boys, Miloš, Marko, Aleksandar, Relja, Dušan and Stefan. And also we have one team leader, Aleksandra, Vuk as a mentor and Milan as a co-mentor. We are all students with different personalities and life goals, but with the same passion for STEM. STEM is very important for us because it gives us very effective solutions that we can apply in our daily life. We are very excited to participate in the competition again this year, as we believe this is a unique opportunity to gain new knowledge and meet other ambitious participants who share the same passion for robotics and technology as we do. This year's theme is very important, especially for our country, because it is one of the main problems that our environment is facing, and we are looking forward to find the most effective way to stop that. We will apply the knowledge we gain from this competition to enable a better and healthier environment both in our country and on the planet.
you down. I got a problem, you don't say. I got them covered up down underneath. It won't take long till you leave. Think I've only let you down. Everything I want is just for you to see. And that the only reason why I said goodbye to you is me. I can't take it 'cause I know that you're better off without me. And I know that I'd only let you down. And I'm breaking.
All right. All right, we have got 200 meet our teams over here on the Red Alliance for match 279. I've got Team Thailand. Next to them on the far end, I've got Team Cuba. Rounding it out, I've got Team Zimbabwe. They've always had some great energy with them. Over here for the Blue Alliance, I've got Team Palestine. Now, we are missing one team over here on the Blue Alliance, so I'm going to call out the next one. St. Kitts and Nevis. We are waiting. Do we have a human representative from Dominica? I see a thumbs up. All right, cool. So, Red Regional Alliance, are you guys ready? We're going to wait to make sure there's not a bot coming from them. Do you guys have a bot coming? No bot coming. Okay. Perfect. He's giving us a thumbs up. So, thumbs and smiles. You guys know how to do this. We'll get this going real quickly. If you guys know how we do this on this field, hands in the middle. We're going to get side to side. Oh, there we go. All right. Red Regional Alliance, are you guys ready? Give me thumbs up. Perfect. Blue Regional Alliance, thumbs and smiles, hands off side rails. I'm going to wait for the referees to give me the thumbs up. All right. Referees, when you guys are ready. I got a thumbs up. I'm going to get thumbs down from Eric. We're going to wait for just a minute. He looked at me and he went, nope. So, we're going to wait. You guys, so, I've been told a few times, is field 4 the best field? I can't hear you. Is field 4 the best field? There we go. That's what we like to hear. We try to keep the energy good over here. My hand's gonna hurt by the end of this day. We're doing a lot of banging and smacking on this sidewall. We can make up this time, so that's why we're waiting for the field to give us the go-ahead. So we're gonna give it just a minute. Queuers are trying to keep us on schedule, so they are going to hunt down the last robot to see if we can try to get them to be here so they can maybe have 6 bots for one of the last matches of the day. I hear him singing over here. Go for it. Sing louder. We'll rock you. We will rock you. My hand's getting sore. I can't do this much longer. See, you guys do it every match, but my hands are doing it every single game we play on this field. We're going to get thumbs up. All right, give me a red regional, blue regional alliance. Thumbs and smiles. Let's go ahead and release that carbon. Here we go. All right, let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, go. Was that my mic getting feedback there, Eric? Was that my mic feedback? Okay. All right, these teams are moving very quickly to start scoring. Dominica and Palestine in the back corner. They're going to continue scoring those human players. He's growing very quickly. Over on the other side, Zimbabwe and Cuba are continuing to score. They've got Zimbabwe's putting their first load of carbon into their compressor. The Zimbabwe human player is going to start launching that carbon into there. They're working together with Thailand. They're going very quickly. They're going to be laser beams over there. They're working great. St. Kitts and Nevis have got a full load of carbon in their robot. They're going to go drop a load into their corner compressor. They're doing a fantastic job. There we go. 2 players over there in the corner for the Blue Alliance. Cuba continuing to score on the far corner for the Red Alliance. They're going to continue working together to get this cooperation bonus. We have a minute and a half left. Palestine doing a fantastic job getting that carbon loaded in that corner compactor. They're doing a great job. Now, Palestine human players now got it ready to go. Here we go. Looks like Thailand just had a couple shots into that center carbon goal. We are working our way. We got a minute and 15 minutes left. Minute 15 left. These teams are working really close. We're almost to that cooperation goal. I definitely want to see that cooperation bonus again today. We had it once yesterday. I want to get before our last match over here today. There we go. Palestine's dropping a few more in there. These teams are continuing pushing carbon into their corner goals. They're going to go for it. They got 45 seconds left. Thailand making a couple shots, just a little short. They're going to back up a little bit, and they're going to lock it in. You have St. Kitts over there. They've got dropped another few carbon into that corner compressor. Cuba's doing the same. Zimbabwe's just dropped a couple into theirs. They've launched a couple in there. With that 30 seconds, it's endgame. Thailand's going to cross the field. Can Palestine get their hook on there? They're working together. There's a couple bots tussling for that middle bar to go to that level 3. We've got Thailand. They've got their hook going. Zimbabwe is going to stay low and guarantee themselves at level 2 possibly. Thailand's now got it. It's going to be a tussle. 6, 5, 4, 3. Zimbabwe's going to get themselves at level 2. Can Thailand get, let's touch. Their hands were off that controller. Their robot was continuing to winch up. They've now got, Thailand looks like they have secured themselves level 3. And it looks like the last Red Alliance robot of Cuba getting that other level 3, maybe possibly level 2. That was fantastic. That was another really close winner cooperation. These teams have been working very hard all weekend long to almost get that cooperation. They're doing very close. We've gotten very close to that several times. With a score of, scorekeeper go put the score up, with a score of 230 to 138. It is gonna, Red Alliance is gonna get the higher score there. Now remember, they are working together to get the best averages. Great match. Great shot there. That was good. He's swinging, he's swishing him in there. My man's from Palestine went 10 feet back, and he just scored 3 carbon in that sink while the field resetters were cleaning up.
Voting all of those carbon particles into the compressor. Those human players are now going to have the ability to empty them into the carbon sink, trying to maximize those points right now in the first minute of the match that you see at the bottom of the screen.
So actually, we just saw that aerial view of the carbon sink. I did not see a blue indicator up there anymore. I wonder if any of our members of the Blue Alliance are going to try and ascend early. Remember, teams actually have to take the indicator off the carbon sink. If it falls off inadvertently, it's not in the field of play, and they have to use one of the indicators waiting for them on the sidelines with the drive teams.
Every single player on these teams has a different role or responsibility, just like we all have different and unique experiences as nations in trying to contribute to global and collective solutions. These young kids are trying to combine as one team effort, both within their country's team and then again within their alliances. It's a unique feature of this type of challenge.
Speaking of unique features, we're seeing a lot of different climbers and mechanisms on the field right now. You can see Team Seychelles already gliding into the air. They have a slanted part of their robot that allows them to bypass that low bar, which we are seeing some teams getting caught up on. It allows them to just glide up to the high bar effortlessly. In the last 30 seconds, we're seeing other teams try to join them. Another example of a team using the edge of the bar as leverage, so they can actually have multiple teams, Niger and Uzbekistan, working together to achieve a double climb on that middle bar. Exceptional work by those teams. And on the other side of the sink, I can't see what flag it is, but we had a team just rise up to the challenge of carbon capture in those last seconds. I hope they got that multiplier. That was an exceptional job by that drive team and their robot. Looks of relief and joy as the last seconds of that match end.
And that was match number 283, everyone. We've got over 300 coming at you before we enter the playoffs later today. So again, every single one of these matches very much matters.
We have a tie on our center field. Every team ascending in the rankings with 292 and 292 rising their average scores for their teams. And the average scores are what are determining the rankings, not the wins, losses here. So it's very important to remember that it's all about your overall success. And so that's something that we can see with the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math that have transformative power, not only bringing the youth together to collaborate, but also empowering them to tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow. This far-reaching empowerment that doesn't happen in a single day, STEM and education can provide to people around the world. It's a limitless thing we've got going on here, and STEM fields give us the capacity to create change that far outlasts us. As access to these fields also increase to the similarly far-reaching corners of the globe, STEM creates pathways for innovation, problem solving that make our world a complete, better place for us all.
The future may seem formidable. Each day, a new challenge to overcome.
But no obstacle is truly invincible.
When we work together,
Algunas personas solo ven problemas.
Pero nosotros vemos incontables oportunidades.
Bởi vì chúng tôi có những công cụ để giải quyết chúng.
و جوامع ما بهتر است.
We may be young,
but our paths are clear.
IT specialist.
Teacher.
Ingeniero.
Se trata de algo más que una carrera.
STEM es un estilo de vida.
لمعالجة المشاكل.
Good. Big and small.
所以，不管我们的背景和教养如何
We are empowered to play our part.
In improving life for all.
Podemos resolver los desafíos de nuestra propia generación.
Ensure water purification.
Enhance energy creation.
تسهيل الحفاظ على المحيطات.
Revolucionar a educação.
Develop sustainable urbanization.
Nature conservation.
Further transportation.
And many other innovations.
And in the process, transform the lives and well-being
of people from all nations.
It now starts
with me.
with me,
With me.
With me.
Y contigo.
It does start with you and each one of us. I love the fact that in that video they had talked about STEM not being an occupation, but in fact a lifestyle. Couldn't be any more honest and truthful. It embodies everything that these students are about in terms of catalyzing and creating change and also connecting with one another. Such a fundamental theme of this challenge, and again, of First Global as a generalization. In the meantime, we've got a huge match coming up on Field 5. We're gonna get going here in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Teams joining us for match number 286. We have Marshall Islands, Ecuador, Eswatini, Malaysia, Albania, and Peru. This is a big match we have right now. Our number 3 seed, Team Peru, is looking to secure that place in the rankings. The average score is going to be a big one for them, as we've seen that the rankings are pretty volatile with these last few matches of our qualifying matches going into our playoffs. Teams are looking to get as high of a score as possible to secure their place, as the alliance selection later on is based on your ranking.
Now, the Marshall Islands, one of the teams competing here, has a land mass of only about 180 square kilometers, but the islands are scattered across over 1.9 million square kilometers. It's kind of like the carbon particles out here. There are 240 of them, but good Lord, they are spread out around this entire pitch, which is making it quite difficult for these robots to get that cooperation bonus. We have yet to see it today.
You can see Team Peru. They're one of the robots here that actually takes carbon and puts it inside their robot with all of the other components, electrical, hardware. They're trying to collect everything and create as much room for carbon in their robot as possible so they can go around the field and collect it. It secures that carbon doesn't evade them as we try to solve this climate crisis in our world.
Again, those bottom screens show the emotions and faces of each one of these competitors. They are absolutely dialed in, as is that robot from Peru that we just highlighted. You saw that intake system effectively like a vacuum cleaner just mowing over those carbon particles. We actually have quite a bit of carbon in the middle of that sink, so we'll see if, as that deposit happens, again, for 30 seconds, even though we're going to focus on the hang, all of those particles can make their way into the sink to get that bonus.
Teams in this match are also climbing, but they're also still contributing carbon points. As you can see, a lot of teams deposited the last of their carbon from their robots into their compressors so that their human players can also get in on the action as we have the last 10 seconds of this match almost. Teams are flying high. We have a couple attempts for the middle bar. We have an attempt for the high bar, as well as just securing that place on the platform. Ooh, as we enter the last second. This might be a tough equalizer here. Remember, the last 30 seconds of the match will make or break it for a lot of teams. But either way, you're trying to get as high of a score as possible. So all 6 teams are really trying to work together here, regardless of if you win or lose.
And if we go back to the field, we'll obviously show it throughout the day, but that top high bar that you see a lot of those countries aspiring to and reaching to has a little bit of an obstacle with that low bar as well for some of those robots.
Yes.
It's a challenge.
We've seen some teams get around that by building slants into their robots, but we've also seen some other teams just utilizing different mechanisms. So if you have a fixed climber, like we're seeing with elevators kind of pulling your entire robot, a slanted piece of your robot will help you glide over that low bar. But there are some other teams that are utilizing the end of the bar, so not that middle section, and they're completely going around that low bar. Or they have what's more of a flexible climber. So you have a hook with a rope, and then you use that winch to pull yourself up, and it allows you to be able to climb from any part of the platform. So teams have to really work together and strategize before and during the match to see what's the optimal way that all of us can get those extra points at the end. Excuse me, that multiplier at the end, because all the points are the same for all 6 teams. It's just how much addition and multiplication are we really doing?
Well, the math adds up in the meantime for what this event is all about, bringing us all together, making sure that our collective addition is what solves these big problems. Scores are in as we speak.
The lights are turning blue, which means the Blue Alliance had a little bit of a higher score for this match. Not a lot of moving in these rankings, though. They're still staying within their respective range. Peru securing their spot at number 3, everybody did a great job. It's really hard with like the climb, the balance of the different robots on the same bar. Let's hear from Team Peru on the field with Blair.
Sorry, I needed a microphone. It's not just about the robots, it's also about the pom-poms down here on field 5. Look at that, looking great. Team Peru here, and they win that match, but they retain their 3rd place ranking. How are you feeling?
Well, I can say that most of all, and not saying everyone are excited, but we're also kind of like stressed because the pressure of being in a global competition, a global contest is something that of course gives us anxiety, nervous, but we're trying our best to keep on that same level, or perhaps we can improve. So that's what we're trying to do for these last ones.
Any different strategies for the playoffs?
Well, yes, we are so far trying to apply another type of strategies as well as with the robots that we're trying to try with our alliance. So therefore, we are going to try something new. If we can work, then we can do it. But of course, right now, we're not going to say quite a lot of things, so yes.
So cagey, good for you. Keep that strategy close. All right, nice job. Good luck when you get in the playoffs. Stay in that top 20. And a shout out to Carolina, watching in Peru. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Blair. In the words of a student from our next team participating in the first Global Challenge, is like a dream come true. But Team Mauritius's presence on this very stage is certainly real, as they bring enthusiasm and the will to use this experience for the empowerment of their country's youth. Let's take a look.
Hello, and welcome to Team Mauritius. We currently have 15 members, aged from 15 to 18, and each one of them are determined to make use of all their time, energy, and resources to work towards the same goal, which is to win the competition. We are all excited this year to be part of the 2022 First Global Challenge, meeting all the teams across the globe, understanding and appreciating the great minds competing against each other. It's just a whole new experience for us. The theme Carbon Capture is perfect for everyone. It allows us to simulate different ways to save the environment from its various pollutants. And this year, we all have a common goal, which is to make the world a better place for you, me, and everyone.
UVA, again, is a pioneering organization that is designed to increase STEM education in Mauritius. That's what this type of work is also all about. It's about that grassroots organization trying to build from the bottom up in order to create meaningful change. We're excited to see how this game changes the rankings in a few seconds as those carbon particles make their way onto the field. We're going to get going here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Team Mauritius is on the field right now, and they're joined by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Netherlands, South Africa, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates for match number 289. 2 minutes and 30 seconds is all these teams have to get as much carbon from the field into that carbon sink. South Africa over by the compressor, utilizing that small cranny space in between the wall and the compressor, trying to get all the carbon out of there. Looks like that team, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have a really great intake that also doubles as a storage in their robot. Check it out. They are funneling all of the carbon into their robot, but the intake actually keeps it contained as well. And then they can go and either shoot it or deliver it to the compressor to human players who will be sending it into the carbon sink.
Now, given those rotating wheels, I would think that they could also potentially just reverse them in order to spit it back out so that the intake becomes the outtake. We might see that in the carbon compressor shortly. In the meantime, the United Arab Emirates, as we're halfway through this game, They were our hosting nation the last time we were in person in the city of Dubai. Now we're hosted in Geneva, Switzerland. And the tallest structure in the world, the Burj Khalifa, right now does model that carbon sink in the middle. In the next 30 seconds, endgame is going to happen. We'll see if they can climb to those heights as well.
Less than a minute left, and we're seeing teams scramble to the outskirts of the field where a lot of our carbon seems to be congregating. Teams are trying to deliver as much carbon to the compressors as possible because their human players can still contribute while the robots try to ascend the carbon sink in the last 30 seconds. Team Netherlands you just saw on the outskirts. There is another team here that is looking to place their blue indicator. Team South Africa and United Arab Emirates placing the indicators in their robots. There's a look at the Netherlands doing the same as they rush into the center of the field.
Moving at a quick clip today are the Netherlands, trying to navigate around the traffic in the foreground, getting around everybody, using their robot speed to their advantage here.
Teams are actually able to utilize the rev kits in a different way this year as the gearboxes were customizable. They had planetary gearboxes compared to previous years. This allowed the teams to actually adjust the torque necessary, whether it's for their climber where they need that strong motor and a lot of resistance so that they can climb with ease and, you know, structure, or I'm thinking the Netherlands might have done this, have a low gear ratio so that way they can speed around the field, collect as much carbon as possible, and it allows them to glide as we just saw at the end of that last match.
About 30 seconds ago, you saw the team from South Africa jumping for joy. Here we go. It's a perfect segue. Again, that emotion, that adoration is what we are all about here, watching from the booth and at home. The energy is infectious, as is the positivity, as we try to move in a positive direction in combating climate change through carbon sequestration and storage. Great job to Team South Africa as well as that alliance and both alliances that competed in that previous match.
Teams are anxiously waiting a score. I know I am too, and it looks like we've got it on the field. 190 to 152 for our alliances. Because of those scores, every single robot on that field just ascended in the rankings. 76 points of carbon. All 6 robots achieved a multiplier increment at the end of that game. Incredible stuff. But while we wrap up some of our ranking matches, let's take it to the pits to see what teams are doing as we prepare for the playoffs this afternoon. Melissa, take it away.
It's with Team Puerto Rico. How are you doing? How's your first global been?
I'm good. I'm really proud of our team. It's been really good experience. We're doing so good, and I'm so proud of us. I don't know how to explain it with words, actually. I'm just so happy with our team.
Awesome. And how has the robot been performing?
Well, at first, it was a little bit tricky and hard, but with trial and error, we're performing really good, and we're right now on the top, and I'm just so happy about it.
Excellent. And today's the last full day of First Global, so what's going to be the strategy for today?
Well, right now, the strategy is to keep doing the good work we're doing and just try to have fun and not give up because we're so close to the end. And I just think that whatever happens at the end, we're all going to be so good with the results because we've been doing so good for the past days.
Excellent. Well, good luck today and enjoy the rest of First Global.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
What a great attitude from Team Puerto Rico there. It's all about having that positive attitude as we enter the last stages of our competition. Speaking of attitudes, this team has had an incredible history that they're bringing to the competition with them. Iran has had a 2,500-year history of lauded scientists like Khwarizmi, Khayyam, and Sufi, but the Iranian intellectuals in their wake who join us today are looking to do so much more than just follow in their footsteps. Let's take a look.
We are Team Iran, 25 students from all over the country, working in 3 different groups such as technical, public relations, and content creation, working as a united team to do our best in this season. Each group has a project manager that is a communication bridge between program managers and group members. Also, program managers are connecting all of us to the team's mentors and manager. We are practicing teamwork and project management to get ready for the next chapter of our educational and professional journey. Iran is a country of so many talented people that are known in the world by their knowledge, arts, and intelligence, such as Maryam Mirzakhani, Mahmoud Farashian, and Anusha Ansari. We are not only learning and practicing robotics, project management, mathematics, and programming, but also self-awareness, music, zoology, communication, backpacking and volunteering work as we are aiming to change our community and world into the better place. Although we face so many challenges like being far away from each other, not receiving a robotic kit during international sanctions, not having financial support, but we are problem solvers. With the help of STEM, teamwork, and our mentors' advisors, we passed through most of them. We are really excited to be a part of this competition for the 6th consecutive years, working with our peers from all around the world on fixing global issues such as carbon dioxide and climate change. Can't wait to see you in Geneva.
Again, in that video that was produced by that team, you see one facet of the planning and plotting process in order to get here, a lot of which was virtual. You see scores of people trying to support each team in their build. It could be GSC core members, it could be other teams that are supporting one another, mentorship, it plays out in spades. In the meantime, all of that work is geared towards this 2.5-minute game that we're going to start for you in a few seconds. We are taking you down to the field in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
As the carbon descends onto our center field for match number 292, we have teams Bangladesh, Vietnam, Malawi, Grenada, Bahamas, and Benin. Something I want to just highlight from that previous vignette that we saw. There are teams here that have all sorts of stuff going on in their home countries, but when they're at First Global Challenge, it's such a wonderful community of support that just transcends everything going on in the outside world. There's a lot to be learned here that we can then bring back to our home countries at the end of the competition. It's not just about the robots on the field here at First Global, it's about the memories and the connections that we make for the rest of our lives.
And each one of these teams has learned a little bit more about themselves in this game and how their strategy has evolved. Again, the objective is to put as many of those carbon particles into the sink and store them as possible, and then with Endgame combine it with our multiplier increments to see what their maximum scores can be. In this particular game, we have Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Malawi with Grenada, Bahamas, and Team Benin. Now, Benin is actually home to, I believe, the multifunctioning eco-friendly oven, so that's just one way in which, small or large, again, we're trying to combat climate change. Every little bit matters, and it's coming from every corner of the globe and on this pitch as well.
Speaking of every corner of the pitch, we have teams in all 4 corners trying to find every last bit of carbon on this field. Every point counts in these last few matches of the day. Grenada looking to deliver a bunch of carbon to their compressor. Look at them absolutely tanking through that section of carbon right stuck in between the wall and the compressor, loosening it up and getting it out of our environment. I believe that's Team Vietnam with that awesome mural on their robot, the epitome of STEAM at this competition. We are seeing all sorts of incredible art in addition to the science, technology, engineering, and math solutions our teams are bringing to the field.
And it was full steam ahead for them as well in that previous shot that you highlighted. Again, they had that shooter putting all of those carbon particles very accurately into that carbon sink, even though all the teams now are going to descend for endgame. Again, each of these robots needs to have that indicator housed and lodged within their robot in order to obtain those points.
Just saw a blue indicator drop onto the field. I hope that's a spare one and not one coming out of our robot as we end the last 10 seconds of this match. You can see a dual climber, sort of what I talked about earlier, where you have an elevator or a rope. Some of these teams on the field have both, which is great as a fail-safe option, or to make your climber as strong as possible or as quick as possible for those very precious 30 seconds that we have. They fly by.
As has this event in totality, it does feel like the blink of an eye before we get here. Again, these are some of the final matches for these teams before we get into our playoff seeding later today. So while we wait with bated breath, again, a reminder that all of these matches, regardless of the individual alliance who has more points in here, every single point for both of them matters because it's an accumulated average that we tally up at the very end of these ranking matches.
While we have just a moment before we get the scores for match number 292, something to talk about this afternoon, our playoff section of our competition. It is a clean slate for all of our teams. I'll get into that in a second, but we have our scores. It's 122 to 168. A little bit of a shakeup in the rankings for all 6 of our teams. 54 points of carbon, and each of them receives a couple of multipliers at the end. Let's go to the field and find out from Team Bangladesh with Blair. How's it going?
We're down here on the field. I've got Sabera from Team Bangladesh, also known as the Steph Curry of Bangladesh because she can shoot. Nice shooting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, did you practice before you arrived here in Geneva?
No, I just generally play basketball, so that was my practice. I practiced a little, but like not necessarily from the right place. I try to shoot from farther away because it's more fun.
Ah, so it's a natural talent that comes to you.
More like I had to work for it. I've been playing basketball for a long time, so had to improve on my shooting skills.
And what position do you play on your basketball team?
Usually post guard. Yeah.
All right, so you're a shooter. It's good. That's on the team. Takes all types. What's the strategy moving forward for your team? Keep giving the balls to you, the carbon?
The strategy is to climb. Yeah, that's the strategy. I think we're doing great in terms of depositing and shooting. So I think as soon as we work on our climbing, and we'll kill it. Yeah.
You might want to look at that strategy because you're a great shooter. Good luck in the rest of the competition. Thanks for stopping by. And now back to the booth with Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. When I saw Team Bangladesh last night back at the hotel, they were anxiously getting into Geneva and getting some exploration. I'm seeing a lot of our teams make the most of being here. And speaking of making the most of being here, our next team has been participating in the first global STEM Corps as an advisory team, supporting other first global teams and bringing their ideas to reality and working with them through conference calls and meetings, despite a significant language barrier. It's a good thing Team Canada is fluent in Google Translate. Let's take a look.
Oh, hi, we're Team Canada. For us, teams are chosen by province, which rotates every year, just like this group.
This year's selection for Team Canada came down to British Columbia.
We combined 4 top FTC teams of our province to make this year's Team Canada.
This means we are able to apply our perspectives, ways of thinking, and ideas as different as they are.
Our team is also unique because we come from different ethnicities.
Canada is a country that is defined by its diversity of culture, background, and people.
Participating in First Global gave me the chance to work with extremely talented people that I learned from daily. It's given me the opportunity to compete with hundreds of countries around the world, something I could never imagine doing.
The most exciting part about First Global is the opportunities it creates for myself and others in my community.
Entering a career in STEM through exposure in First Global allows me to use my experience to impact the community and make the world a better place.
That ambassadorship, that mentorship is invaluable in acknowledging the fact that we are only as strong as our collective unity. You also saw them dancing in front of Tim Hortons at the beginning and the end. I'm pretty sure nobody needs coffee, especially when the energy is on the field in spades as it has been. We're going to get you back down to the field in a few seconds. Again, carbon capture being the theme of this year's game. We'll see how Team Canada's strategy unfolds in this particular contest, which starts in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Match 295, you got Indonesia, Libya, and Canada, as we just saw, along with Austria, Syria, and India. Now, Team India, believe it or not, as a side fact, has a team where their students are actually getting their passports for the first time, and they're the first in their families to obtain a passport. Again, an incredible testament to what this competition is all about, as well as the fact that this shared experience is something that can change lives.
Team India actually going for the blue indicator early, telling us that they might start climbing a little earlier than the last 30 seconds, or right now, as we're seeing, with already only 30 seconds into the match, climbing high into the sky on that high bar. They're being matched with another robot as well. I believe it's Team Canada. So we might see 2 high bar climbs for the first time on this field today.
Completely different dynamic than what we've seen previously.
Yes, I think teams are realizing that it's all about the balance of both carbon and climbing in this game. Team Indonesia, the epitome of just that. They're saying, hey, Red Alliance, hey, Blue Alliance, we got a bunch of carbon points for all of us. They have an incredible mechanism that we haven't seen very much of, where instead of shooting carbon into the carbon sink, they're actually delivering a whole bucket.
We talked about the Steph Curry of shooters earlier on, but this is also buckets. Well done by them. Only a minute left to play here.
Carbon flying high as we enter the last minute of play here on the center field. Teams are going to be getting ready to get as much carbon as possible. Still scattered towards the corners. I'm curious to see if teams are going to try and shuttle a bunch their human players. Team Indonesia looks to be doing just that, delivering to their human players. Since we're entering the last 30 seconds of the match, they're going to try and ascend very shortly. Canada looking to ascend right now, I think, with 30 seconds left in the match.
And right now, again, because the dynamic of this game is so different, you see that the communal pot, effectively, with that carbon sink, has way less carbon particles than in other games. That's why that score right now is 18 at the very bottom.
This might be one of the lower scores of carbon that we've seen today. I'm curious to see what happens to the rankings. Remember, teams are trying to get that high score between everyone as much as possible, because that ultimately is what is determining their ranking.
But that multiplier increment, again, is only going to be multiplied by that base point of 22. So after factoring in the math, and again, we'll let the judges do all that work, we'll see if that strategy ultimately pays off.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our referees for their incredible hard work. I do not envy that subjectivity, especially with the climb at the end of the game.
Very emphatic fist pump coming from that team, and rightfully so, again, with the effective and efficient climbs that happened towards the beginning of that match. We got scores coming in now.
It is a tie, as we mentioned, the 24 carbon points was the same for all of our teams. Since it was such a low-scoring match, they actually saw a dip in the rankings, but I think they can recover that with the last few matches that we have going on. Speaking of recovering, this next team is working on alternative energy resources. The fastest electric car in the world is developed and produced in Croatia. So we can expect to see some real speed on the field in our next match as we see more from them. Let's take a look.
Now again, those personal videos made by that team, if you were in fact going to spread a map of the world perfectly flat across this very booth table, the town of Ludbreg, Croatia would be right in the center. They are going to be the center of our attention for the next 2.5 minutes in the game that they're going to participate in a few seconds. Again, we got 5 fields of play behind us, over 300 matches that we've brought to you live if you've been tuning in from across the world. Right now, we're trying to solve the world's problem of carbon capture. You see those particles get onto the field, and we start this match up in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
In this match, we are 298, nearing our 300 matches, 322 matches of ranking matches here. We have Argentina, Italy, Croatia, who we just saw, Liberia, Botswana, and Japan. These teams are looking to solidify their places in the top 20 of our rankings here at First Global 2022. This afternoon, we will start our round robin of playoff matches. What does that mean exactly, though? There are going to be 8 alliances playing 4 rounds for 16 matches total. Alliances are based on predetermined rankings, and the fourth team joining the 3 alliance members will be randomized. All teams must play in the first round of our playoff matches, which means our team's gonna need to look at each other and say, hey, when are we gonna swap in our 4th robot? What is our strategy that's gonna be viable here? Because like, it's still not a win-loss thing, even as we enter the playoffs. It's all about that average score. That's what's gonna determine if an alliance moves on into the medal matches later this evening.
You got to love the combination of underhand and overhanded throws, again, showing the complexity of this game and the nuances that can be undertaken with the human elements of play. In addition, there are complications that can arise with the mechanical aspects of play. A few seconds ago, we saw Team Argentina trying to unload those carbon particles into that compressor. Again, the openings of those compressors are not that large, so these machines have to be quite adroit and adept at navigating that space.
Team Botswana popping a wheelie as they tried to get to their blue compressor, trying to get as much carbon in as possible. It is not a lot of real estate, although it looks like a big field. It really isn't, especially with all the carbon dispersed around the field. Take a look at Team Argentina right now. They have an intake mechanism that extends out of their robot, which I think makes more room for carbon to be carried within their robot. As we enter the last 30 seconds, teams are trying to gather as much carbon. You can see in some of the compressors, there is a good deposit of carbon. This will allow human players, like you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, to continue scoring carbon points as we enter the end game phase of carbon capture.
Only 10 seconds remaining, but still the points that are on the table are trying to be maximized. You see a couple of those particles making their way into the sink. Each one of them matters in every single match, including these last opening ranking matches for these teams.
As time expires, we see a couple of robots in the air, but everybody's in that center part of the field, trying to maximize the multiplier they would receive as part of the end game mechanism for carbon capture. 2 minutes of collective points, but 30 seconds of alliance points.
And 2.5 minutes of sheer effort.
It just flies by like that. Like a quick snap is over. Which some of our teams are seeing right now. They're like anxiously awaiting for the score, but like, what just happened, Tim? What did we just see on the field? We actually saw a Red Alliance higher score, 166 to 125. A little bit of shake up in the rankings with 83 points of carbon. 2 robots each in that storage level 1, as well as 1 robot on the low bar that made the difference. Let's take it to the field. Blair, take it away.
We're down here on the field with Team Argentina, who had a nice 166 score. Floor, they wanted to say hola to you. Nice job, you guys. How'd that feel?
It feels really good to have a robot. I think we're, as a team, very proud of it. We're getting the results we expected. Well, we're having a nice time together.
Your human player was really busy during that match as well, and you got a good score at the end. What's one more match, and then maybe hopefully the playoffs?
Yeah, I know. It depends the next match, but I think you have a highest opportunity to go to the playoff. And 1 second, I want to go for my mother. It is the day of my mother in my country. So, feliz día para todas las madres de Argentina. Saludos, mamá. Saludos para todas las mamás del equipo y para todos mi familia. Así que saludos desde acá.
One message too.
You can do your mother as well.
Saludos, mamá. Saludos para todas las madres de Argentina y las que nos están alentando sobre todo.
Happy Mother's Day to everybody in Argentina. That was for you, Floor. Take it back to the booth with Tim and Manisha.
I love you too, Mom. All of those supporters who are at home watching these athletes compete, it is phenomenal, and that includes this next team of Tonga. They represent the Kingdom of Tonga, the only Polynesian sovereign state in the South Pacific. Though they're only a dot on the world map, they're inspired by the message that politics divides, but science unites. One fitting motto is that together, everyone achieves more.
Team Tonga 2022.
The Friend Island of Tonga will join the first global challenge to innovate solutions that foster a healthier planet for us all.
The volcanic eruption in Tonga released a huge amount of carbon dioxide similar
to that the whole world produces in a year.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is an investment into the future. Although we cannot predict the future, having great skills will allow us to be prepared for anything.
Given Tonga's climate issues, I strongly encourage new STEM students to help mitigate this problem.
The experience of getting to know more about robotic technology not only impact myself, but will impact future generations, because one day Tonga will be under the use of technology.
As we saw in that video, produced and written by Team Tonga, they truly all come together with all of their different roles and achieve the most. Especially we'll see them in this next match. 301 already. We are in the last 21 matches of First Global 2022. The carbon is about to descend on the field, and it will settle for all of our teams in a different way than ever before. In 3, 2, 1, go! Joining Tonga on the field right now is Nicaragua, Lesotho, Barbados, Spain, and Tanzania.
In Tanzania is Lake Tanganyika. It is the deepest lake in Africa. The knowledge and the depths that they have shown here in increasing it is manifold. It's been highly impressive, as has gameplay from all 6 of these teams. Again, objective for that first few minutes here is to try to corral as many of those carbon particles as possible and put them into those compressors, which you see right in front of you as we speak.
A lot of corralling of carbon on the field of play right now. Take a look at that one robot. I can't quite make out the flag, but they had a ton of carbon on the inside of their robot. It goes to show that all these different teams, despite getting the same kit, the same instructions, the same rules, same quantity of parts, they all have such a beautifully unique design for each of their robots.
I love the fact that you use the word beautiful as well to describe it, because it really is. It's a reflection of the way in which we can all find a way to solve problems, even if we're spinning our wheels.
Seeing Spain right there, it looks like they had a piece of carbon just stuck at the top of their intake mechanism. With all of those wheels spinning, just like the gears in their head as they're finding solutions to our world's problems, I know they'll find a solution to that one as well.
Halfway through this match, we'll see what happens in the second. Right now, we are looking at Team Barbados willing some of those carbon particles into that compressor. They're doing an exceptional job right now.
Just in a little under a minute left in this match number 301. You can see all of our teams focusing so hard on either shooting the carbon for the human players or with the controls and the strategy at play here. Whatever their strategy might have been before the start of this match, may have to shake things up, just like this match is being shaken up. Look at the carbon levels that we're reaching in that carbon sink. We may see a multiplier here. Remember that teams have up to 200 points of bonus points that they can achieve based on how high that carbon sink level is.
We had a zoomed in version of that carbon sink in the middle. For each centimeter that is covered by those carbon particles, each team, each alliance will be awarded 1 point. That's what you see increasing incrementally at the bottom of your screen, even in this last 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time expires on field number 5, and that is the end of match number 301. Team members have their hands up in the air saying, we're not touching any of the controls anymore. Tonga giving us a nice T on the screen. That was awesome. All of our robots in the center of the fields here, but will they receive the multiplier they desire? Only time will tell. Looks of joy and relief and little debrief of the match. We've got a blue light on the field. Blue Alliance taking 156 points home to the 137 of the Red Alliance. Not a lot of shakeup in the rankings here. I think things are starting to become a little more solidified as we enter the last 20 matches of our competition here. Melissa is in the pit, I believe, with Team Kenya. What are they up to as we enter the last few matches here?
Hi, I'm here in the pits with Team Kenya. How are you guys doing? How's First Global been?
We're doing good. First Global has been amazing so far. We're having so much fun.
Awesome, and how's your robot been performing?
It's been performing quite well. It's doing everything that we hoped it would. Yeah, so it's doing great.
Excellent. And I see you guys are wearing medals. So what are those?
Yeah, so we won the enthusiasm medal, silver. And yeah, it's basically because we give vibes. I mean, Team Kenya, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm riding the vibe, and everyone else here has been as well. Congratulations, and hope to see you out the next First Global as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys up there.
Thanks, Melissa. We're hoping to see a lot more teams carry hardware home to their home countries. Speaking of home countries, this next team, robots, can help facilitate the work of humans. Well, what about the people responsible for creating and ideating them? To explore it a little more deeply, we head to the next nation of Angola.
Hingo, 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 Hingo. Just black it.
Hello guys, we are Team Angola. Hello guys, we are here to talk about Team Angola.
Trabalha, yes, trabalha só. Ai, cola no toque, cola na dança, ai, cola no toque, cola na dança, ai, cola no toque, cola na dança.
Hello everyone, I'm Ofer Carvalho, Team Angola 2022, and we are here to talk about the these big competitions. And we are so happy to make part one more time for this big competition, First Global Challenge. And we hope for the best. And in our team, we have 5 students such as Ofer Carvalho, Bernard Chioca, Joaquim Jr., Lando Faria, Marcos, and the mentor we have Cristóvão Kakombe, Irene Karim. We are so happy to make part of this big championship, not all to participate, but also to learn more about science, technology, mathematics, and engineering.
We're excited to watch this team from Angola compete in what will be likely their last match of the morning before the playoff selection and seedings, which we'll talk about in due time. We're excited and eager to bring you down to each one of these matches. Again, over 300 in total that we've had thus far, and each one of them 2.5 minutes. Incredibly intense. There's so much energy and effort that's put into this time, as well as the many working pieces that actually get these fields set. So again, we're going to see it in just 1 second. Those carbon particles make their way out, and we begin in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
For match number 304, we have Iraq, Hungary, Namibia, Lebanon, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau working together for the first 2 minutes of this match to get as much carbon in the center as possible. With these last ranking matches approaching, teams need to remember that right now you're trying to get as much carbon as possible, because if you climb at the end but don't have a high carbon score, it doesn't really help your average ranking, as we've seen already today.
You got to love to see that initial camera angle blocked by all those carbon particles making their way into the sink. That's a good sign for both teams. One of which is Guinea-Bissau. Although Portuguese is the official language of that country, only 15% of their citizens actually speak it. The majority of their citizens, almost 45%, actually speak Portuguese Creole. So when we're talking about language barriers here, yes, that might pose as a challenge for these alliances, but we speak one common language of global problem solving, as well as STEM and its power.
Speaking of power, we have some crazy carbon flying in the air, a lot of powerful human players, but also robots. The carbon score just climbing so rapidly. I really hope we can see a score multiplier. Remember, if the sink is filled to a height of 66% by all 6 teams, they will all receive 100 points. If they can fill the carbon sink entirely, which we have yet to see in this competition, although I'm seeing Namibia might have a lot of carbon to deposit, they can get up to 100 additional points on top of that 66% multiplier. This is crazy.
I imagine multitasking while you're trying to drive these robots with those controllers and yell instructions to others is incredibly challenging. Incredibly challenging. That multitasking is just one of many impressive feats that all of these kids are exhibiting on this field today.
Talking about the composition of your drive team, as we get to that multiplier, I think we're here. with the last 30 seconds of the match starting. We're seeing Carbon still fly into the air as the robots descend to the center of the field. Remember, teams are looking to try and get as much Carbon so when they have those climb at the end of the match, they actually get an even higher score than what we're seeing on the board right now.
Those lights are starting to ascend just like the robots are. We're hopeful that many more Carbon particles can make their way into that sink. It does not look like that cooperation bonus will come into effect, but goodness gracious, all 6 of those robots at least on the platform for those multipliers. Great job to them.
This is the kind of match that teams are needing at the end of the ranking matches. You want a high score to boost yourself in the rankings. The top 20 teams here will advance into the playoffs, and it's very volatile right now. Anything can happen with these last few matches.
Just as volatile as carbon dioxide emissions and gas heating up our Earth's atmosphere. Obviously, the problem that this first global challenge is trying to actively combat. All of these teams are also actively showing their pride. They are swelling with joy, and rightfully so.
We've got our red light on the field, which means our Red Alliance was able to achieve a higher average score for this match, 260 to 234. Great match. Every single team on the field ascended in the rankings. Team Hungary securing the top 10 with match number 304. Exceptional work by all of our teams here today.
Speaking of exceptional work, this man proves to be no exception. Who we have in the booth with us right now, it's Andrew Malivore. He is the mentor of Team Vanuatu, and in all previous years, this team has been comprised of all girls. This is the first year that they've actually opened it up to include boys as well, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for joining us first and foremost, but how has STEM programs in Vanuatu changed as a result of your activity in the first Global Challenge?
Yes, so originally we have only girls program originating from the girls camp that we had previous years, but then this year we decided to change the perspective and also include boys. So we sort of put out an open expression of interest, and both boys and girls also expressed interest, and we selected 5 of almost 20 students who applied.
Wonderful. And in terms of that, what are your team's plans for expanding access even more after this competition?
Yes, we have thought about that, and we are thinking of running some local competitions in country. I think we're going to start with this team, that when we return, we'll look at opportunities where we can start with a smaller competition and then build on to have more teams around the country.
Well, just like this competition builds year in and year out, what emotions do you feel leading this team into action today personally?
We had a great team here in this competition, and everyone was enthusiastic and were excited. And the momentum and the excitement was there all the time. And they have a very basic robot, and all of them were keen, and they were up there just in the game and enjoying it.
Well, listen, it all does boil down to the basics at the end of the day. It's about all of us just coming together, recognizing that our collective problem solving is what gets the job done. Well done to you for trying to expand that access again to both genders, because at the end of the day, it's all about sharing ideas. The more of that we have, the more powerful we're all going to be at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the basic thing that what I'm seeing here is we're looking at the future. The kids, I spoke to them over breakfast and I said, look at these kids around you. They're the same, you have the same age, you have the same interests, but you also have the same brain power that you can use to innovate. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can always innovate.
And wherever you are in the world, we're very happy that you've joined us. And Andrew, thank you as well for joining us in the booth. We're going to take you back down to field number 5 for our next game that's getting set as we finish up our ranking matches. Again, we'll get you down there in a few seconds. 5 fields in total, so it's utter chaos and pandemonium down there. But us here in the booth, we'll get you down there in about 10 seconds. The teams that are going to be competing right now, I believe, are Zimbabwe, Colombia, and Jordan, with South Africa, Niger, and Burkina Faso. We get going in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
I love the sound that starts every single match. It just, it gets me going, just like these teams. Look at the innovation here. That one drive team member was using the controller in a totally different way than I've seen the entire competition. only using one side of the controller. That button optimization must be incredible. We see Carbon flying into that center sink from Team Burkina Faso with their human player jumping into the sky. Remember, the fields of play are actually elevated, so it's pretty much eye level for our students with their robots. And then they have to shoot into a 165 centimeter tall countersink. It's no easy feat for the robot or for the teams.
Now, in terms of feats, one of these nations, the team of Jordan, has accomplished much as far as feats go in their previous experience. They got a second place championship award in the World Robot Championships in Estonia this past year, so bringing that experience into the action today. We're about halfway through this match. Right now, those points are accumulating in that central Carbon sink. Right now, every centimeter again is worth one incremental point. That's our base multiplier. It will be multiplied by the total of our multiplier increments at their end game, which again begins at the 30-second mark.
There's still a lot of Carbon left on the field, but we still got plenty of time on the play clock. Our teams on the field right now are exceptionally fast with their robots. Taking a look at Team Colombia, taking all of the Carbon around that compressor and making a big delivery to the human players of Team Jordan. So that way it's truly a team effort, right? We're talking about alliances, but we're talking about a global alliance too. In order for us to fight climate change in our environment, in our world, it's gotta be everybody coming together, just like on the playing field here.
We're gonna see everybody come together in about 3 seconds here for endgame. Even though those Carbon particles can make their way in, you see the indicators dropped in the robots. The multitasking here is endless.
Talking about the composition of your drive teams, we've got 2 drivers, a human player, and a coach or a strategist. Everybody's working together, communicating within your own country, and then with the other 3 teams and 6 teams on the playing field in total. Whoa, crazy climber from Colombia. That hook was not as secure as it has been in previous matches, but I think because of their design, they actually might be able to stay perfect on that middle bar.
Kind of looks like they're hanging on by their fingernails almost.
Yeah, really. Hands up from our team members. No more touching the controls when the time expires on the play clock. I love to see the signatures on t-shirts from team students, just getting to know each other, taking in this experience. It's an incredible convergence of all of these countries in a way that we're not used to seeing.
One of many souvenirs that all of these kids are taking away from this action. We're going to have the scores lined up for you here in just a couple of seconds.
It was a 124-93 for that last match. Minor changes in the rankings here for match number 307 out of 222. We're getting to the near end of this competition, but we're not nearing the end of innovation in our world. On the last Saturday of every month, every Rwandan, starting with the president, participates in Umuganda, a day of national community service. Stemming from a culture of self-help and cooperation, it's no surprise that this team has been united on the cooperation field in their matches throughout this event and their season. Let's take a look.
Hello, my name is Iman Shimnonore. I am a commentator in Team Rwanda. We are happy that our team was chosen to attend First Global Challenge in Geneva. Our team is composed with intelligent students that came from different backgrounds like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We help them to understand STEAM concepts in easy way. And we are happy that our robot is becoming real, and we can't wait to put it in action so that we may win this.
My name is Shimnore Sanga Fabrice. I'm Team Rwanda spokesman. We are happy to participate First Global Challenge 2022 in Geneva, and we are happy to receive our kit. We have started to learn different operation on our robot, as the theme of this year says carbon capturing. So we have started developing our robot.
Hello, my name is Gabe Dean. I'm Team Rwanda captain. As we are building our robots. We are studying about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We meet many challenges that requires to think out of the box.
Hello, my name is Joa Umuhire. I'm happy to be a part of Team Rwanda. We are building our robots. We are putting much effort so that we can win this challenge.
Our next team comes from a country rife with ongoing civil war, but nevertheless, these dreamers persevere forward. Continuing on that path, Team Yemen knows that a shared passion for science, knowledge, love, and peace brings us all together. Let's take a look.
لقد أضفت لي فيرست جلوبال العديد من المهارات المتعددة منها مهارة حل المشكلات ومهارة التصميم وبرمجة الروبوتات.
أنا سعيد بالمشاركة وأن أكون ضمن هذا الحدث فيرست جلوبال الذي هو بعنوان كاربون كابتشر المقام في جنيف سويسرا للعام 2022.
نشكر فيرست جلوبال على إتاحة الفرصة لإبراز قدرات ومهارات كل الأمر الذي سوف يسهم إلى تطوير العملية التعليمية في اليمن في المستقبل.
Although they weren't able to join us in person for this event, we wanted to highlight Team Yemen and all of their incredible efforts, especially during a tumultuous time for their home nation. But with all of our teams here together, they're transcending everything that plagues them at home and coming here together today and this week to find solutions and find peace and love, especially in this match. In 3, 2, 1, go!
In this match, we have Team Thailand, Puerto Rico, and Ecuador, along with Equatorial Guinea, Norway, and Syria. Puerto Rico as a team is made up of 5 high school students. They come from 2 different schools. They've all excelled in STEM, but they actually have no previous experience with FTC or FRC robots. Nevertheless, their dynamism is shaking out on the field of play here, as has the dynamic of every single game we've seen, which has been somewhat different.
That's the beauty of carbon capture. There's no one way to approach this match, but there is one way to approach the carbon sink, and that's together. All 6 teams are working right now to fill that carbon sink as much as possible. We have yet to see a cooperation bonus of 100 points be awarded to our teams yet today on Field 5. I'm seeing it on other parts of the competition, so it doesn't mean that it's not happening.
A lot's been happening in that first minute of play. Right now, we're looking at Team Ecuador mowing over with its intake system again some of those carbon particles, trying to usher them towards that compressor. You also see that the red indicator at least looks like it's been knocked off the top of that pedestal for that Red Alliance.
The carbon sink levels are rising as the emissions on our field are decreasing. We are at about the first level of end game on the carbon sink, inching our way closer and closer to that 100-point bonus. I'm hoping the teams are able to capture it this match, as there's still a lot of carbon on the field to be in play. As we enter the last minute of this match, teams can deposit a lot of carbon to the compressors in the 4 corners of the field so that their human players can continue to score after their robots descend to the center of the field of play.
I'm not going to lie, if I had those controllers in my hands by the end of this match and by the end of the entire weekend, I'd probably have carpal tunnel syndrome. It's got to be so nerve-wracking down there.
There's a lot of exercises in addition to the mental challenges that our teams are facing. I've heard that some teams are actually taking hikes together to challenge themselves physically in addition to this mental challenge of building a robot together. And that's even before the competition as well as this week. I heard from a team last night, they walked to France last night because it is so close to Geneva, Switzerland. It's not actually as far, but Team Slovenia decided to walk. Not seen on the match right now, but what we are seeing is some robots in the last few seconds making the most of their time on the field, rising to action.
You're talking about France being so close. That's part of this experience as well. It's bringing us all closer together in a personal sense. I know I can say the same from the booth up here, just watching the action, not even being down there with those students.
Getting some thumbs up from our referees as that match ends. Seeing the replay right now, communication is necessary and vital in this match, as it is in our world. Our teams are learning to transcend those language barriers, and now we see a match score up on our screens, 172 to 151. A little bit of a shake-up, some teams going up in the rankings, some teams securing their spot. But either way, we're going to take it to the field where Blair is going to have a member of the winning alliance. Yes, take it away, Blair.
I'm here with a student from Team Thailand. Nice work there. We're down to the last 15 or so matches, so you're at the finish line here. How does it feel?
Well, right now I'm feeling like really excited and happy. I met so many people, and we did like a pretty good performance for the last 3 matches. I'm proud of what we had, and I'm happy that we got this far.
So you've improved every match?
Yes. At the start, we kept breaking something, failing at something, but towards the end, almost every round was like flawless.
And a few days ago, Dean spoke about that. Like, you learn from failure, not from winning. So you guys are learning every single match. That's great. Oh, your team's joining you here, getting you on camera. All right, thanks for coming. Glad you're having fun. Congrats on that match. Let's send it back to the booth with Tim and Manisha. Give them the big thumbs up. Yeah.
Thumbs up all around. Those signs of approval are coming from us as well, and approval for this next country as well. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are sometimes called the gem of the Antilles, so it's no surprise this team is
Before I came up, the hurricanes, and now COVID. And this hot sun there, why? Oh boy.
Hey, welcome to the first Global Challenge, Team SVG, where we utilize robotics and problem solving to create solutions through STEM for our world.
This year's theme, Carbon Capture, focuses on the need to protect our lovely gems by encouraging us and our communities to use our resources to reduce our carbon footprint and combat climate change.
Not only that, but STEM can be interesting too. In fact, I like STEM because it's fun and I get to learn new things in technology. And with our mentors, Dini and Mr. Daniel, I've never been more excited to learn more about STEM.
Wait, so Force Global allows me to network internationally while building my capacity as an innovator?
Yes!
And through robotics we can create a better environment?
Yes!
Well, let's go then.
Team SVG!
What I love about these videos from our teams is we get to see not only a glimpse of them that we see on the field, but also a glimpse of them at home, in their home nation, and what it's like to grow up with their level of schooling, their resources, their environment. You know, a lot of our teams have different levels of climate change that's affecting them, but we're all coming together on this center field right now. Carbon descending onto the field momentarily. It'll settle, and in a way that our teams are not able to predict. And so I look forward to seeing how our next 6 teams handle this carbon in 3, 2, 1, go!
in this game. We have Portugal, Japan, and Serbia, with Kyrgyzstan, Benin, and Dominica. Only 2.5 minutes per match. We're going to see if Japan, the land of the rising sun, can rise to the occasion with their alliance in their last match of these ranking matches before our playoff selections and seedings occur. 240 particles to collect. It's doubtful that they'll get all of them, but the objective is putting them in that compressor, as we're seeing Serbia so effortlessly and efficiently do. All of those hopefully make their way into that central sink. Each centimeter that is covered equates to 1 point for both of those alliances.
We are actually in the last 10 matches of our ranking part of our competition right now. It is crazy to think that this event is just flying by. Speaking of flying, Portugal flying over to their compressor to shoot some carbon with their human player assisting. Take a look at that bucket. Another bucket.
We've got a lot of Steph Currys out here today, dropping it from beyond the arc, without question.
Oh, check it out on the blue side of the field.
Right.
Oh man, I wish I saw what flag that was, but they just scooped all of the carbon on that side of the field, I believe.
That's Team Benin, I believe.
Yeah, exceptional work. Just like Team Kyrgyzstan, delivering that carbon that was just assisted by their teammates. Incredible teamwork on the field of play right now. You're all in this together, all 6 robots, but just, I think it's that pre-match strategy that we're seeing come to life of like, if you can help me do this, I'll help you with this. It's all about the teamwork, not only within your own team, but with the other countries here as well.
Bingo, you've hit the nail on the head. And I did love that clean sweep on the wall that we got to see a few seconds ago, because again, of all those carbon particles, even though it's distributed on the field and, you know, in the middle of the pitch, they do tend to get distributed towards those sidelines as things progress throughout the match, whether it's because the angle of the pitch itself or because robots are bouncing into them.
Speaking of progressing, take a look at that intake. That was exceptional. I haven't seen a close-up of that yet. What it is for the Team Portugal robot is a intake that opens and closes, but their ability to move carbon within their robot, that whole column moves in and out. It's not a rigid structure. It's all dynamic, which allows them to move things all around. Exceptional work by our teams.
Speaking of moving, no more moving on that field as that clock hits the 0-0-0 mark. Our judges now have all the work in front of them. The work of these students is now done.
One of the beautiful things about our matches is that they are great opportunities to learn and improve. Teams are, I've seen a few teams take notes of what happened during the matches, but in this one in particular, the Red Alliance ended up taking it 92-61, so not the highest scoring match we've seen this week. So there's a little bit of shifting in the rankings that we've seen for our teams on the field right now, but it's okay. It's all good. Either way, we're having a great time and we're learning a lot. And speaking of learning, there's a really cool opportunity for innovation in the pits right now. Let's take it down to Melissa, who I think has a very special guest to introduce all of us to.
I'm here in the pits with Professor Dr. Nadine from the University of Geneva. How are you doing?
I am very fine, quite happy to be here.
Yes, so everyone's probably walked by and seen your robot. Can you explain a little bit more about how social robotics works?
Social robots is to interact with people. They can be everywhere, in elderly home, in banks, insurance, as a companion at home, and do quite a lot of things for us.
Awesome, and how are the skills that the kids are learning here at First Global going to translate to social robotics?
Yeah, they can do everything from psychology, sociology, because they can test on the robot, model the behavior, to more computer science to make the programs, or robotics to build them.
Awesome. Well, definitely come down and check out Professor Nadine's robot if you haven't seen it yet, and enjoy the rest of First Global.
Thank you so much. That's such a great event.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Melissa. One of the many exciting things about science in our world is that there's still so much left to be discovered and explored. Of the roughly 7,000 islands of the Philippines, only 1/3 are actually inhabited. And despite that fact, hundreds are still waiting to be named. The Aqua Primes are already making a name for themselves here in this very competition.
Mabuhay! We are the DYCI Primes, proudly from the Philippines.
This year's theme carbon capture is important for us and our country, since the carbon emissions problem has been prevailing continuously. Thus, as young as we are, we would like to use our knowledge and skills to solve global problems.
We are very excited to join the 2022 First Global Challenge because we would not just represent our school, but would raise the flag of our country, the Philippines. Maipapakita namin ang talento ng kabataang Pilipino.
STEM is important to us because we are students with burning passion, and this field is a great
opportunity for us to discover something more within ourselves and experience something new together with our fellow STEM enthusiasts.
This experience will make us feel like young scientists, engineers, and innovators that will help shape not just our country but also the world's future.
This is why the world needs to empower the youth like us. We, the USA Primes, are the change makers of this generation.
To be a change maker is having no fear.
Limiting ourselves is not an option.
It is to take risks and catalyze difference.
We should be ready to pioneer developments. We will reimagine a new and better reality and bring that into being for the good of all.
For the good of all, that is a fundamental concept that all of us, I believe, both here and at home, can readily adapt. When it's for the good of all, that means inclusivity, it means the power of convening, which is what this event is all about. You're bringing ideas from around the globe as well as the experiences of all of these athletes. It's been an incredible experience for at least us in the booth. I'm sure you could say the same, Anisha.
Absolutely. This game especially is different, unlike any other game that I've seen before, where it's really in 3, 2, 1, go. It's really all 6 robots coming together, which you don't really typically see in the field of play and other kinds of competitions. It's usually not about cooperation, which is a very important core value here at FIRST.
And those 6 robots coming together are Latvia, Zambia, and Bolivia, along with Italy, France, and the Dominican Republic. Now, France actually has the most time zones of any country on the planet. Only 2.5 minutes of time here to maximize their points along with their alliance.
A lot of carbon is dispersed on the lower half of the field, but Bolivia is getting in on the action, as is Zambia and France. You can see Italy as well. All of this carbon is congregating in between the compressors and the sides of the fields now. I think teams are starting to corral and use that advantage of space, you know, taking the wall as a leverage point as opposed to a barrier, which I feel like a lot of our teams try to do in their home nations as well. Try to find the ways to innovate instead of find barriers, find solutions, not problems.
Exactly, and actually those words were almost exactly spoken by Peter Diamandis, the chairman of XPRIZE, who spoke to these students during our opening ceremony, talking about how some people only find problems. Your job, which is why we're thankful to have you here, is to find solutions.
High flying carbon with just over a minute left in gameplay.
Getting loud down here in the field of play. Hopefully you can hear it at home. The cheers are getting louder and louder as this day progresses.
This is the third to last match on field number 5. I can't believe we're already here. Just under a minute left. 45 seconds to be exact. We will be seeing some high action as the indicators are about to be dropped. You can see Team Bolivia right now gearing up, ready to go. As they can only do this when the 30-second mark hits, so right now they're just prepared and waiting. See that drop so quickly and effortlessly. Everyone's dashing to the center of the field as we speak. Bolivia has one of the cooler climbers that I've seen, as they use both an elevator and a rope with a claw shape, which means they can approach different levels of the carbon sink from multiple angles. The positioning, you know, look where there's least resistance. And just like that, no resistance, flying up into the air, securing that high bar with only 1 second left on the clock. Incredible match from our teams. Great work. Italy, thumbs up. Love the emotion from our teams right now. Italy soaring into excitement and action as they bounce up and down in those last few seconds of the match. We're taking a look at Bolivia right now as well.
Awaiting those final scores with anticipation and excitement. I know you all at home would be saying the same thing, particularly if you're watching from those home countries. You see those flags waving with pride and joviality, understandably so. It's what this experience is about. Here come your scores.
With a red light. This is incredible here. 97 points of carbon, just shy of that bonus that we've been so anxiously looking for in our competition as it weans down. But it's the storage levels. Again, we talk about the multiplier and how it adds everything up. Having such a high scoring carbon match compounded with the storage level multipliers, 243 to 194. Great to see in these last few matches.
Also great to have with us in the booth our two guests from one of our gold sponsors, Lam Research. Now, Lam Research is a leading supplier of innovative equipment and technology to the global semiconductor industry. This is Rick Gaccio, Executive Vice President and Chief Tech Officer, and Stacey McNeil, Corporate Vice President and Chief Communication Officer. Thank you so much for joining us today, to you both.
Thank you for having us.
Now, Rick, real quick, I understand that nearly every advanced chip today is built with Lam technology. Can you expand on that a little bit and tell us what that means?
It's pretty simple. Every chip is made with 1,000 or so different processes in semiconductor manufacturing, and we have equipment in every semiconductor manufacturing site worldwide, so it's guaranteed that every integrated circuit inside your computer, inside this microphone, inside your cell phone, has gone through a piece of Lam equipment at least one time, and probably multiple pieces of Lam equipment multiple times.
Wonderful. And Stacey, why is Lam so committed to First Global in particular? What is it about this particular event?
Well, it's pretty simple. You know, we would love to have as many students as possible having the exposure to the opportunity to have an education and a career in STEM. Lots of kids don't even think it's possible for them, so we love First Global because they go into so many countries around the world, so many communities where sometimes there's kids that don't even think it's possible for them to actually study and achieve, and we love that we find so many of these kids that once they get exposed to building robots get so excited and now see an opportunity for them to grow up and be engineers.
Speaking of growing up and being engineers, what can our students who are looking to pursue a STEM education expect to look at careers like Lam?
So, did you hear the question? So it was like, what can students expect at a career at Lam? I'll let our Chief Technology Officer answer
Fair
that
enough.
one.
I'm not sure I heard the question. I think you're asking me what can somebody expect when they join Lam Research?
Well, no, it's so for students who are pursuing STEM in terms of education and then applications down the line, what types of jobs are offered by companies like Lam?
Well, we have just about everything to offer for somebody in STEM. So we do chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, software engineering, systems engineering. If it has engineering associated with it, there's a job at Lam Research that is for you. And it's an opportunity to be very innovative, very creative, because we integrate so many disciplines, kind of like building robots. In fact, we build our own robots, and we build much more, that you can come there and just create, and you have to want to solve really difficult problems. And you have to want to solve problems that are going to, in the end, when you solve those problems, you're going to change the world for the better. That's what we're looking for in new employees.
And in terms of changing that world, we need models to follow and to emulate. In order to do that, you both are obviously so high up in Lam. Who are your models to follow? Who are your examples?
In terms of innovators?
Yeah.
I would say Dr. Rich Gotchko is a great example of an innovator.
Well, I've always admired Steve Jobs.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean I like everything about Steve Jobs, but I like the way he innovated and he created products, and his company created products that changed people's lives, and I would argue changed people's lives for the better. I don't admire everything Elon Musk does, but I like the way that he takes big risks and wants to change the way in which people are moved around the globe, whether it's SpaceX or Tesla, or he's working on magnetically levitated trains. It's all about moving people around and use far less natural resources, far less energy. So I admire him for all of that.
And we admired you for your work as well. You're talking about moving. We've got to move to the action on the field right now in Field 5. We'll take you down there. We are getting going. Thank you so much for joining us.
We are kicking off match number 319 out of 322. This is a second to last match on field number 5. 2 minutes and 30 seconds counting down. We have Honduras, Romania, St. Kitts and Nevis Ethiopia, Israel, and Nepal on the field right now. Israel flying high with Ethiopia for the Blue Alliance, getting carbon soaring into that carbon sink, as well as from the Red Alliance side of the field from the human players. Teams are working to collect as much carbon as possible right now. These are the matches that count with these waning ranking matches. Everyone's trying to solidify their section in the rankings. We have Team Richard of Honduras on the Red Alliance side of the field, a little bit of traffic on the blue side of the field, trying to put carbon into that one compressor. Both Nepal and Israel. We have a human player on the red side of the field. Absolute rapid fire. I believe that's St. Kitts and Nevis.
We were just talking about mentors and models to follow, and St. Kitts and Nevis is no exception to that fact. In fact, their team's mentor is Dr. Ricardo Neal. He's been preparing students to be part of this competition since 2017. So again, regardless of your own experience level, there are ways to impart your wisdom on the world and changing it for the better. So thank you to him and our many mentors here.
What we're seeing now, too, is a lot of alumni join the ranks of Mentor for First Global Challenge. They've been so inspired by their mentors that came before them that they want to give back, and we love to see it. With 45 seconds left on the clock, a lot of teams are trying to leave it all in the field. 83, 84, and counting points of carbon. This is a great opportunity for a 100-point bonus for these teams, which would be critical for soaring into the rankings. Israel gearing up with their indicator dropped in. Absolute incredible reaction time from our students.
Now you'll also notice that Israel left that large pile of carbon that's there on the right side of the field, and that's because they're focusing on endgame, even though that collective challenge in that middle carbon sink is still up for grabs. Has not been the case for most teams to take advantage of that, instead descending to the middle of the park.
We've got a couple robots in the air trying to see if we can put more than one robot onto these bars as time expires. The middle bar, low bar, and platform saw the action in that last match, but I'm excited to see our scores soar onto the screen very shortly. I'm loving the energy in the arena today. We've got flags waving high. Everybody is so proud of our students. We are so happy to see everybody just like having a great time.
We're proud of this whole team. We're proud of this event. We've been involved as well since its inception. It's only grown over time in size and scope, and frankly, its global reach, absolutely incredible. Both alliances are reaching for the scores we're going to see in a couple seconds. Gaping mouths, we're all waiting with them as well. These scores are now making their way in.
This one's a close one, 201 to 156. Minor changes to these teams. Romania still in the top 20, Israel number 7. Great work to all of our teams, as well as on the field at home. But right now we're gonna focus on the field. Blair, I think we got a member of Team Israel to interview. Let's hear their story.
We certainly do. Abdallah is here. 7th, baby. That is pretty sweet. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. I'm so excited because we are the ranking 7.
Yeah. So top 10, that's great. So what's next is our alliance pairings. So then comes strategy for the playoffs. Has your team been thinking about that?
No, we call the teams about the team strategy, and the teams accepted my strategy. And we ranking 7 now because of the strategy.
And your shooter on the machine is really, really sweet. So how long did that take to develop?
1 month.
1 month, that shooter is shooting that fast.
Yeah, 2 weeks for building the shooter, and 2 weeks or 3 weeks to programming the shooter.
Well, good luck in the playoffs. Good luck in the alliance pairings. We have one more match down here on field number 5, and then we will go into an awards ceremony and announce the alliance pairings, and then take a little lunch break before we get into the playoffs. But before we do that, it's back to the booth with Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. We got an action-packed afternoon, but speaking of packing, this next country has an incredible speed to it that we've seen on the field, but they can be proud of their athlete, Usain Bolt, one of the fastest men on earth, and this team from Jamaica looks to hit the field of play with similar lightning speed.
Our team for FGC this year comes from several different high schools across the country. So, none of us are really from the same place, but we've all come together to try and represent our little island as well as possible.
STEM is important to me because it is something that I have an avid interest in. I love making things, being the E in engineering, and I love science.
I'm very excited to be a part of this first Global Challenge because it allows me to gain new information, learn things that have never been taught before, to take that information and give it back to my community.
Carbon capture is really important to me and my country because this island, as you know, we're surrounded by water, the Caribbean Sea, and should those sea levels rise, we're in trouble. So I think it's really important that we as Jamaicans look towards the environment.
I think I personally can use this experience to make my country and possibly the world better because I think it's so important for youth to sort of grow their interest in the STEM field so that, we're the ones who are going to be taking over the occupations in our country in the next few years. And I think fostering an interest in STEM and robotics is one of the best ways to ensure we'll be ready for those positions when we take them.
That was an awesome story, and quick sneak peek into the team of Jamaica. They actually told me yesterday, a fun fact about their team is that their flag is the only flag in the entire world to not have the colors red, white, or blue. Isn't that amazing?
It is, and we're also flying, frankly, the flag of humanity at this kind of event. So while we're all bringing our experiences and country colors into the equation, again, we're all talking about cooperation. We're talking about the power of the world to convene. We're going to see 6 robots convene in our final match of the rankings. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
All of our robots on the field rushing into the field of play. We have Sao Tome and Principe, Lithuania, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Belize, and Botswana on the field of play right now. They're looking to score as much carbon as possible, as this is the last ranking match of our competition this year.
Now, Sao Tome and Principe has said that they've been nicknamed the African Galapagos because of the high density of endemic species located in that nation, but at the same time, none of us are on an island here at this kind of competition. Again, we are all working alongside and with one another. Only 2 minutes left for both of these alliances to do so.
Working with one another is just what these 6 teams are doing. All 6 of them in a challenge we've never seen before. It's not blue alliance versus red alliance. It's not country versus country, but everybody together, trying to fill that carbon sink as high as possible. Remember, teams will need to amplify that carbon points in the beginning 2 minutes of the match because the multiplier needs something to work with, right? If you have 0 times a number, it's still gonna be 0. So right now we've got 81 and counting in that carbon sink, which will help our team soar. I would love to see a bonus 100 points awarded to these teams so that our final ranking match, we might be really close. 96, that light is creeping towards the middle bar. If it turns purple,
let's see if we can get there.
I think it did.
Get there,
for the last
booyah, baby.
For the last ranking match, we might even get a full carbon sink for the first time in this whole competition. All 6 of our teams are bringing the most to this last ranking match. I haven't seen carbon fly into the carbon sink like that this entire competition. Incredible work, Sao Tome and Principe, Lithuania, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Belize, and Botswana. It's the last 30 seconds of the last match. Carbon is still flying into that carbon sink as our teams start to ascend. Tim, we may have the 200 bonus points that have been left on the table this entire competition make it to our center field. The final match in 9 seconds left. We have robots in the air.
We might see it overflow here. We're overflowing with love, joy, and pride for that last match. Fitting that they filled the bucket just that high. And you can hear that crowd chime in as well. Good job to them.
Time expires. Wow, I just am blown away by that match. Incredible teamwork. That was really all 6 robots on the field in order to make that happen. we really truly are in this together. I don't see that many carbon left on the field. We might, oh man.
I was gonna say, watch the rankings climb here in a few seconds as a result of that final match.
Oh my
Both
goodness.
teams benefiting, so we'll see what ends up happening as those scores get tabulated.
I need the score. I need to know. Oh man, we've got, wow! This is the highest score we've had on field number 5. Field number 5 has not seen this yet. 500 points breached. We had the co-opetition bonus in that last match. What an incredible finish. 147 points of carbon, plus another 100 points of co-opetition on top of that. We had 5 robots climb to get us those triple-digit scores. I'm blown away right now. I just can't contain my excitement. But what we also can't contain is some excitement in the pits. Melissa, who are we talking to as we prepare for the playoffs?
First global experience been?
Yeah, good morning. First was incredible. Like, I was expecting something like that, but when I came for the first time, the emotions came out, like the nervous, like the passion, my brain, my heart was so accelerated, but it was incredible. Yeah.
Fantastic. And how has the robot been performing?
Yeah, it was performing very good. We have a very good climbing system, we have a very good intake, so we are very proud of the performance of Catatumbo or robot. Yeah.
Awesome. And obviously your jackets are amazing. Like, no one can miss you guys. Can you show the inside? Like, everyone, like, they have literally gears with the Venezuelan flag on the inside. And honestly, their spirit is through the roof. So when you see them, come say hi to Team Venezuela and enjoy the rest of the First Global.
Yeah, that's the point too. Everybody can see us. We have the colors of our flag in our jacket. The yellow one, this is the most attractive. The blue one and the red one and the stars, 8 stars. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of First Global, and back to you guys up there.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Melissa. I've been really enjoying seeing all of the swag that our teams are bringing, both on the field and off the field. I can't believe we've already made it through all of our ranking matches for the competition this year. Every single one of our teams has been absolutely incredible, showcasing the efforts of all of their hard work and collaboration with their teammates from around the globe.
It goes without saying, congratulations to all of the teams who have been a part of the excitement this season. We're now going to be heading to the stage where Blair will be announcing the winners of our secondary awards. Take it away.
I guess we are ready to give out some awards. We announced our secondary awards earlier in the pits, and we just want to recognize some teams for the awards that were presented earlier. The first award is the Clara Barton Award for Helping Hands. The Clara Barton Award for Helping Hands is awarded to teams that demonstrate a willingness and excitement for helping other teams in a time of need, whether by sharing ideas or resources, helping repair a robot, or giving support and encouragement. These teams were nominated by their first global participant fellow teams. The bronze medal goes to Team Slovenia. The silver medal went to Team Palestine. And the gold medal for the Claire Barton Award for Helping Hands went to Team Algeria. Congratulations to all the winners of the Clara Barton Award for Helping Hands. The second award we presented earlier today was the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation. It's awarded to teams that are able to effectively demonstrate how they built their robot through an engineering notebook, which covers the journey they took with their robot from initial planning, designs, and prototypes through to the final design. And the bronze medal went to Team Canada. The silver medal went to Team Indonesia. And the gold medal for the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation went to Team Greece. Congratulations to the winners of the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation. Great job. Our next award, which we presented, was the International Enthusiasm Award. It's awarded to teams who have made an impression on everyone at the event by demonstrating spirit, which you can hear, enthusiasm, a positive attitude, and a global awareness throughout the competition. The bronze medal for international enthusiasm went to Team Georgia. Making some noise here at the event is our silver medal team, Team Kenya. And the gold medal winners for the International Enthusiasm Award goes to Team Tunisia. Thanks to all the teams for all their enthusiasm and our enthusiastic winners. The next award which we presented was the Mansa Musa Award for Fundraising. This award is awarded to teams that demonstrated a good faith effort towards fundraising. And the winners of the Mansa Musa Award for Fundraising are Team Botswana. The next award, which we presented this morning, was the Judges Award, Technical. The Technical Judges Award is awarded to teams that may not have fit the criteria of any specific award, but from what the judges saw, their journey, their interactions with other teams, behavior, or other criteria deserve recognition. And the winners of the Technical Judges Award presented earlier, in third place, Team Zambia. In second place, Team Slovakia. And in first place, Team Kazakhstan. Congratulations to all the winners of the Judges Award Technical. We also presented the Judges Award Non-Technical. This is awarded to teams that may not have fit the criteria for any specific award, but from what the judges saw, their journey, their interactions with other teams' behavior, or other criteria deserve this recognition. The winners of the Non-Technical Judges Award are Team Eswatini, Team Turkmenistan, and Team Algeria. Congratulations to those three teams for the Non-Technical Judges Award. I will now announce the Outstanding Mentor Award, which was presented earlier. This award recognizes mentors who are committed to their team and inspire them to keep going despite any challenges. This is a team-submitted award, so these mentors were nominated by their own students. In alphabetical order, we have 8 winners. Our first award winner, Shams Jaber from Team Bangladesh. Our second award winner, Matthias Nanjari from Team Chile. Our third Mentor Award winner, Werner Fick from Team Germany. Our fourth award winner, Alex Guzman from Team Guatemala. Our fifth award winner, Ahmad Ridwan Azman from Team Malaysia. And our sixth Mentor Award winner, Khalil Dar Omar from Team Palestine. Our seventh award winner, Fatan Kalfal Hamouda from Team Tunisia. And our eighth Outstanding Award Mentor winner, Anis Hajomerovic from Team Bosnia and Herzegovina. Our next award is the Safety Award. And you can all stand up and take a bow because we want to say congratulations to all the teams for a safe event and following the safety protocols. Please take safety seriously in your professional careers. Congratulations, the award goes to all First Global teams. You're all award winners right now. And our final award, which we presented earlier, is the Skills Challenge Award. The Skills Challenge consists of actions a robot performs in the course of playing carbon capture and is an opportunity for each team to show off their robot's abilities. In third place, Team Moldova. In second place, Team Uzbekistan. And first place for the Skills Challenge, the People's Republic of China. Congratulations to all our Skills Challenge Award winners, all of our secondary award winners. We will be giving out more awards this afternoon, but before we do that, let's send it back to the booth with Manisha and Tim.
Thank you, Blair. Some of you may recall that some of these teams were not able to make it to the actual competition or event for varying reasons and in person, such as not being able to obtain visas. But all of these teams have been actively engaged in several months of hard work. The Skills Challenge was but one of many great ways to ensure that those teams could still demonstrate and be recognized for their efforts.
Now, in the booth, we have an incredible, incredible member of the FIRST community. In fact, one of the founders of the FIRST community. As an entrepreneur for decades and innovating and paving the way for our students here to make an impact globally, we have inventor, entrepreneur, and FIRST global founder, Dean Kamen. How are you, Dean?
It is great to be here.
So tell us, you've innovated your whole life. You've been excited by STEM your entire life, but what drove you to create a program like this?
It was the intersection of a bunch of things. First of all, I think once you show kids how accessible, how much fun, how exciting tech can be, they'll be turned on. They'll be passionate about it. And that's good for them because unlike most other sports, in fact, all other sports, we're the only sport where every team, every kid can turn pro. There are millions and millions of exciting careers out there for people that are doing what these kids are learning how to do. The second reason I did it, if you haven't noticed, the world's in trouble. Global warming is a serious problem. It's not going to go away by itself. And so we need a much bigger army of young people that have the tools to deal with this problem. That's technology. That have the vision and the courage to deal with it. That's what they get from the mentors and the sponsors. So I believe that FIRST Global is a win-win-win. It's a win for the individual kids because they're going to have career options. It's a win for the world because we're going to have more technical people dealing with this problem, maybe getting ahead of it. And it's really a big win for the world on another basis because of the leadership and vision and courage and cooperation that's being created in this community. Maybe the next generation of leaders will know each other and trust each other and know how to cooperate with each other like they do in this cooperation, and will stop with the never-ending self-inflicted wounds of the generations that have come before them. So there's so many great reasons to be here and to be celebrating, so thank you for helping us make it loud.
Now, Dean, I was going to say you're the keeper of a lot of worldly wisdom, frankly. I love getting to meet you every time we have this interaction. I love hearing you speak as well. You got to share some words of wisdom, in particular, in our opening ceremony. What I took away from it was one little tidbit. You said, some things never change. Meanwhile, some things always change, right? That dynamism is reflected in this overall event. So even though it has not changed, the fact that we have held this annual event, okay, even during those couple of remote years of COVID, we're still in person. And this event has changed in that time. I have seen it directly. I'm sure you have as well. It's an emotional process for me to share with you, but what has that been like for you?
Well, I think the changes we've seen at FIRST Global are all for the better. I've seen a lot of changes in the world, and some of them not so good. But I think what we've seen in FIRST Global, for one thing, better stuff in the kits, more capability for the kids to use technology that's more advanced. I think in a few minutes you're going to hear about another big jump that we're going to give these kids in terms of access to really advanced cutting-edge technologies from some of the most iconic world leaders in technology. But I'd say the changes are also that we're starting to get awareness. For instance, global press is here. CNN is covering this. Major corporations are realizing they better invest in this generation and they better attach themselves to this program and these kids soon, or they're going to miss out. So I think the tide is turning towards people recognizing the relevance, the importance, and the critical need for First Global to grow all over the world.
I do have one more question for you. We have all these brilliant minds with us here in this venue for like one of the only few times that we can actually get all of these countries, all of these awesome innovators and future leaders together. What advice do you have for someone who is trying to follow in your footsteps, become an inventor, become an entrepreneur, change the world in their own way?
I think I don't need to give these kids any advice. By the time they come through this program, they all know what an opportunity exists for them if they're willing to develop that muscle hanging between their ears, if they're willing to learn how to communicate and cooperate with these other young people, if they'll learn how to use technology as the kind of tool it can be to solve the world's problems. I think these kids will come away from here with self-confidence and a vision and a focus and a purpose that they didn't have when they came in, but it's going to stay with them for the rest of their lives.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to say, my life has changed for the better as a result of being involved, and I'm deeply appreciative. I know that countless and scores of people from around the globe can say the same. So, Dean, thank you very much. In the meantime, as well, we are going to be getting you back to the stage in a couple of seconds before our next interview. Let's take it away, Melissa.
Now, it is my absolute pleasure to share with all of you an amazing woman in the booth with us right now. This is Stacy Schulman. She's Vice President of Network Edge Computing Group, GM Health, Education and Consumer Industries at the Intel Corporation. I am so grateful that you and Intel are supporting First Global with our special challenge this year. What do you think of all of this?
It's so impressive. You know, watching everybody here, it's such an inspiration. You know, we at Intel, we believe in changing the world for good, using technology, and what a demonstration of exactly that. And, you know, as we look to change the world for good with technology, we also really believe in community and the power of community. And again, another nice demonstration of what's been built here with the power of community.
Stacey, now working at Intel, that is something that many of our students have interfaced with, even in ways they might not realize, like, you know, their computers, different other technology that they're working with. What is something that if our students wanted to learn more about Intel, pursue potentially a career at Intel, what's some words of advice you have for them?
I think for the population here, do exactly what you're doing. Go and change the world for good. We'll find you. Now, if you want to find us, we're easy to find. We've got a great website that you can go to. Find me or anybody from my team here at this event. And our intention of being here is to start an ongoing dialogue and conversation with this community. So overall, we're just excited to do that.
Many of our teams, sorry, go ahead.
Apologies, I've got a quick question for you as well. What's the challenge that Intel is going to be sponsoring this year?
The challenge that we're sponsoring this year?
Correct.
Yeah, so we're not sponsoring a specific challenge. We are announcing the launch of a makers cohort. And again, that will be an ongoing dialogue starting now with the community. And our intention is to enable this community with the best-in-class artificial intelligence tools, anything in robotics, and we want to be able to provide it to the first community first, before anybody else.
That is incredible. I know many of our students are working on expanding access to technology in their own countries, and that just sounds like a perfect vehicle for our students to be able to springboard and jump forward with their home nations. What is a way that they can find more about that?
Yeah, so we'll be launching more details on that January 23, and we'll have a site on it. If you go to the first site, there will also be information there to be found.
Now, one more question. What inspired you to dive into technology? And I mean, you are a vice president. That is an incredible achievement. Like, for other young women in this program and around the world, what can you say to them that would help drive them to soar high like you have?
Yeah, I'm inspired by impact. That's it. I'm very simple. I want to make an impact on humanity. I want to make a positive impact on every industry that I touch. I want to have an impact on the people around me. And that's what drove me to Intel, is that here's a technology company that touches everything. And what a great platform to have an impact through. And so my advice to students would be the same. Go find impact. Go create a community of like-minded individuals that can have an impact with you, and always continue keeping relationships with like-minded individuals and focus on impact. Don't focus on anything other than that.
We have two incredible change makers in the booth with us today. Impact, innovation, community. That's a big topic that we've talked between both of you, and I just think that's just the epitome of First Global. We're coming together. We may have language barriers, but that's just something small compared to the massive change that can come from all of our students. So thank you both for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Really appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think the next big part of our activities here is our playoff matches, and I am very, very excited. It's only a subset of 32 teams from the total number of nations competing today. On each alliance, 3 of the teams are selected from the top 24 rankings, and you saw our team solidify that today. On each alliance is a 4th team that is randomly selected from the rest of the team. So teams will need to work together to overcome any of these strategic things that they've thought about before. We're now going to take it to the stage where Melissa will help us form our alliances.
I am one voice.
أنا يد واحدة.
Y me estoy al lado.
Pero no subestimes el poder de uno solo.
One impassioned voice can break the silence.
Uma mão erguida pode liderar um movimento.
Kelelo inang lithasel ikafetola lefatshe.
Avem o viziune pentru lume mai bună.
And we are the generation.
We are the generation.
We are the generation
that will make it happen con las herramientas de la ciencia.
Tecnologia.
Desenho e matemática.
A world where
a mortalidade por doenças nascidas na água
is obsolete.
From Madagascar, researching
that provide each and every person
with access to clean water.
जहाँ कुनी बच्चा भूखे और छान जादेगा.
Porque plantaremos las semillas.
And develop agriculture that will feed the world.
O Krankheit, Leiden oder Behinderung
no son impedimentos para vivir una vida plena.
Because we will pioneer
affordable treatment and care.
سنتيحها في كل مكان.
Donde cada niño can live their own dreams.
Because we will empower them.
Through quality education and mentorship. Where everyone is safe.
Without war,
oppression,
or inequality.
Sepse ne kemi një sistem të prioritizuar
that values cooperation,
justice,
dan rasa kemanusiaan bersama.
A world that's healthy.
And will continue to prosper.
Долго после того, как мы уйдем. Sest me anname rohkem tagasi.
We are the voices
that will stand up for all people,
regardless of race,
horror, idioma,
gender,
or origin.
An
movement that will lift entire societies
up and out of poverty
and transform quality of life
for the whole world.
Who will work together
para resolver los mayores desafíos que enfrenta nuestro planeta.
There is a for
y los que están por venir.
Por eso es tan importante.
It supports STEM education.
And initiatives like First Global. By investing in us.
In me.
In me.
In me.
In me. You're investing in the future of the world.
Because we are the generation of change makers.
Who will build that better tomorrow.
For us all.
So again, we're back up in the booth as we're getting ready for those alliances to ultimately be announced. But again, this man needs no introduction despite the fact that we've provided him one. Dean, thank you for continuing to be with us in the booth as we continue to juggle this time, effort, and energy. What was the journey of creating this like for you? Again, this started back in 2017, back in DC, but even before that, it had to start as just an overall idea in your own mind. It all starts with one seed that's planted. What did that look like as you ideated this?
So we had been running first for nearly 25 years by then, and it had phenomenal growth, not just in the U.S., but in a lot of countries that because of our major sponsors in the U.S. that were international companies, they spread it, grassroots, they spread it to other countries where they operate. But I looked at the map and said, there's about 200 countries out there. We're in less than half of them after 25 years. This is wrong.
You saw the opportunity there, right?
Huge opportunity. And I said, but we can't go in and put 50 or 60 teams in every country to start. I mean, it took 25 years to get to where we have that many teams for the 100-something regionals. So what can I do? And then it clicked in my mind, the Olympics model. In 1875, the Olympics was formed by a few business leaders here from Switzerland in Geneva. And they said, what if we could create a positive environment for people to have fun, competitive interactions? They use sports, other sports. But it was, in their mind, a way to connect the world in a positive way, to start maybe making connections earlier in life, so that when the next generation of their kids took over, they'd know each other and they'd know how to communicate and cooperate. I said to myself, that Olympic model, one team per country, but with a much more current, relevant game, instead of running and jumping and throwing, what if we use the first model of technology, but the Olympic model of one team per country to introduce our plan everywhere in the world? Plant a seed, one team in every country that wasn't yet involved, because then those countries, those teams will go back to their country with excitement and start spreading the excitement and create, again, a whole countrywide movement. And it's working. A lot of those countries that had one team in the first year now have enough teams to have their own regionals. And they're adopting first as a real program in their country. So the Olympic model, it came to my mind as the next step to grow. It's working, and here we are.
And using that word working as a perfect segue, I tell my students back home that I teach in physics that anything worth working towards is a work in progress, right? So you're going to encounter stumbling blocks here and there, be it from sponsors, be it increase to access and how to get it to those corners of the globe. Speak to that, if you don't mind, about your experience as well.
So I think these kids will now appreciate how frustrating it is to have a great idea and watch it literally go up in smoke. You know, that shouldn't have been a short circuit. But I think now that these kids can appreciate that when something goes wrong, you learn from it, you pick yourself up, and you keep going. And I think they should know, as I'm sure you know, getting to where we are now wasn't without all the problems and all the steps backward and all the steps sideways before we could go forward again. Certainly the pandemic didn't help us, but here we are. We never give up. We always make mistakes. We always learn from those mistakes, and we always move on. And that's what we did, and that's what these kids are doing, and I think that's a very valuable lesson in itself.
Thank you, Dean.
Awesome. I would love to now introduce Wole Sobayejo. He is the interim president at Worcester Polytechnic Institute in Massachusetts in the United States, my home state, back stateside. He's an internationally renowned materials scientist who is committed to expanding worldwide K-12 STEM pipeline through WPI's Global STEM Education Initiative. WPI is one of the oldest technological universities in the US. It's known for pioneering and leading global-based project learning, and for research that is focused on solving the world's greatest programs. Thank you for joining us today.
It's great to be here.
So now, there is an XRP robot. What does XRP stand for?
So it's an experiential platform that really enables the world to discover robotics.
Ah, okay. So what does that mean in terms of building equity and inclusion in the STEM pipeline, especially in an international event like this?
So by working with Dean Kamen and the First Global team, we've reduced the cost of a robot by a factor of 10.
Wow.
And so what that basically means is that the kind of robots that kids all over the world can use is now accessible to even the poorest communities in the world. And so with that, everybody can learn robotics. And of course, it's not just robotics. It's really figuring out how to use teamwork to solve problems. So we think that this really expands the impact of what we do. And it's a great example of how a university like ours can team with First Global to make robots and robotics accessible to the whole world.
Speaking of accessibility, WPI hosts a lot of different robotics events throughout the year. It's something that I was able to be a part of while I was a student in first robotics competition stateside. And what WPI's mission to collaborative front global challenges, it's expanding just like your events have over the last 25 years of FIRST, really. Global STEM education through distinctive and inclusive project-based education, outreach, and programs. Can you speak to more of those programs and the project, like what do these projects really look like? We have the technology that you just mentioned with the XRP robot, but are there challenges? Are there projects? What does it look like?
So WPI is very focused on problem solving. It can be problems of health, problems of energy, problems of water, problems of education. And what we do is we form teams. We work with stakeholders all across the world who tell us what their real problems are, and we co-create those solutions with those teams in a way that provides not just a solution that comes from outside, but a collaboration that creates the solutions. So we have lots of these, for example, in robotics, where we have interaction with communities across Africa to develop robotics not just as an educational tool, but as a tool for problem solving.
Wow. This is like a really wonderful example of the deep connection between FIRST and WPI. I know like a lot of your students at WPI participate in these projects internationally, and then a lot of them are now FIRST alumni from all over the world, which is amazing. And I just think for those alumni that are looking to pursue robotics engineering, your university being one of the first to have a program for it, what advice do you have for our growing leaders and problem solvers?
For our growing leaders, I say look for a place that enables you to combine not just theory, but practice. And look for a place that's trying to solve the world's most pressing problems. And if you get connected to those two key points, then you are being prepared for a world in which you can truly make a difference. So the WPI way, I think, is one, but of course there are many institutions across the world that are also trying to do similar things.
Now, I also have a quick follow-up question because I'm the neophyte when it comes to robotics of this group. I'm trying to, find the mass appeal to this and bring everybody in. And frankly, we're doing just that at First Global in insurmountable ways. For someone who looks at WPI and looks at Polytechnic Institute and might be discouraged by looking at how highly technical some of these concepts might be, how do you reach that broader audience and say, hey, everybody can get involved. Everybody can learn about technology and its power to enhance the common good. What does that look like for you?
So for us, we believe fully in teams, and those teams are not just technical. They bring the hard skills, they bring the soft skills, they bring all of the kind of skills that everybody can bring. And so when we talk about project-based learning, these are teams that include people from the humanities and arts, from the social sciences, from engineering, from the natural sciences. And what you learn through that process is that everybody has a role to play in solving problems. And that's the WPI approach.
What I'm hearing is everyone's got a role to play. Everybody has something to offer.
Yes.
And we've been so grateful for you guys offering, again, your insights and advice with us in the world as well. Right now, we're going to take it to one of our highlight videos right now from the competition. Let's take a look.
Getting a fantastic education from an incredibly dedicated faculty. They helped me succeed in my businesses. I recruit a lot of their students. They were the first university in year one of FIRST to give full 4-year scholarships to kids, and they do it to this day. And when I started FIRST Global, I said to them, we not only need better kids, we need curriculum. We need a way to make it easy for people to be able to learn how to do robotics. We need the expertise they have in teaching. And we also needed connections with FIRST Global to universities around the world and potential competitors that we need to identify in countries around the world. And very conveniently, as you've seen, Wally has had a long life in the world of education. And besides being a PhD researcher and formerly a professor at Princeton.
Just on the side, right?
He was also deeply involved with education throughout Africa, an area that we think is rich with opportunity, but certainly needs to be brought into the FIRST Global community. And here we have somebody that should be a shortcut to succeeding at that. So the partnership between FIRST Global and DECA and me and FIRST is gone for many decades now, and I think it will continue to be that way.
That's something that I truly love about the FIRST program. I feel, especially as society and as we learn and technology is advancing, the way that we learn is also different now. You know, we experienced 2 years of remote learning, and we're finding that increasing access to remote learning in all of these different parts of the world, we're also bringing knowledge. We're bringing this passion for learning. We talk about a passion for STEM, now STEAM, but I think at the base of all of it, we're all, especially at FIRST Global, we're all curious people. We all enjoy learning more about our world. We can see in the pits where all of our teams are intermingling, you know, trying different food, trying to learn different languages, whether it's on the field of play, you know, Google Translate, I need you to go grab this for me, but I will do this for you. Communicating is such a deep part about how our world needs to move forward. And I wanted to ask you, Wole, when it comes to education, especially as we're trying to expand, especially with the XRP robot, what is something that you would like to see evolve with our education, whether it's locally or internationally?
I think the first most important thing is to get kids excited. Once people become excited about a topic, about an area, then the next is to give them some agency. And that agency is to say you can dream, but you can also convert those dreams to things that you turn into group projects. Now, what's the great thing about group projects? You can get a few people together and you can dream and make things happen. And I think one of the greatest things about FIRST is, one, inspiring the kids, and then second is to get them to realize the magic of what you can do by solving things together, where different people bring different things in ways that enable you to achieve great things. And so if we learn this as a global community and we infuse it into the next generation, then I think we have the magic that we need to solve the world's greatest problems.
Well, agency and autonomy are those two things that you focus on. I'd like to think that humans by nature, right, they're intrinsically not only motivated but curious, right? They're playful. They want to have fun. They want to tinker. They want to learn from that experience. As an educator at the highest level, and then sharing it with areas of the globe where we're still just learning about the power of this technology, what does that look like for you?
You know, at the earlier stages, I really think perhaps instead of teaching science, we need to teach curiosity, right? Because the moment you're curious about the world around you, that then inspires you to want to unravel what it is that is behind that world and ask really deep questions. And then the moment you're inspired, that gives you all the energy that you need, right, to figure things out and make things work. But very often, you can't do those things by yourself. So you need to learn how to work in teams. And in many ways, I think this combination then of curiosity should really frame our educational system. I think this whole idea of inspiration really should fuel our educational system. Because once you have those two pieces, then you have the driving force to do the rest, right? And when you make this available, not just to kids in America, but to kids all across the world, then you've really given them the agency to solve their own problems with STEM. And I think the A part is important, because STEM alone is not enough, right? You've got to have those people skills. You've got to have that understanding of the environment around you in a way that allows you to be a fully functioning person.
I would like to highlight what you just said. We talked about STEAM, building on the aspect of science, technology, engineering, math, but also the arts, the art of communication, the art of teamwork. Our teams are learning that on the field, but I think if we break down FIRST, it's an acronym. It means more than just, number one. We have for the inspiration and recognition of science and technology. I love that you're recognizing the need for inspiration, the need for curiosity, the need for the science and technological impacts that we can bring to problem solving. We've been problem solving for the entire time the human race has been on this earth, right? We've been trying to create fire, the wheel, going further into the Industrial Revolution. Throughout all of that, I think something that I would like to see more, especially after what you said, us recognizing the solutions that are possible, especially when we work together as a team. Everybody has something to bring to the table, whether it's, the savviness with computer programming, which I don't really have, but I know that my teammates would. Being able to carry a conversation, being able to send an email, there's little things like that are all strengths. And I think there's a beauty to that. We can find every little thing that something makes us unique, and use that strength to the advantage. Build a strong team that helps each other. I'm sorry, I'm just really excited. This is amazing. This is so awesome.
Yeah, we're all saying the same
No.
thing.
I think we're saying the same thing. And by the way, it's interesting. You can try to create a solution, but if it's not a solution that connects to the culture or the local aesthetics, it doesn't work. And so, for example, let's take solar panels. Solar panels, of course, harness sunlight, make this into charge. But most people don't like the look of solar panels on their roofs. If we could build the aesthetics that people like, the aesthetics is what they will engage, right? So the solutions actually are not just technical. And if you look at many, many areas, you find that often we create technological solutions without cultural ergonomics. And so the interface of a solution with the culture in a way that people can adopt is important. So within this kind of picture, I think we have the opportunity to engage STEM, inspire with STEM, but really connect to the arts, to creativity in a way that creates things that are sort of culturally sound, that are also aesthetically appealing to people.
One of the perfect syntheses of that is actually in one of the countries of the 180 here that is joining us. In Buenos Aires, Argentina, in the city square, I recall from years back when I traveled there and I had that fortunate experience, they had a 100-foot tall flower that effectively would open up. You're talking about that infusion of art into the equation, so aesthetically pleasing. But then there were solar panels attached to it, right? So with that experience, there's an encapsulation and infusion of all of those aspects of STEAM, and then a way that can reach out to some of those people who previously might not have known or cared, or frankly were kind of turned off by some of the things that we actually need to be focusing on. How are you also trying to do that work at WPI? What does that look like for you when it comes to art there?
So for us at WPI, we have complete teams. In fact, when you come to WPI, you have a great problem seminar that engages people from all fields to think holistically about the solutions. And then in your junior year, you have a project where again you have people from the humanities and arts, social sciences, natural sciences, engineering, working in a common effort to solve some problem with this kind of holistic thinking. So this is really embedded into how students learn. And often those teams have people from WPI and beyond in a way that connects the students to the process of doing this. And I think that this is one model. Of course, there are many different models, but the whole idea of working in teams, blending these different perspectives to create solutions that are truly holistic is important.
Well, and you both independently, right, insulated from one another, have obviously achieved such great things in your own rights and in your own minds. But your relationship, right, together is also a reflection of what this competition is all supposed to be about. We're only going to be as strong as our communal ideas when we come together and actually share them. Can you both speak to that and how your relationship has evolved over the years?
Well, as I keep telling all the students here, there needs to be an element of competition. But the competition is to get the best ideas out there, and each team has some element of a best idea. No one team has all the best ideas. But what I tell all the teams from day one is we're really not purely a competition to raise the bar in technology. We're a cooperation because we're trying to get all the students to be able to recognize that they can learn from each other, they can teach each other, they can communicate and cooperate in a way that everybody does better, because success isn't a zero-sum game. We can all do better together. That's what's great about technology. And I think I don't just talk that talk, I walk that walk. I love being involved with WPI, as I said, from the first time I was there. And I like to think we support them, they support us, they create that pipeline of kids coming out, and we hire them and bring them to my little company where I have something like 900 technical people now.
Yeah, very little, huh?
And we help create the pipeline of students that they can bring into WPI by giving WPI access to the next generation of great technologists. So we're helping to make a bigger pipeline. We're helping to direct some of them to WPI because of their high visibility and cooperation here. They come through WPI and they come to work at DECA. And now, as you can see, WPI is helping us broaden the capabilities of First Global with a much more cost-effective kit and a whole lot of learning material that will go with it, and through Wooly, access to more and more educational leaders, institutions, government leaders, university leaders around the world, and in particular around Africa. So I think it's a win-win, and it's a very, very good cooperative situation.
Terrific. And trying to live by that example as well, you obviously needed people to help you on your own way in navigating some of these challenges on a personal level. Who were those people for you?
So there was a group of professors at WPI from the day I got there that were willing to deal with the fact that I didn't want to sit in a classroom and do it by rote. I wanted to have advisors and consultants. The faculty, to me, was a big group of wonderful advisors and consultants. And as long as when they sent me off to study this or read that and come back showing that I'd put in the effort, they were willing to give me more advice and more help and more tutoring. And it gave me a fantastic personalized education. I wish every student here could get the same benefits that I've gotten, but it was a great experience, and ever since then I've stayed involved.
As opposed to a my way or the highway, what I'm hearing is those teachers just gave you the tools and said, go tinker and play, and we'll see what you come back with. Terrific. And in addition to coming back, we might be back up here in the booth shortly, but in the meantime, we are now finally ready on the stage. Melissa, take it away.
I am here to announce the alliances for our first Global Challenge 2022 playoff. So these are the alliances who were paired together, are a top 24, and then the last 8 were randomly generated. So starting from alliance number 8, we have Team Uzbekistan, Team Sri Lanka, Team Ukraine, and Team Slovakia. For alliance 7, we have Team Turkmenistan, Team Jordan, Team Estonia, and Team Namibia. For Alliance 6, we have Team Lithuania, Team Belize, Team Switzerland, and Team Botswana. Alliance 5, Team Senegal, Team Hungary, Team Puerto Rico, and Team North Macedonia. Alliance 4, we have Team Bolivia, Team Turkey, Team Poland, and Team Costa Rica. Alliance 3, Team Peru, Team Kuwait, Team Indonesia, and Team Cabo Verde. Alliance 2, Team Mexico, Team Republic of Korea, Team Tonga, and Team Tanzania. And our number 1 alliance, Team Kazakhstan, Team Israel, Team Montenegro, and Team Pakistan. Congratulations to all of our alliances. Congratulations to all the teams that have been here today, and see you soon for our playoff matches.
Thank you so much, Melissa. And there you have it. We have our alliances for this afternoon. We are now heading into our lunch break. Make sure to join us when we resume at 1:40 Central European Standard Time with the start of the playoffs and then later our awards. We'll see you then.
Passion to exist. Engines running. 3, 2, 1.
Tomorrow's industries call for next-generation automation today. We will help you make it better so you can make it for life.
This is NFL star Derrick Henry, accidentally tagging Titans pans instead of his loyal fans, which has Maya's business trending. Good thing Titans Pans uses FedEx to help prepare for unexpected demand, because you never know what's next.
At Lam Research, we challenge assumptions, defy conventions, and push the boundaries of the semiconductor industry. And we're just getting started. Because as technology gets smaller, we think bigger. We achieve unprecedented collaboration through open communication. We know breakthrough isn't a product. It's a process driven by precision. We don't just speak of the future, we ensure it. It takes recognizing that the right inputs lead to significant outcomes, then delivering time and time again. It means that when we say a smaller, faster, smarter world can exist, consider it proven.
In the future, I want robotics to be a big thing in Thailand.
This year's theme is about carbon capture, which I think carbon capture in Thailand is very brand new.
Due to the carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide that's in our environment right now, it's important to look at those aspects and see how they affect us, see how they affect his life.
Even we travel by cars, that creates a lot of carbon dioxide already.
What brings me here to the FGC competition is that I have a personal interest about technology, robots.
When I was in my elementary school, my friend was making robots, and I thought I wanted to try, but I couldn't because I was brainstorm all the after-school stuff.
Not only like robot parts, but like business part as well, management, media stuff.
Going to the FGC competition, have to interact with other people.
We are excited to see and to experience things that I have not experienced before.
And by doing this, we are expanding our STEM knowledge by getting information from other people and meeting new people, which will make our social skills better.
From sunny beaches to towering mountain ranges, rural roads to glowing cities, from conflict-stricken nations to centers of global activity, nearly 1,000 youth of different landscapes, religions, and cultures, and almost every nation gather to participate in a robotics competition that is so much more than that. Students of varying backgrounds, those who have robotics experience, and those who do not. They all say goodbye to their family and friends, some of them for the first time, as they leave their homes. Whether small rural communities or buzzing metropolises, they all pack not just their clothes and flag, they also pack a robot that is so much more than a robot. It's their character, their determination, their efforts, hopes, and dreams that they bring with them. Even though they each travel a different route to get here, these young leaders of tomorrow all come with the same idea in mind. They are united. They are coming together in the pursuit of a common goal, meeting one another not only in the spirit of competition, but in the enjoyment and love of seeing their robots and ideas gather together. Some look out the airplane windows, and others dream of what they will be a part of. Despite the many challenges they face, with some confronting true gritty adversity, they overcome it time and time again. When they land, often after an exhausting mix of flights, layovers, and transfers, they present their passports, get their robots through customs, grab their luggage, and head off to take part in this new adventure. Some have already made new friends on their journey, embodying the true spirit of international cooperation and friendship as they come together to celebrate diversity, ingenuity, and innovation through their shared love of STEM and making the world a better place. They meet one another, shake each other's hands, and say, "Hey, what's your name? It's nice to meet you." They understand that meeting new people and exchanging ideas moves us all forward, as it motivates us to not only create new forms of technology, but also create better versions of ourselves. They know that it is
you can hear me, but please listen. I think I might have lost my way. Hey, look around, tell me what you see. 'Cause I see eternity, and I fear it's gonna swallow me. So tell me where to return to after the fall. Everything is ending around me, still I go on. Anybody out there somewhere, I swear, where am I supposed to go? Never getting nowhere in this nightmare. Welcome to the great unknown. Everything is empty, never ending. What I wanna follow alone. Gotta get away, I've lost my way. So welcome to the great unknown. Hey, look around, tell me what you see. A change in society, and I fear it has abandoned me. So tell me where to return to without a new name. Everything is changing around me, but still I'm the same. Anybody out there somewhere, I swear, where am I supposed to go? Never get nowhere in this nightmare. Welcome to the great unknown. Everything is empty, never ending. What I wanna follow alone. Gotta get away, I've lost my way. So welcome to the great unknown. Welcome to the great Did you hear that? There's a sound that they whisper. I can't quite make it out, but I'll keep trying until you stop reminding that it was ever there. I've been waiting for the sound that your voice makes that keeps me in this place, depleted and dire, a paralyzed reminder. But were you ever there? The elements are sleeping in these memories are for keeping, while the world awaits its burning to the ground. No one can really save us now, and I don't care, I won't back down. So when you see my face never slept, so sound, so silent. With images of broken dreams and broken things, and all I ask of you now is please do not forget me, and please do not regret me. I'm never meant to going back to the beginning. I never thought I'd make it out alive. Work harder, they told me. My father, would he be proud of me? If you could see me now, you would take back all the things that you never said to me, and how I tried to make you love me. But how can you love a ghost of what was meant to be? You'll never know how much I love you. And keeping all my hopes within me. I never thought I'd be forced to tell a lie. Grandfather, he told me. My father, would he be proud of me? If you could see me now, you would take back all the things that you never said to me, and how I tried to make you love me. But how can you love a ghost of what was meant to be? You'll never know how much I love you. Keep me in your mind. Think of all the wasted time. Where were you? I'm waiting, still waiting. Where were you? I'm waiting, still if you could see me now, you would take back all the things that you never said to me, and how I tried to make you love me. But how can you love a ghost of what was meant to be? You'll never know how much I love you.
I gotta carry the code of secrets that would break your heart. I got a grave to dig with your name on
what you want. I'm living underwater, but I cannot drown. I cannot swim to save myself. I'm drifting on. I'm slipping underground now, forever in hell. And I'm breathing in the water. I cannot drown. When did I become this monster? Forever in hell. What have I become? What have I become? Living underwater, but I cannot drown. Living underwater. I cannot swim to save myself. I'm drifting on. I'm slipping underground now, forever in hell. And I'm breathing in the water. I cannot drown. When did I become this monster? Forever in woke up screaming again for the 100th time. And these details I can't escape. Be with me tonight, and I couldn't turn down like a moth to a flame, drawing her more closer than I can take. Crying my name, crying like you care. Closer than I can take. Crying my name, crying like you care. Who I am. A sinking feeling again. I'm so ashamed. Stop thinking you won't be blamed. It wasn't all my fault, but I could see it in her eyes, like a blade to my throat, coming even closer than I can take. Crying my name, crying like you care. Closer than I can take. Crying my name, crying like you care. Who I am. Back to my old ways tonight. This has gone too far. I feel now that you need to go. Calling me again. You have pushed too hard. I know now that you need to go. Closer than I can take. Crying my name, crying it like you know. Closer than I can take. Crying my name, crying it like you care. Closer You're the only thing I need. You are my everything, everything. You're my legs when I am weak. You're my voice when I can't speak. You're the only thing I need. You are my everything. You're my eyes when I can't see. You're my lungs when I can't breathe. You're the only thing I need. You are my everything, everything. You're my legs when I am weak. You're my voice when I can't speak. You're the only thing I need. You are my everything, everything. don't say. I got them covered up, down, underneath. It won't take long till you leave. Think I've only let you down. Everything I want is just for you to see. And that the only reason why I said goodbye to you is me. I can't take it, 'cause I know that you're better off without me. And I know that I'd only let you down. And I'll break, because I know that you're better off without me now. You got patience, you got dreams. I got a way to rip them out the seams. You got high hopes and it means that I'll only let you down. And now nothing's left between. What once was will never be, 'cause it's too late for me. 'Cause I was born to bring you down. Everything I want is just for you to see. And that the only reason why I said goodbye to you is me. I can't take it, 'cause I know that you're better off without me. And I know that I'd only let you down. And I'll break, because I know that you're better off without me now. That I'd only let you down. Oh, that I'd only let you down. Oh, that I'd only let you down. Oh, that I'd only let you down. Everything I want is just for you to see. That the only reason why I said goodbye to you is me. I can't take it, 'cause I know that you're better off without me. And I know that I'd only let you down. And I'll break, because I know that you're better off without me now. That I'd only let you down. Oh, that I'd only let you down. It feels like they're coming at me from all sides. It feels like I've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It feels like I'm never good enough. It feels like I'm always just trying. Sometimes I feel like I should give up. And sometimes I feel like I'm dying. I'm falling to pieces, but nobody knows that I'm falling to pieces, but won't let it show. I'm hanging from parasails that are wearing out. I'm crashing down as my dreams fade out. I've been falling to pieces for what feels like forever. Can somebody put me back together? I'm tracing my steps back to before I fell apart. Always knew times would get tough, never thought they'd get this hard. Sometimes I feel like giving up, but sometimes I'm still holding on to late nights in the car, staring at the stars with passion in our heart, but it's gone. I'm falling to pieces, but nobody knows that I'm falling to pieces, but won't let it show. I'm hanging from parasails that are wearing out. I'm crashing down as my dreams fade I'm falling to pieces, but won't let it show. 'Cause I'm falling to pieces, but nobody knows. I'm falling to pieces, but won't let it show. I'm hanging from very sails that are wearing out. I'm crashing down as my dreams fade out. I've been falling to pieces for what feels like forever. And somebody put me back together. And I don't miss you, babe. You all alone. You all forget about us. You burn me again and again. All your hopes will dissipate. Yeah. You let me down in every moment of my life. But now there's something strange, but it's overseen. Come back to reality. Oh, you hear Molly. Oh, my anxiety. Oh, you've been naughty. You miss me, but you know. Even if I could be bad, baby, you'll never know that. Betray me across our feelings of mine. I want you to go. Faded away, you faded away. I cannot believe that the fate of faded away with nothing to say. Another phone call with the same old story. Whoa, you are the road and I'm the thing. It's better to be honest with me and with yourself. 'Cause life is too short to leave it in life. I want you to go. Faded away, you faded away. I cannot believe that the fate of faded away with nothing to say. Another phone call with the same old story. Whoa, you are the rain and I'm the flame. And I don't miss you, baby. By your side, day by day, I can't run away from my thoughts about you. Why were you a fake? By your side, day by day, I can run away from my thoughts about you. Why were you a fake? Another phone call with the same old story. Whoa, Did you watch when I was so broken? Watching everything we built up fade away. I'm at the end of fighting just to breathe. And I remember you said you'd never leave. You keep me alive, alive. When everything collides and falls apart, you are the one that's haunting me. I'm alive, so alive. You make all the pain inside fade away. You are the one that keeps me alive. How could you live with all of my weakness? All of the times I ran, pushing you away. All I do is hurt you. I never deserved you. Never aware of everything I put you through. Then I remember you said you'd never leave. Do you remember you said you'd never leave? You keep me alive, alive. When everything collides and falls apart, you are the one that's haunting me. I'm alive, so alive. You make all the pain inside fade away. You are the one that keeps me alive. I'm caught in you, there's no escape. I breathe you in or suffocate. Surrendering's the only way to find time and love. You keep me alive, alive. When everything collides and falls apart, you are the one that's haunting me. I'm alive, so alive. You make all the pain inside fade away. You are the one that keeps me For everything I never had, I met some dreadlocks in my hair. For every word I should have said, without you, I feel better. For every time I should have stayed, I'm sorry, but it's not my way. For every night I should have slept, I dream well without a bed. Should I do the right things? Should I do what I think? Shout louder when I shout, run faster when I run. Let me live out every day like it was the last one. If you don't understand, take me as I am. can hear me, but please listen. I think I might have lost my way. Hey, look around, tell me what you see. 'Cause I see eternity, and I fear it's gonna swallow me. So tell me where to return to after the fall. Everything is ending around me, still I go on. Anybody out there somewhere, I swear, where am I supposed to go? Never getting nowhere in this nightmare. Welcome to the great unknown. Everything is empty, never ending. What I wanna follow. Gotta get away, I've lost my way. So welcome to the great unknown. Hey, look around, tell me what you see. A change in society, and I fear it has abandoned me. So tell me where to return to without a new name. Everything is changing around me, but still I'm the same. Anybody out there somewhere, I swear, where am I supposed to go? Never getting nowhere in this nightmare. Welcome to the great unknown. Everything is empty, never ending. What I wanna follow. Gotta get away, I've lost my way. So welcome to the great unknown. Welcome to the great Hey, I don't know if you can hear me, but please listen. I think I might have lost my way. Anybody out there somewhere, I swear, where am I supposed to go? Never get nowhere in this nightmare. Welcome to the great unknown. Everything is empty, never ending. What I wanna follow. Gotta get away, I've lost my way. So welcome to the great unknown. Welcome to the great unknown. Welcome to the great unknown. I've been given away, swept of angels' wings. I couldn't really help but notice how the guilty lead the way. Life becomes super real when you live your life this way. You're the thief that learned to steal someone's life away. I wanna say the walk was lonely, but I met murder on the way. So am I happier than heaven at my sentence today? Decided by your sins, they won't keep me away. The vengeance of the innocent will be given to me. I'm breathing life into death, seeking for punishment. Here is the verdict, there is no justice, as I am anchored in my sins. The jury was so shameless, so guilty and yet blameless, acting so pretentious, the pain of justice great. I wanna say the walk was lonely, but I met murder on the way. So am I happier than
Trying to figure out what the strategy is going to be, knowing who they've been partnered with. So looking forward to seeing what we see.
And I just want to thank you for allowing us into the booth. We've been in the trenches all for the last 3 days, and it's different down there. You're nice and removed up here, but I think what we're going to see is it's been very friendly down there, and everybody plays with everybody. And now these alliances are assigned, no more moving around. So I think the stress level and the pressure level is gone way up in the last hour.
Now, you've seen the best of both worlds being up here in the booth and then again in the trenches, like you had just said, Blair. So when the midst of that chaotic 2.5 minutes, which is how long each of these games lasts, is actually occurring, I imagine, like you said, it's a little panicked and pandemonium. What are those conversations like for you when you're down there?
Honestly, they're really, as you can imagine, they're immediately trying to figure out, okay, what can we do to improve next time? What, approach should we go about next time? And they're always immediately thinking about the next steps. So, of course, we're sitting there interviewing them, asking, like, how did it go? So it's really, we just love seeing that excitement and seeing that level of enthusiasm. And you just see, just the concentration that they have that then translates onto the performance on the field. So it's exciting.
And by the time they get field side, they think they're ready, their robot's ready, everything, but then something happens, and then it's instant problem solving. It's what do we have to do now? So it's problem solving about the robot, but it's also communication. So one person talks to another person, that person runs to another person, and then they're back, and then they're trying to find the FTA. So it's really interesting to watch, how are they solving what usually is not a major problem.
I think the composition of the drive team speaks to that a little bit. Now, we've talked about this a little bit. You've seen some of the members of the drive team at the four corners of our field absolutely dunking carbon, into that center sink. But they're only one member. You have your drivers that are at the controls, controlling the drivetrain, the wheels, moving the robot around the field, but as well as the other elements of their robot. They might have an operator or a second driver that's actually responsible for making sure the intake is rolling, or the shooter is shooting, or in the case of Team Indonesia, they have this awesome bucket. The bucket is doing the bucket thing, And then there's this fourth person on the field, and they don't have anything in their hands, but you see their mouth moving a million miles an hour. That's your strategist or your drive coach. They're the ones responsible for your own country's strategy, but as well as that on the field adaptability, the timing, keeping track of the clock is something that our teams don't have a lot of time. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It goes by like that.
There's also numerous people on these teams that aren't field side. There's a marketing team, there's a scouting team, they're doing PR pit to pit to pit to A, to scout, but B, they're also sort of spreading their country pride as well. So there's the 5 people along the field get a lot of the up-close action, but there's a lot of action outside those fields as well.
Well, when you're talking about pride as well, I imagine when you're doing those pit interviews or on-field interviews, you see the smiles on those kids' faces. They want to share everything about that experience, and you've got such a short, small, encapsulated time to get that done. What's that like for you both?
Honestly, it's amazing. Just because you talk to these kids and you hear the same thing from every country and the students of every country. This has been an amazing experience. They love meeting people from all around the world. They can't wait to be able to, they have friends that they've made, and you see it in action. The numerous times they're walking around the pits and you see teams exchanging messages and numbers and WhatsApps and all the different ways, and you're just like, wow, that you're seeing the future connections and experiences being created, and that's just amazing to be a part of it.
And the global piece, there's so much team swag down there, and they get so happy when you take their ring or their bracelet or their postcard book. But there's also a lot of really good food. So we've been eating around the world this week in the pits, and I won't lie, it hasn't been tough. It's been very tasty. Sorry you've missed that. But between those interviews, we were well fed.
I was going to say, I feel like, you've both been on a culinary tour as well. We've basically taken you on a tour around the world with 180 countries, again, that are here with us at Palexpo here in Geneva, Switzerland. Our involvement has looked very different over the years as well. But our involvement in First Global, in this year in particular, I know has been quite storied. If you even had just a couple of words to share with people at home who haven't been in the pits or in the booth with us, what does it just look like here?
I think the one word I would use is just unity. There is such a unified feeling and presence here. No one is here on their own. Everyone, when you go to the pits, it feels like you're going to somebody's apartment in Oman, and then Argentina, and then Syria, and then Palestine, and then the UK. They decorate their pits like their homeland, and they're very welcoming. So it's really kind of fun just to walk down the street and go country to country. And half the time we're saying, I just got back from Syria, and you went to Syria? Yeah, it's 3 pits down.
It's also just constant movement. There's always movement, whether it be they're fixing their robot or they're scouting in someone else's pit or they're strategizing for a future match. There's just a lot of movement going on. There's also, I always laugh at this, you see the kids who are sitting in a corner who are passed out because they are so tired. It has been 4 days filled with action, and you see that in the pit as well. So it's just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, there were a few times about how much sleep did you get last night? Oh, I got a half an hour. No, I'm good.
Well,
okay.
Speaking to sleep, the jet lag. I mean, we're coming from the States. We had 6 hours of time jumping into the future for us. But there are teams that have been traveling for 36 hours or more to get here, and they're just in an entirely different day. They're either going back in time, they're going forward in time, and that really can impact your ability to just focus. When you're on the drive team, you're just trying not to fall asleep. Crazy accomplishments from all of our students here this week.
Well, and you're talking about jumping as well into the future. These kids are the ones that are going to take us there, right? And so it's an inspiring thing to just kind of pay homage and witness indirectly. But what have been some of the most inspiring stories, at least that you've seen, or kids so far that you've gotten to interact with thus far?
I think the one that really stands out to me was Sudan. When I spoke with them, they told me that they got their visa, their airline tickets, and their robot kit 4 hours before they flew here. So they are here and they have a robot that is functioning and working, and they pulled it together because they just really wanted to be here, really wanted to represent their country, and other teams came and really supported them and really have been helping them through the way. And that was just something that really stood out to me, because 4 hours, 4 hours is how long it takes to, maybe fix one part, on a robot, much just build an entire one, but here they are and they're representing and they got this experience, so.
And just a fun story, maybe not inspiring, but just showing the reach of First Global. The Jamaican team was visited yesterday by their ambassador. And
terrific.
The ambassador from Jamaica. And she brought them lunch. Kentucky Fried Chicken. So it was not just you're here, we'll just visit you and do a drive-by. She brought them lunch for the event as well. So, they care. It's out there. The message is getting out there. The First Global has reach, and that it plays in politics. People care.
It's deeply personal. So, I mean, from a personal experience, what does it mean for you both to be here and to be a part of this?
I mean, so I started in First myself as a student in First Lego League and First Robotics Competition. So now being able to see this next iteration of First with First Global Challenge, I feel as inspired as I was 20 plus years ago when I first got into First, and seeing the impact that it's having on these students from across the world. I know I myself am going to continue coming in to help out at First Global and just helping, helping push the future however I can, even a little bit. But I personally feel so inspired by every single student here, and it's just beautiful to see it in action.
For me, it's the energy, the passion. You get that from the students. I've been with First for 20-something years. I've attended hundreds of robot competitions. And First Global is set apart from those because of the truly international aspect of that. And whether it's, we all grew up watching the Olympics, and somehow there's this little seed in your heart and in your mind of remembering what the Olympic parade is like. And you see that, and you go, that's it. Like, that's innocence, and it's unity, and it's everybody pulling together. It's really like no other First event that I can compare it to that I've ever been to. That's the beauty to me of First Global.
I love the Parade of Nations. Like, the energy that every single team brings in. The flag, they're so happy and proud. It's like watching the Olympics growing up, as I'm sure many of our students have. They watch athletes representing their country doing that, and then getting to experience that themselves here on a global stage, especially after 2 years of remote. We weren't able to be together. Now it's just, I feel this renewed sense of energy that was already there, but now it's just like exploded. It's more energy than ever.
We have team hope here, our refugee team, but like this is sort of event hope. This is like hope for the future. You put all these kids together, and it really speaks to what you can do if you just open your mind and open your heart.
Well said.
And I was going to say we're going to hope for the best for all of our teams that are going to be competing in the playoffs shortly. I believe we're getting the fields ready to rock as we speak. Every game has looked different. What's been some of the most exciting ones thus far that you've seen?
I can't lie. I love some of the shooters, the human shooters, because they can't shoot unless the carbon gets to them. And when they deplete their supply, the carbon keeps coming. But the speed and the accuracy of some of those shooters is like unparalleled.
So, I mean, for me, it's just seeing when you get that cooperation bonus. It takes a lot of, again, cooperation from all of the field, all the teams on the field, but it's also just a lot of work, whether both from the human players coordinating with all the robots. There's only been a handful of them so far, but I'm very much hoping that we see quite a few more of them today, because it is really cool when you just see that center sink fill up with carbon, and knowing that that's going to be a big win for everyone on that field.
And everybody loves a good climber. Everybody loves a good climber.
Speaking of climbers, we should get this next match kicked off. It's 3, 2, 1, go! They're off. 2 minutes and 30 seconds counting down on the play clock. It is our first round robin playoff match. Thank you, Blair and Melissa, for joining us in the booth for that incredible discussion. But now we're about to see some incredible gameplay on our center field. We have Bolivia, Turkey, Poland, Costa Rica, Turkmenistan, Jordan, Estonia, and Namibia, represented by these 6 robots on the field at the moment.
Now, we mentioned Costa Rica and Namibia, even though you do not currently see them on your screen as the 3 teams competing on this alliance. They are on this alliance as a playoff team. Remember, this is a round-robin format, so you're going to see all 4 of those teams at some point over these incoming rounds compete in some way, shape, or form, but right now it's just these 6.
Taking a look at some of that high-flying carbon from our human players that Blair was just talking about. I believe that was the Jordan and Turkey human players in the corner on the blue side. We got some matching carbon flying in from the red side as well.
And in terms of these playoffs, remember everybody at home, it is a clean slate when they ultimately approach them, even though they had their ranking matches to get them these seedings, to be in these alliances. We start from scratch and from the very get-go in this first playoff match. So everyone is starting from the same playing field in this playoff and in the incoming matches that we have this afternoon. Only 1 minute left to play. Again, that communal bonus is what they're trying to work for at the very beginning, but endgame is going to come into the equation in the last 30. We'll see how it shakes out.
So now, something that might be different about these playoff matches that we'll hopefully see is that cooperation bonus. We saw it only a few times during the ranking matches, but there are 200 extra points available to our teams, and we're getting close to that first level. You can see the center of the field, our carbon sink tower. That level is rising. Now it's flashing, but if we can just get a couple more carbon in there, I'm sure we'll hit our quota. Now, as we are under 30 seconds left in this match, all of our teams are ascending, looking to go for the low, middle, and high bar to get that bonus at the end. You know, I think we actually have purple. I think we got that cooperation bonus.
There we go. We'll see if we can get up to that high bar right now. The claps of enthusiasm as the playoffs again take shape. This is just the first of many other matches. We're going to be bringing you those hands wave from that crew, indicating that the match is now done. Hands are off those controllers.
Incredible first match for our playoff round. We're just heating up in this arena. All of our teams have been looking forward to this moment. It's where all of the action is for this afternoon.
You're going to see me sweating up here in the booth, rightfully so, because of the action that's been taking place on this field in these playoff matches. We got scores coming in as we speak. We'll see how it shakes out.
A really high-scoring match here. The Red Alliance put 414 points on the board and against 357.
We're going to take it down right now onto the field.
Start the match. Team Poland, you guys are excited. What did you do for that victory? What did you do to win that match?
Enemy robot block us, and when we go to the middle part, yes, pull up to the middle part to get 0.5 multiplier.
Yes, your multiplier, 0.5. Well, that was a huge score to start, so you must be totally excited.
Yeah, I am very excited.
And I think people might be excited by something else as well. There's somebody down here who I'm going to pull onto the camera. Here's a special guest, fieldside, for match number 1. Please give it up for the founder first, Mr. Dean Kamen.
Greetings and congratulations for winning the first round. But remember, it's not about the robots. And what I'm really here to do is tell you I'm excited that we only had 5 original people that believed that we could make First Global what it is today. And about 6 years ago, they were sitting in my house. One of those people, Martine Rothblatt, is a force of nature. Everything I've ever seen her take on, she has exceeded what anybody would believe is possible. She founded Sirius Radio and made it possible for satellites to be taken for granted for communication. She has founded a company that creates a drug that saves the lives of kids, one of them being her own daughter. She's involved now with building electric aircraft that outperform anything in its class, and they're sustainable. She's building buildings that are spectacular and zero carbon. She's working with us on a project to help make it possible to manufacture human organs. She's ahead of the world in all of that. And she's here because I think there's nobody better for students around the world to see as an icon, as a role model, and somebody that they need to emulate. So, Dr. Rothblatt.
Thank you very much, Dean. I'd like to start by congratulating the Polish team, the Ethiopian team, all the teams here that have evidenced the spirit of cooperation and science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I'm super excited to be here today and super excited to be watching these amazing matches. One of the things that first means most to me is the way it kind of embodies my four main values, which are curiosity, questioning authority, acting lovingly, and doing practically. There is so much to be curious about in our world. Every generation, the amount of new things to learn about the world seems to double or triple. We went from thinking there were just galaxies to now knowing that there is black matter and black energy. Also, by questioning authority, we're able to keep discovering new things. The older generation thinks things are limited, but this new generation building robots at First Global are showing that the only limits are the ones we impose in our own minds. So we always have to question authority. Next most important is to always act lovingly. Act in the way that you want the other side to be happy as well as you. And that's the spirit of coopetition, where we all win more by cooperating together. And most importantly, and I think the cardinal value of First Global and First Robotics is to act practically, to make things. No paper project ever fails. You got to build the robot. You got to test the experiments. And I'm just so honored to be part of the First Global teams.
Thank you, Martine Rothblatt, and thank you for being here. Thank you for your unending support and your vision. And you are, at least to me, and I think anybody I know, you are a role model. You are exceptional.
Oh, my pleasure. Oh, my.
Thank you, Martine. Thank you, Dean. Very inspiring. And they're going to stay fieldside because we've got another match coming up. But first, let's go back to the booth.
Thank you, Blair, Dean, and Martine. Inspirational stories are just being shared constantly at this event. And I am so thankful that all of our teams get to interact with such influential and important people. But now we're going to take it back to the field for playoff match number 2 in 10, less than 10, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
In this particular match, we've got Senegal, Hungary, Puerto Rico, and North Macedonia. Again, one of those teams, I believe it is North Macedonia, out for this round. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, you've got Lithuania, Belize, Switzerland, our host nation, and the team of Slovakia. I know that the team of Switzerland in particular is eager to prove their mettle on their home stage.
We have all sorts of action on this field right now. Teams are starting to go towards the end of the field as the edges are where the carbon tends to settle after that initial drop onto the field. You can take a look at, I believe, Team Hungary just delivering an incredible amount of carbon to their human plater with their underhand serve into the carbon sink. Excellent demonstration of athleticism. Hungary now hungry for more.
I was going to say it's like the old school board game that I used to play as a kid, Hungry Hungry Hippos, man. It was just rapidly moving. They're getting all of those carbon particles as possible. I'm glad that was good for a chuckle. We've got about a minute and a half left. Those carbon particles are filling that sink. We'll see if we can get the bonus as a result.
I really think that these teams in the playoffs have taken things to a next level. We have not gotten a cooperation bonus this quickly in a match. I don't think at all during the qualification matches. I am looking forward to seeing some purple lights on that center sink. Look at that carbon flying in there. What I'd love to see more than anything is just a full carbon sink during these playoff matches. And I think these teams are going to bring the action here.
Also, talk about bringing the action. The fans in this arena are getting lit up, and how could you not? These teams have worked incredibly hard to get to this stage, and now it comes down to about 45 seconds. Let's get up for them, everybody.
We have a purple light on the carbon sink. Lots of noise from Puerto Rico and Belize in the stands. I love to see it. We have 35 seconds yet. We are not even in the end game yet, and we are already ascending the highest levels of competition here.
Go, 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 go!
As the robots continue to climb, the carbon continues to fly, as you expect to see at this level of the competition. Teams are reaching high, soaring into the air. We've got Switzerland on the middle bar, joined by some alliance partners. We got another team. Oh my goodness. A claw has just fallen. We'll have to see what the referees say about this one as time expires for this incredibly highly packed action on our playoff field.
Now again, what looks different from the AM games that we had even until now, you're seeing some of the most experienced teams on this field of play, and that's why there are so few carbon particles left on that overall field space. They're doing an incredible job at efficiently storing that carbon. Scores are in.
Wow, I'm blown away by the teams are bringing it, you know. With the playoffs, things get taken up a notch, but like back-to-back cooperation bonuses for the first 2 matches of playoffs, I am looking forward to seeing how things progress in the coming matches.
Again, an enormous team behind the scenes that ends up clearing this pitch for each of these playoff matches. We got our scores, and we're coming to you right now.
We have a blue light on the field, which means that our Blue Alliance was able to achieve a higher score, 461 to 330. Check out the team celebrating. My goodness, what a feeling to be on this stage and just the camaraderie.
That's the shot right there, because when you say team, it's not one country. It is those 4 countries in that one alliance. Incredible, and a testament to what we're all about here at First Global.
131 points of carbon in this match. Exceptional work. All 6 robots achieving a storage level plus cooperation bonus. Melissa, you're on the field. Get us into the action.
I'm here with Team Switzerland. We've spoken a few times now. You guys just had an epic win. How did that go?
Yeah, it was really great. I'm so excited right now. I didn't get...
Awesome. So what are you going to change for next time? Obviously things went really well with this one.
I mean there was still carbon, so we could have gotten more.
Are you going to try and actually fill up the entire thing?
Yeah, of course, that's the goal.
Let's see it happen. Congrats and see you out there.
See you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. We're gearing up for our next playoff match. What am I saying, qualifications? We're done. We're done with the ranking matches. We're in the thick of it now. We are in our first round robin round, if you will. There are going to be 16 matches total. Every team will play 4. Now, they got to swap in that 4th alliance partner at some point during this first round. We're 2 matches in, 2 more until our break. First break of the playoffs. What do you think, Tim? How you feeling?
Well, frankly, I'm feeling tired as a result of all the action. We've been going a mile a minute up here. I'm sounding like an auctioneer in the booth, talking about every single facet of this game, as well as the action that's even led us to this playoffs. I feel like we're going to blink, and already we're going to be out of this first round and into the next round robin. But as we said, we got a couple more games to bring you in this first rotating round. Reminder that each of these alliances now has 4 teams, one of which was randomly selected. So while they might not be competing in this first matchup of the playoffs, we are going to see them on the screen later on in the day. Right now on our screen, even though you're seeing my ugly mug, we're going to get those carbon particles up for you in a second for our next playoff matchup, which is going to have Peru, Kuwait, Indonesia, and Cabo Verde squaring off with Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, Ukraine, and Slovakia. We're ready to rock in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everybody!
Robots racing into action already. These teams have been working for this all week. Stadium's going wild! Absolutely wild. We got Ukraine on the screen right now. Human player, absolute bullets of carbon flying. That is also Kuwait, Peru, Indonesia on the other side.
Right now you're seeing the team from Ukraine focusing incredibly on their robot, as well as this 2 minutes of play. There's so much to achieve in such little time to do it. That's a reflection as well of this global problem that we have in terms of our carbon footprint. We've all got to contribute to it, just like these 6 teams are for the first 45 seconds of this match.
We're seeing a couple different methods of delivery here in the playoffs. We have Ukraine and Uzbekistan in their respective corners of the field delivering via human player, and we've got Indonesia in the middle about to drop a bucket of carbon. 47 points of carbon on the table right now. We're about to have some more. It's just flying in there. It's just like popcorn, going.
Now, I'm not necessarily convinced, and then the second I say that, I am now convinced that we are going to get that cooperation bonus. They're going a mile a minute. We're halfway through this match, but in no way, shape, or form at half of the volume or decibel level in this building. People are dialing it up from the stands right now as we head down the home stretch. Let's get that light purple.
Oh yeah, look at that. We're about to hit 100 points we are there. Oh my goodness. Flag waving high and proud for Ukraine, as well as our other countries across the arena. It is electric in here.
Same deal with Cabo Verde and Peru right now, trying to get as many of those carbon particles as they can into those compressors. There are 4 of them on the field. We've got people hucking those balls in from all 4 of those corners.
We've got a purple light.
Bingo!
Cooperation bonus. We are 3 for 3 matches of cooperation bonus. All 6 of our teams will be getting 100 bonus points. But what I have yet to see, and I wonder if they'll do it here, a full carbon sink for the 200 points that are possible. All of these teams descending on the center. And there's not a lot of real estate they're working with, so they're trying to latch on to whatever possible level they can and just get into the air. Uzbekistan and Peru trying to go high.
I was going to say everyone being quite cordial sharing that space.
It's wonderful to see, because that's the whole point of First Global, isn't it? As time expires, our teams are supposed to be working together the whole time, and they're doing just that on this field. 226 points potentially with carbon and cooperation. I cannot wait to see how those multipliers add up. This end game is incredible.
As you see that instant replay, as if our students weren't already very stressed during this waiting period while they're waiting for the scores. I am sure it's amplified during the playoffs in particular. Remember that each of these alliances, each of these countries, they start with a clean slate. As the playoff scores are calculated, we're getting our scores up and running as we speak. It looks like they're coming in right now.
With those flashing lights, the green light tells all of our teams it is safe to move around. But as it changes to red, this one was a close one, everybody. 425 to 360. Having all 6 robots receive storage level. But the distribution is what matters here. The Red Alliance had 1 robot in storage level 1, 2, and 3, which just barely got over the Blue Alliance's 2 robots in storage level 1 and the 3rd in storage level 2. We're gonna take it to the field very shortly with Melissa.
I'm here with Team Indonesia. That was a really epic match. How do you feel?
Yeah, we feel very excited. This is our first playoff match, and we're very happy with this result.
You guys have a really unique mechanism in your robot with that bucket. How has that been working?
Yeah, so this idea comes from our team. So we decided, how about we make something special and different? Yeah.
Awesome. Well, what's going to be your strategy going forward?
We will do. Oh, actually, we usually drop the balls, right, for at one time, and we'll do the shooting and sometimes. But there are strategies that the secrets.
Ooh, okay, can't wait to see those in action, and good luck out there. Yeah. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. Again, it's got to be incredibly hard to hear people down on the field as we speak, because the volume is just getting amped up in this building as we get closer and closer to the end of this event. The expectations obviously elevate, even though the goal itself does not. Again, a First Global convening the world together, doing an exceptional job so far, including the integral matches of the round-robin playoff, as well as the qualifying matches we had earlier on.
Absolutely. I think this is just a show of the way that the game has evolved since our very first match here in Switzerland a few days ago. We started with a lot of teams who thought the game was going to be one way when they were at home, prototyping, getting their robot strategy together. But it's a very different game than it was a few days ago. And we're just getting ready on field number 5, the playoff field. First Global 2022, we are back live. The carbon's going to drop very shortly. I'm not going to lie.
Being back in person to see this, I've told people before I got the pleasure of coming over here to Switzerland that it was going to be a highly emotional experience. And getting to see all of these kids' reactions as well as the support from the stands, it really cannot be put into words how indescribably happy this environment is. We're also happy that you can join us. We're also happy in a few seconds to bring you the final game of this first round, at least, before our break. We're going to get you down to field 5 in 3, 2, 1, go!
Can you believe it's the end of round 1, the first 4 matches? It's not the end of round 1, but It is heating onium on the field. Look at the carbon flying in from every single direction of that field. You got Mexico on the blue alliance corner, Israel also on the other side with a red. That's Tonga you just saw. They're shuttling a lot of carbon into that side compressor. It's critical that the robots are working together with the humans on the field as well. There's multiple opportunities for scoring carbon, and you got to make the most of all of it.
I also saw in the background of one of those previous shots, I have to give him this personal shout out for all the views that we're getting, as well as the seamless transition from shot to shot. Jeff Colangelo down there, our director of production. In addition, we've got the production down here that is happening over the first minute of gameplay in this playoff round. We're going to see what happens if they can get over that 100-point mark. It looks like they're going to easily do so.
Purple.
And get that purple light, baby. Let's go.
I am just blown away by the speed at which this cooperation bonus has been arriving in our field. We are 4 for 4 thus far. Absolutely incredible. These crowds are going wild.
Can they overflow it? We'll see. In the meantime, it already looks like we've got some robots starting to climb, Kazakhstan being one of them. They're going to get that indicator from the side. Once they collect it, they can start that climb. At 30 seconds, that's when they're going to be able to get those indicators from both of their sidelines. They've still got 15 seconds in order to do that. It looks like just about every single carbon particle is off that field.
But we still have time in this match.
Yeah.
We still have time in this match. Our teams are looking to clear that field entirely of carbon for the first time in this whole competition. 30 seconds left, which means all of our teams are going to be ascending on the carbon sink. I don't know. We might have that 200 cooperation bonus for the first time ever. Kazakhstan in the air, Israel in the air. Tonga looking to get in the mix as well. Mexico, oh my goodness. All these teams excelling. Might have a double climb on that high bar for the first time as time expires. Ow! Oh my gosh. Wow.
Everybody is a winner on that field, and no question or doubt in my mind about it. Now, interesting facet about this game, again, is that you cannot start the climb until you've got an indicator in your robot or when that 30-second mark hits. So even though we had a lot of those robots rising on those bars, you saw Kazakhstan get a little bit of an early jump juxtaposed to the other teams because they knocked that indicator off of the carbon sink. The others actually had to wait on their sidelines until that 30-second mark. So even though the field was largely clean, they had to kind of wait for about 7 seconds because they're not going to devote that time to getting the carbon particles in the compressor.
Our referees are jumping into action right at the end of that match, making sure that our climbs were good, and wow, they were, but not in the way that we thought. So we had two teams on that high level bar, but I guess in that last second or two, one of the robots might have dropped down a little bit, but 556 to 518. That is
got to be our highest combined score, right?
It is, absolutely. Incredible work from our teams on that match. Remember, it's not about the win or the loss for carbon capture. It truly is not. It is about that average score. And we're going to take you to the field to discuss that core with Miss Melissa.
Hi, I'm here with Team Montenegro. How are you feeling?
We are very excited because this was really stressful, but we are proud we won this round.
Awesome. And how did you strategize with the team to get to this level of performance?
It was a long term. We were talking about best strategy to get the most points. So we were talking, brainstorming mostly, and we found our solution best to get the most carbons and points to climb.
Fantastic. And what are you looking forward to in the next round?
To do the same, I think. It's great. It was a great job for us.
It was an excellent performance. Good luck out there and see you in the next round. Thank you. Back to the booth.
Melissa, thank you so much. Well done to all of our teams in that first 4 matches. My goodness, 4 cooperation bonuses, absolutely incredible job. We're actually gonna take it to the stage where Blair, I think, has a couple announcements to make. Blair.
Here in the arena, over 1,000 points scored in that match alone. We are going to keep the excitement going by starting to present some of our awards. We've got a number of awards this afternoon, and a lot of you teams are going to receive them. If your team wins an award, we invite you to come up on the stage. You'll enter the stairs on this side. We have 3 levels of platforms, just like the Olympics. Silver, gold, bronze. You will stand on the appropriate platform. You will receive your medals. People will cheer for you, and then we'll get you off the stage that way, okay? Our first award is the Zhong Hong Award for Engineering Design. Let's learn more in the following video.
Engineering is more than just putting gears together. Successful engineering combines practicality, simplicity, and beauty into a design that can solve the task at hand. 2,000 years ago, in Han Dynasty China, the ancient engineer Zhang Heng combined revolutionary engineering achievements with beautiful design and practicality. His seismograph, which detected earthquakes, and south-pointing chariot, which was the precursor to the compass, were elegant examples of beauty in engineering and effectiveness in function. In this spirit, we at First Global are pleased to award the Zhang Heng Award for engineering design teams whose robot exhibits excellent engineering and displays elegance and effectiveness during the challenge. This award looks to recognize the most effective overall robot design to 3 teams in gold, silver, and bronze medals.
And the bronze medal goes to Team Netherlands. Come on up. Congratulations. And our silver medal is awarded to Team Iran. Nice job. And the gold medal for the Zhong Hong Award for Engineering Design goes to Team Sri Lanka. Congratulations. And now let's hear it for all the winners for the Zhong Hong Award for Engineering Design winners. Our next award is the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering. Let's learn more from the following video.
Innovation is what separates the world of today from the world of tomorrow. The engineering achievements of the past we take for granted today were once ideas that shook the world by creative, game-changing people. Ustad Ahmad Lahori was a Persian Muslim architect born in what is modern-day Afghanistan, Tajikistan, who used innovative construction practices to combine traditional Muslim and Mughal designs into one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Taj Mahal. His engineering practices were so innovative and lasting that the Taj Mahal and Mughal royal family residence, the Red Fort, still enamor world travelers to this day. We at First Global are pleased to award the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering to teams that have shown innovative approaches to solving engineering-based challenges throughout the games. This award looks to recognize the most innovative robot to 3 teams with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
And the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering. Our bronze medal goes to Team Vietnam. Nice job. And our silver medal goes to Team Hong Kong, China. And the gold medal for the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering goes to Team Moldova. Let's hear it for our award winners. I now send it back to Tim and Manisha in the booth for our next round of matches.
Thank you, Blair, and congratulations to all of our teams thus far. An incredible accomplishment on this stage. I do have an important clarification for that last round robin match. The #1 alliance, Kazakhstan, Israel, Montenegro, and Pakistan, they will unfortunately be receiving a red card due to rule G16. They took the signal indicator and placed it into the robot before the 30 seconds. It was not obtained from the sink. It was from the sidelines. So unfortunately, they will not be receiving points for that last match. They will still be competing. Do not worry. They will still be competing. They have an opportunity to advance, but that match in particular did not count. That said, we are almost ready for our next match, round robin, round 1, match number 5. On our center field, we have Senegal, Hungary, Puerto Rico, North Macedonia, Bolivia, Turkey, Poland, and Costa Rica. It's gonna be an incredible match where I'm loving the energy that we're seeing. You can hear the cheers in the background. Everybody in this arena is fired up, ready to go. Ready to throw carbon in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
So again, even though these alliances are going to be competing multiple times in the playoffs, the actual distribution of those 3 teams amongst the 4 in their alliance has to rotate and change. So every team, despite the rounds that they're playing in the playoffs, is still going to look different. We always need to shake it up here at First Global. Why not?
2 minutes and 10 seconds on the play clock. We are seeing robots all over the field. They are shuttling a lot of carbon to their human players, and as you can see, the human players are contributing an immense amount of carbon to the carbon sink. It's like popcorn out there. It's beautiful to watch.
I was going to say, you should be popping the popcorn at home while you're sitting on the couch watching this. I mean, it's entertaining as hell. Honestly, over the past 3 days, it's only gotten more electric as time has progressed. Right now, you're also seeing the electricity coming up the side of that basin, and that indicates, again, the rising level of that carbon storage. Every centimeter is worth 1 point, and those points are added to the total score at the very bottom. That's going to be your base multiplier. That base multiplier is going to be multiplied by the multiplier increments that happen during endgame. We know that it's a convoluted process, but again, the point totals at the very end are what we're looking for, and every team is starting from scratch in the playoffs.
There's scarcely any carbon left on this field. Most of it's in the compressors or on their way to the compressor so that the human players can continue to contribute. We got a purple light. For those at home tuning in, the purple light means that our teams have 100 bonus points for each of the 6 robots on the field. The goal is to get the highest amount of points possible. And as we enter the last minute of gameplay, our teams will be looking to fill the sink entirely for an extra 100 points on top of that. All before the end game kicks in at the last 30 seconds.
And I'm not going to lie to you, we've, again, seen a lot of that cooperation bonus with all of those carbon particles stored up. It's not just the machines that are getting them in there. Those are the human players, the accuracy, the practice that they've gotten over the past few days. The poise that they still have on this grand stage and in the playoffs is uncompromising.
We are now at the last 30 seconds. You heard that train whistle go off. That means that our teams can put their signal indicators into their robots and ascend the carbon sink. I think we see some wibbly wobbly action in the center of the field there. Hopefully we're not seeing any collapses. Lots of people going for the middle bar. Now that would give you a 0.75 multiplier increment per robot. So if each alliance gets 2, that's 1.5 times your carbon sink at the end of the match.
However, those robots, again, have to be what's called fully supported. If there's even 1 iota of that bot that is on that bottom platform, it does not earn that higher multiplier. It actually goes to that base level increment multiplier of 0.25 that we've mentioned so many times throughout this competition.
Sink, Tim. We haven't seen it that full at all this competition. I think we're getting closer and closer to realizing our additional 100-point dreams. But for now, we have scores coming your way. 440 points to 365. Incredible work by our teams. 151 points of carbon. Absolute electric energy from the crowds. Every single one of our 6 robots achieved a storage level. I don't even want to talk anymore. I want to let the teams speak for themselves.
We want to jump right down there, honestly. And you also saw the rankings updated for 1 and 2. That could very well be because it's cumulative points again that are added. But right now, we want to add Melissa into the fray. She's ready for a pit interview break. Take it away.
Hi, I'm here with Team Hungary. How are you feeling after that match?
Well, it was very exhilarating. It was just so good. We had an amazing alliance and an amazing opposing alliance as well, so we could get the competition bonus.
Yeah, you guys got it really fast. What's a special thing about your robot that really went well in that match?
Well, our robot is a supporter robot, so it puts really a lot of balls in the compressor, and we have an amazing human player who is like a laser beam and always shoots it in.
Awesome, and what are you guys going to do for your next round? Like, what's the strategy going forward?
Well, the strategy stays almost the same. The teams change up because all the teams need to play. So there will be a few changes in the alliance, but we hope we can achieve the same results.
Awesome. Are you guys doing scouting in the pits? Are you like looking at like the strategies that your opponents are doing, or what's going on behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes, it's also exciting. We make a lot of friends talking with other alliances, other people from other cultures. Of course, we can talk with the other alliances as well. We are in a close space, we are close together, but we always agree on the same thing, get the competition bonus.
Exactly. Awesome. Well, good luck with the next round and see you out there.
Thanks.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. Again, that was the 5th round-robin matchup of the 16 we've got, so we're almost a third of the way through these round-robin playoff matches. Again, every team's going to look different every single time they come back out onto this pitch. What I know will be common and shared with every game, though, is the energy and the noise that everybody in this arena at Palexpo is bringing into the fray. We're going to get going in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
On the field, we have Peru, Cabo Verde, and Indonesia on the Red Alliance. For the Blue Alliance, we have Botswana, Belize, and our host nation of Switzerland.
So as that rotating alliance again happens, Switzerland now has their second appearance in this playoff round-robin matchup, and on this stage they're doing an exceptional job thus far, not only as our host nation, but with their intake system, collecting as many of those carbon particles in this first component of the game as possible.
Check out the bottom left and right corners of your screens. You can take a look at the drive teams during this match. They're all laser focused, just like the human player from Hungary in that last match. You can see Indonesia inching higher and higher, ready to deliver what looks like 20 carbon pieces, if not more.
Indonesia, here we go with that bucket. We've seen it a few times.
Make it rain.
There you go.
Let's go, Indonesia. Let's make it rain. Oh, my goodness. We got other teams absolutely plowing through all of the carbon left on the field, delivering it to their compressors, watching their human players just absolute buckets in that center sink.
You see that bottom split screen. Well, now it's going to be Team Belize again, a well-established program heading into the playoffs, and with an exceptional robot of the many that are here. Again, 180 nations in total right now. You are watching the playoff separating themselves from the pack, but not so when it comes to solving our global problem of carbon storage. We're all doing it together here.
We are inching closer, well, centimetering closer and closer to our cooperation bonus. Once you see those lights turn purple, that'll be an additional 100 points to every single one of our teams. Remember, our teams are working together, all 6 robots, regardless of the alliance color they're with. There it is.
There it goes.
There it is, the 100 extra points on the table, in addition to all of that beautiful carbon that's going into the carbon sink. 30 seconds, you just watched Team Switzerland deposit their signal indicator at the 30-second mark in order to ascend our wonderful carbon sink in the center of the field.
Now you're also seeing some of those robots that are late to the platform. They've actually got to try to navigate their way around the traffic that's already on there. So in the case of Indonesia, as an example, you saw them try to work around another robot.
Switzerland just lost a hook. I hope they can keep it calm and collected with the last 3, 2, 1. Peru in the last second. Wow. We are seeing our teams leave it everything on the table. They're not going home with anything to spare. All the carbon they can muster, every centimeter they can get in the air. There is incredible energy.
Every cell of their being, I know, is focused on the scores incoming, but what we want to turn our focus to again are the lauded accomplishments of every single one of these athletes for making it on to the stage. While we're focusing on the playoffs, again, we want to congratulate every single one of our countries and teams for making it here. Blue lights up. Here we go. Scores are in.
Blue Alliance, 413 points. Red Alliance, 288. It came down to the climb scores. 2 robots in storage level 1 for the Red Alliance, and 3 robots in 3 separate levels for the Blue. You can see the celebration of that Blue Alliance on the field right now. But we are all winners as we take it to the field. Melissa.
Obviously excited on the field. That alliance was pretty excited. You guys, what's the strategy going into that match?
I think it's the cooperation between the 2 alliances to collect as many balls as possible so that we can score competition bonuses.
Yes.
So I think it's the cooperation that made it all possible.
What was the highest score you had all weekend?
In our teams, I think it's more than 300. I'm not sure.
So you just beat that score. That's your highest score of the week.
Yeah, I think so.
You're so calm about it.
It's in the blood.
It's in the blood. That's a great line. Well, that was very exciting. I'm sure you'll get more excited, but not show it as the tournament advances. Good luck in the next match.
Good luck to all of our teams, including that Blue Alliance that just came out with that cumulative point total rising. You also see when the scores are indicated at the very end how the rankings have shaken up. So that Blue Alliance that includes Botswana and our host nation of Switzerland is actually ranked #1 right now of all of our playoff teams. We'll see how things shake up in the coming matches here in the playoffs. It's been interesting so far.
Absolutely. It all comes down to the points that our teams are collecting. Now, we saw the red card earlier. That's 500 points that's no longer in that average for that team. So they'll be working to try and fix it in the next couple of matches. What happens is the wins versus the losses, it's just part of the game. But what is really mattering for these teams to advance to the medal matches, you have to have the highest average compared to everyone else. Just like you said, Switzerland just and their alliance just bumped up to the #1 alliance right now in this round. But anything can change. It's all on the table right now.
I was going to say, and our next two alliances probably have something to say about that in terms of addressing it on their own. We're going to have Mexico, the Republic of Korea, Tonga, and Tanzania, along with Turkmenistan, Jordan, Estonia, and Namibia. These countries are all over the world, but they're all descending onto this one field at Palexpo. It happens to be field at #5, and we're going to take you down there in just a few seconds. You see that split screen right now. Everyone's waiting with anticipation, including us here in the booth, and we're ready to take it down there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's roll it.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's going by faster than anything. Well, let's see. We already have some teams extending, so I wonder if they're trying to go for the indicator early. We just saw the blue one. Yeah, there it is. The blue one just fell off of the carbon sink. So
I assume, I mean, you see mentors as well, even like jumping in the back. Everybody is watching this game. It's not just the kids who are competing on these 3 regional teams. You see a lot of other people who are invested in making this thing work, including the supporters at home, who I am sure are clamoring with enthusiasm as they're watching this action unfold.
you can see that there's a lot of shared space in this area. There are teams that are trying to share the platform at the end of the game, but also the human players in their respective corners with their compressors. They're all working together because your points are the other alliance's points and vice versa. We already have a climb very early on from Estonia right now. They use their intake and rolled the intake in order to bypass that lower bar and not get stuck, as we've seen many teams unfortunately get stuck on that low bar. But now, Estonia said, nah, we're good. We're just going to ascend all the way to the top.
Now, here's something that needs to be taken into consideration. Again, you get that early hang from Estonia. Great job to them. But now, there are only 2 players on that Blue Alliance that are actually corralling and collecting and putting carbon into those compressors. So that might factor into the cumulative score for both of these alliances at the end of this match.
Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward. But at the same time, you're taking away from your own points contribution by getting yourself out of the match very early. Let's hope it pays off for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance, on the other hand, they're just going all over the place, trying to leave no carbon behind.
Bonus time!
We've got purple on the carbon sink by now. You probably know what that means. But will we see a full carbon sink as we near the last 30 seconds? There it is. It's time for the indicators to enter the robot and the robots to ascend the center of the field.
You're talking about a full carbon sink, but my heart is full watching this, watching, again, these playoffs come into the fold. Right now, I want to say we've got all of our teams jockeying for that prime real estate that we've got, especially on those high bars.
Take a look at that right there. I believe that was Team Turkmenistan. No, sorry. Team Mexico. They have a really skinny climber, so they were able to get in at the end and pull themselves up. So we might have 2 high climbs for this match. It's all about sharing is caring, am I right, Tim? We're gonna let our referees weigh in on whether or not these climbs are good. Either way, our teams are just amazing.
This crowd is also amazing. They're getting in on the action. It's almost like everyone's playing with an extra alliance and bot on their team. Everyone's being supported here today. Scores are in.
We have a new score on the board. 187 points to 384. 126 carbon points. A little less than our previous match, but that's okay. Every single robot was in the air, and we all got either a storage level 1 or more for all 6 robots. Incredible work by all of our teams just now.
What's also incredible is the fact that in the first 2 days of competition, we saw that cooperation bonus come into play 3 times? We've now seen it in virtually every single match thus far, including the one we're going to take you to next in a few seconds. Right now, we're going to take it to the field, though, with Blair.
Side here with Team Estonia, big win there, 447 points. How does that make you feel?
Fabulous. It was a really great match and really deep and complicated strategies that we made cooperating to get the indicator and then to get up first and so on. And yeah.
I love it. Deep and complicated strategy. That's beautiful. The hang was really early in that match, and you talked about that?
Actually, it was like last second thought. We thought to be collecting some balls before going there, but then Turkmenistan said that they could help us get that ball early, and then we thought, okay, we can go with that. And also, we knew we stood the risk of opponents also going for the indicator. So we took the best chance, didn't go for any luck, and it worked out.
I would say it worked out as well. Good luck in your next match and congratulations. Back to you.
Thank you, Blair. Now we're getting ready for our 8th match. We are cooking through these round robin matches, absolutely. We're gonna see Kazakhstan, Israel, Pakistan, and Montenegro take the field again versus, well, really not versus, but with Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, Slovakia, and Ukraine.
Now, the 2 teams that are actually going to be on the field competing that were not in the game prior were Pakistan and Slovakia, because again, remember now, there are 4 teams per alliance and it rotates every single game. We start this one up in 3, 2, 1, go get that carbon!
Pakistan and Slovakia getting into the fold already, collecting as much carbon and shuttling it over to their compressors. We have some traffic on the right side of the field, but at this point in the game, it's too early for you to be getting into a traffic jam. You have a lot of carbon to take care of. We can already see some of it flying in the air, a lot of it congregating by compressors. There's some human players getting in on the action already.
2.5 minutes tends to go by and fly just like those carbon particles through the air and on their way into the carbon sink.
I gotta wonder, are our human players sore at the end of the night?
I would think. They're going to go home. Their deltoids are just going to be absolutely jacked. I know in the meantime, I'm jacked up just to watch these teams go. Every single game has made me honestly have heart palpitations up here.
Wow, the way this carbon sink is just filling up effortlessly right now. We have 1:30 left, but it's already getting closer and closer to that cooperation bonus for those first 100 points that are on the table for teams to capitalize on. Really important as we continue through the round robin that we get the highest scores possible, because you need the average highest score in order to advance into the middle rounds.
Now, Team Pakistan was just viewed right there by that red compressor. Again, they weren't in the previous matchup. They are right now, and they are contributing exponentially to their alliance, as is everybody else in the middle of the park. That plastic is getting put to work right at the top of that carbon sink, I'm telling you.
Taking a look at Team Israel, Team Kazakhstan, and Pakistan on the red side of the field. Getting ready, it seems, for the end game already. We have the purple light. We're getting closer and closer to the top of the carbon sink. I would love to see a full carbon sink for the first time in this competition. We can see the human players communicating across the different countries. As we have 9 seconds before end game, they're all ready to go. But remember, you can't put them in too early.
Right now.
Lightning fast reflexes from every single one of those team members as the robots rush into the center of the field. Kazakhstan raising high, trying to get to that high bar instantaneously, and wow, look at that.
They just navigated that space tremendously. They went on the outside, swept to it, and then went straight for that high bar. Again, that's why you had that little stall action. Everybody was waiting for that 30-second mark, it seems.
Yeah, we have Uzbekistan also in the air. We have Israel in the air. I think that, you know, when it comes to the end game, having that low gear drivetrain that we see on Kazakhstan, it allows them to just absolutely book it to the center of the field and get in the air. Time expired on the center field, the only field active now that we're in the playoffs. I am eagerly awaiting our referee's judgment as they tell us what the outcome of this match is. It's going to be a close one.
I wish people back in the States were able to drive cars as well as these kids can drive their robots, because I get stuck in traffic every friggin' day. These kids are navigating a tight bit of traffic and with terrific skills. We've got a replay. We've got waves of flags in the stands as well as enthusiasm for these scores. We got them right now.
Team Kazakhstan, Israel, Pakistan, and Montenegro putting 500 points on the board, reclaiming that for their average. Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, Slovakia, and Ukraine, 438 contributing to their average as well. We had 100 points of co-opetition. Every single match we've seen thus far in the round robin has had that bonus. I love the way the competition's heating up here. It's incredible. But now we're going to take it to the field where Blair is looking to interview a member of that winning alliance. Blair, take it away.
Field right now, a member of Team Israel here. Big score there, nicely done. And we're going to get away from the action a little bit. A tough break in that first match, though, but you guys, you keep your chin up and you went right for it. What was the strategy?
We remember the last match. We said we don't remember the first match, and we focused on another match.
Good. Looking forward. And you always score big points. You have like this incredible shooter on your machine. So what's the strategy that with this alliance you have now?
We have fill the sink, all the balls in the sink, and we all climbing.
Fill the sink with the carbon. That's the strategy every single time.
Yeah, this is a strategy.
And climb.
And climb.
And climb. All right. Good luck in the next match. And you've got one more in this round, right? Send it back to the booth now with Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. As we are now 8 matches into our round robin playoff bracket, I think it's probably a good time to take a look at the rankings, see where we are at, since there are 16 matches total, and we are 8 in now. We're about halfway through this round robin, and we need to figure out who's going into the medal matches, who's making it forward.
Like I told you, I was going to be sweating. Here we are.
Now let's take a look. Ranked number 1 is Mexico, Republic of Korea, Tonga, Tanzania, with a total average score of 902 points.
Again, thinking about the total score, it is not just a win or a loss. Remember, we're talking about everybody being a winner, but that cumulative piece is what matters the most. In the meantime, I believe we're going to be taking it down to the stage. Here we are.
The Al Kharizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter is awarded to institutions, sponsors, or governments nominated by FIRST Global student teams that have assisted a FIRST Global team, added value to the execution of the 2022 FIRST Global Challenge, or helped further the FIRST Global mission in general. Let's watch the video to find out more about this award.
Ages, patrons supported influential artists, guilds trained new specialists, and philanthropists have put their resources and energy to the common good. First Global would like to recognize those institutions that have given selflessly to the development of a new international, technologically capable generation. This next award is named after Al-Khwarizmi, a Persian from modern-day Uzbekistan who lived during the 9th century and wrote the first book on algebra in Baghdad. The book was devoted to finding mathematical solutions to practical problems that Muslims encountered in daily life and continued on to revolutionize geography and astronomy. Just as Al-Khwarizmi contributed to our world, we wish to recognize institutions, sponsors, or governments that have contributed a positive dimension to further First Global Challenge and added value to the execution of the First Global mission. 3 organizations will be recognized with gold, silver, and bronze awards.
The bronze medal goes to the United Jamaica Alumni Association, accepted on their behalf by Team Jamaica. Woohoo! silver medal goes to University for Business and Technology, accepted on their behalf by Team Kosovo. And the gold medal for the Al-Khwarizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter goes to USTEM Robotics, accepted on their behalf by Team Kazakhstan. Join us in congratulating the winners of the Al-Khwarizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter. Our next award is the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity. Let's learn more in the following video.
We are part of a global community on this planet. Looking at our Earth from space, one can see no national boundaries, not difference in thought, or anything that would divide one human being from another. Dr. Mae Jemison is an African-American astronaut whose international achievements in STEM took her from outer space all the way to humanitarian work in Cambodia and West Africa. After her time as an astronaut with NASA, she devoted herself to improving healthcare and technology in developing countries. We at First Global also hope that the next generation of innovators, no matter their discipline or creed, will follow in Dr. Jamison's example to replace international divisions with international hopes and dreams. We are pleased to present the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity to teams that emulate the best qualities of First Global by breaking down barriers, demonstrating gracious professionalism, and building bridges with fellow teams with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
The bronze medal for the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity goes to Team Nigeria. The silver medal goes to Team Australia. And the gold medal for the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity goes to Team Jordan. join us in congratulating the winners of the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity. Now back to the booth.
I'm really, really proud of our teams. I mean, just getting here is an accomplishment, you know, bringing your robot, finding all these difficulties, traveling here. I mean, some people took multiple flights to get here, traveled through across the world. It's insane. I am just blown away by the achievements of every single one of our students here.
Literal and metaphorical mountains that a lot of them have, climbed in order to get here. And then you see at the very end there, with the multiple awards that we are giving out, again, them climbing the podiums as well. In the meantime, we've also got our playoff scores for the final podium of the day.
So a quick recap of what we've seen in the first 8 matches. We have a total score. I misspoke earlier when I said average. It is total score. So 902 is the highest total score that our alliances have been able to achieve. And I look forward to seeing them adding even more points to that in our next 8 matches of our round robin.
So many points to take away as well from the field of competition, not just with respect to the nuances of robotics and how to build, but frankly, how to build community, how to cross cultural barriers, how as a human being we can expand our knowledge of ourselves and then the greater world just by expanding our horizons and being willing.
Absolutely. Being open and open to the conversation as well. It's just, I'm seeing a lot of talking. We're seeing a lot of adventuring, I think that's something that we haven't quite talked about a lot. We've talked about curiosity. We've talked about how you'd love to learn, and all of our students here love to learn, but the adventure of coming here, the adventure of going around the pits, Blair said it well earlier when he was traveling from country to country, just, traveling all over the world, but realistically, it's just all the pits.
Just going from pit to pit, and then again, when we finish up with the action here in Palexpo, a lot of these teams are in Geneva trying to see the sights and take in all the culture that we can from this wonderful host nation of Switzerland. It's just been an unconditional blast here at the Palexpo Center, speaking from my personal experience.
Oh yes, the Swiss chocolate, to being able to walk to France as Team Slovenia did last night, I mean, absolutely wonderful accomplishments on and off the playing field here in Geneva.
We also get to walk a mile in one another's shoes as a byproduct, frankly, of just being in this collective space and sharing this time together. It's been wonderful to be an active listener, frankly. We're doing all this talking in the booth, but during the breaks, it's just been wonderful to go from pit to pit, talk from team to team, and then listen to their stories, listen about the camaraderie that they as a team have ultimately shared in coming together. Not just, with respect to their alliance or individual team, but then again with 180 countries. Where else on earth do you see that aside from Olympic competition? It's pretty rare.
I also really love that every shirt that I've seen has got a signature on it. And it's I think I saw one shirt was Team UK, Team Hungary, everybody coming together and giving each other autographs, because realistically, we got tons of celebrities and future leaders all writing their signatures all over shirts. It's amazing.
And as a side tangent, for all of you future engineers, leaders of the world, please don't forget about us mortals up here in the booth. Okay, we love you dearly. We hope that you felt supported along this way. You have seen the world in a much bigger picture, and we could not be more appreciative of that fact. In addition, we're going to have our next round of playoff matches coming up right here. Those carbon particles spread across the field, so too will our teams very soon. We start it up in 3, 2, 1, go get that carbon.
On the field right now, we have Peru, Cabo Verde, and Indonesia with Costa Rica, Turkey, and Poland. You're seeing a lot of different varieties of robots here. Some have climbing mechanisms, some have buckets. But every single team has one thing, and that's the heart and love for STEM.
Now, the two teams that did not compete in that first round of round-robin matches were Kuwait and Costa Rica. So now, on both of those alliances, again, you get a little bit of a new game, given the fact that two of those teams had already competed in their first round-robin game, and now one is just joining in on the action.
Taking a look at Team Indonesia in the stands, absolutely making it loud. We've been hearing them with their boombox all week. It's always a party in the pits with all of our teams. Speaking of party, we got one on the field right now. Take a look at Peru, absolutely gobbling all that carbon, getting it out of our environment and into a compressor via their human player who's going to put it into the carbon sink at the center. It's 1:31 on the play clock and counting down, but what is counting up is the carbon in that carbon sink. I think we're going to see a cooperation bonus again here, though. I look forward to the purple lights.
What's also counting up are the decibels in the Palexpo Center. The crowd is getting in on this action, making it feel like everybody is a part of that collective solution again. It's not just carbon capture that we're focused on, but the world coming together, and good Lord, do we see that here on this last day of competition.
Excellent utilization of the space from Cabo Verde over on the Red Alliance side of the field. They're utilizing that corner where there's a whole deposit of carbon waiting to be mined and just sent over to the human players. Take a look at that center sink, everybody. We might have a cooperation bonus momentarily.
Right now,
go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say it looks like Poland just tried to go for that indicator, see if they can get an early climb. Right now, the advantage is only going to be about 7 seconds, but we'll see what they can make of it here. That blue indicator right now is on the ground, so they're going to have to go back to their sideline or collect that indicator as they just have and then sprint right back towards that carbon sink. Let's see if Poland can do it.
We just got some flashing purple lights, which means it's the end game, but our teams also achieved that 100-point cooperation bonus. Another high-scoring match here for carbon capture. Remember, all of our teams are trying to get the highest total score in order to advance on into the medal matches. Peru advancing on up the carbon sink to the highest bar. A lot of traffic in the last 2 seconds, but will we see any more robots in the air? Hands off the controls. The robots are going to speak for themselves now. We have our referees descending onto the field to make their judgment calls, but the crowd is loving every second of this. You can hear it from all corners of the arena, all corners of the world, really.
Meanwhile, our judges out there, Simon in particular, again, we got to give a tip of the cap to him in particular and his crew on field 5. That's the one field we've been focusing on for this entire duration. Right now, everyone's focused on the scores, which are currently being tabulated. They're coming in.
Absolutely insane match. We have a tie on the field. 413 points each. So every single robot here, 125 carbon points. But when we talk about that storage level at the end of the match, 2 robots in storage level 1 plus the robot in storage level 4 is equal to 1 storage level 1, 1 storage level 2, and 1 storage level 3. We're going to take it to the field to hear from one of our teammates. Over to you.
We're here in the field, our first tie in the playoffs, so everybody's a winner. Ready, set, come on in. You are from Team Turkey, and we have Team Peru. So our first tie, there will be tiebreakers here, but a big score. How does it feel to have a tie? Is it a good feeling or a sort of bad feeling?
I guess I'm pretty excited. I mean, it's all going really great. This was our 3rd match, and I'm really happy about the rest. So it was.
And it's all about the score, not about the win or the tie.
Well, about that, we can say that everyone here is a winner because everyone here is participating in for a single goal to fill the sink, and that will be represented in our society as something that humanity needs to be connected. We need the cooperation in order to solve every single problem that occurs in our society. So we are very happy about this result, and we think that we can follow all of this up, and let's get better and let's improve, not only in games, but as society, as people. Yeah.
Well said. If First Global ever needed a student spokesperson, I think she's right here. So Turkey and Peru shake hands, same score, and back to the booth now with Tim and Manisha.
That driver from Team Peru, chills hearing her speak. I wouldn't mind if she was a world leader in about 2 years.
And talking about problems as well, there's no shortage of them in the world, right? It's ever growing, and the number of complexities that we continue to find continue to grow, but so does our capacity to solve them. Again, it's with this exact kind of effort of collaborating with one another.
There's very few moments that bring an entire world together, and to be a part of First Global Challenge is incredible. It's why so many people love to get in the action, whether it's a stream online or on the ground here. We have a whole legion of volunteers here making everything happen, from pit admin, flying squad, robot hospital, our cuers, our referees, our judges. our production crew, everybody in the arena, please give a hand to all of our amazing volunteers here, making this event possible year after year during COVID in person. We're here and we're here for you. You are the reason why we do this every year. I look forward to this every year.
Looking forward to this next match as well of the playoffs as everything intensifies. Those lights center on that middle stage, and here we go. Those carbon particles come out, and we start in 3, 2, 1. Bring it on, baby. Let's go.
On the field, we've got Mexico, Republic of Korea, and Tonga with North Macedonia, Hungary, and Puerto Rico.
Now the two teams that are going to be out for right now, it looks like, are Tanzania and North Macedonia. Oh, sorry, Senegal and Tanzania. So apologies there. We're learning things on the fly again because every one of these playoff matches is going to look ever so slightly different on those alliances. You see underhand tosses coming from that team of Hungary, highly efficient and effective in filling up that carbon sink in the middle.
That human player on Hungary's team is truly a laser beam, especially with that underhand, effortless send into the center of the field. It's getting loud in here. I wish that all the teams and everyone watching back home could just feel it, because wow, is it amazing. Hungary about to deliver a bunch of carbon to that underhand compressor.
$1:30 left, guys. We're 1 minute in. But what is getting in are a lot of those carbon particles as well. We'll see if that communal cooperation bonus comes into play. Every single centimeter that's filled equates to one of those points. We achieve a certain level after a certain height, and that cooperation bonus, which we've seen in just about every playoff match so far, are going to come into effect.
Now remember, the Red Alliance on this side of the field right now has the highest cumulative score going into these playoff matches. They'll be looking to secure a spot in the medal matches upcoming. But right now, we got a purple light on the field. We have that 100-point competition bonus, so every little point counts. And these teams, they know it. They're working up until the very last second, collecting every single bit of carbon left on this field. I don't think there's going to be a single piece of carbon left after these teams are done with it.
And I don't even know if I'm going to have a single iota of energy after this production, because again, every match has just been that energy sucking. 2.5 minutes for these kids as well, I am sure has just drained them. Now end game starting, so this is when the drama really unfolds.
You can see that every single robot there has a piece of their robot extending in some way, shape, or form. Mexico, they have a part of their robot that are levers to circumvent that low bar. But oh, what's this? We'll have to see if they can recover their claw to get up high into the air. With only 7 seconds left at minimum, all of these teams have a 2.5 multiplier since they all made it to the platform, assuming that they have an indicator in their robot. Great effort from all of our teams right now. Wow, what a mad dash at the end.
So we are talking about effectively the second of the rounds of round-robin matches that they have. They all are going to have one more matchup later on in the day as the production crew continues to get these wonderful shots of that collaboration and camaraderie across cultures. It's phenomenal. Hands are raised in triumph. Then we get that applause as well. Then the gritting of the teeth. Think about how many emotions are conveyed in just that 3 seconds alone. The scores are on their way in. And congratulations to that Blue Alliance of Team North Macedonia, Hungary, Puerto Rico, and Senegal for that cumulative point total. Great job for them.
Even at this stage of the competition, it shows that the storage levels really make or break the deal. Let's go to the field and have a chat with Senegal. Melissa, take it away.
Hi, I'm here by the field with Team Senegal. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm feeling great.
Cool. And then what's been your strategy of the team and the robot?
Everybody goes where he can park. Everybody shoots till the end of the time.
Okay, and what are you guys hoping to do for the next round to continue having success?
Just continue our strategy. Park wherever you want, shoot until the time is ended.
Awesome. And how old are you? I'm just wondering. 14. Wow, we are here with the future STEM leaders of the world, starting with age 14. So congrats to Team Senegal and the entire alliance, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated, as are the efforts of all of those competitors, so ferocious on the field of battle and yet so willing to open their hearts and minds to love the world around them. We also know those of you who are around the world watching them also share your hearts in terms of the support that you provided in order to get them here. We know that even though we're only talking to a few athletes, that these teams encapsulate and incorporate so many more people. When we say it takes a village, we really do mean it.
Oh, yes. We only were able to have 5 students and maybe a few mentors with them. But honestly, it's whole communities that these students are representing. And we can see it on the field and in the pits. Just absolute pride in the people that they represent, the cultures that they're coming from, the nations that they are bringing to this world stage with them. It's an incredible accomplishment, especially at age 14. At age 14, I was not doing this.
I guarantee you I wasn't. I frankly think I have a profound appreciation for how mature a lot of these kids are. And yet, again, that just kind of like innate playful nature as well, that intellectual curiosity that just makes everything way more fun. So it's been absolutely infectious here for the past few days. We still have more action to bring you in the coming round-robin playoff matches. We also have more awards down the line to showcase with some of our teams. It's an exciting time here in Palexpo.
Absolutely. I want to just take a moment to give my gratitude to all the teams here today. Honestly, you're the reason why I'm here and why I'm invigorated by our future as a society, the whole planet. You know, with all of you leading us into the future with your creativity, your curiosity, your attention to detail. You know, a lot of these students are seeing a problem, as in a game with rules that they need to design a robot for, and they're saying, okay, let's understand the nuance before we then jump into a solution. And with that kind of mentality and an approach to our world's issues, especially when we talk about climate change, I feel a lot better.
Yeah, and I, frankly, as a teacher by trade back home in the States, my kids are giving me a hard time saying, Coach Dodds, why are you leaving us? And in fact, I tell them, listen, we've got other kids. I've got other kids. This world has a lot of kids with a lot of fresh ideas, a lot of enthusiasm for changing the world. We're looking forward to seeing how the rankings in this particular playoff change as a result of this next game. Right now, you see those carbon particles about to be unloaded onto the field. Here they go, 240 of them in total. And 2 minutes and 30 seconds in which to corral them. We start it in 3, 2, 1, bring it on, let's go.
As we've seen before, the teams are constantly switching it up as every robot on the alliances of 4 need to make an appearance during this first round of round-robin matches. We have Kazakhstan, Israel, Montenegro, Lithuania, Belize, and Switzerland back on the pitch with 2 minutes and 30 seconds counting down. There's already tons of carbon flying high here.
So again, just to give you guys at home an indication, if you're just tuning in, how these playoffs are going to work, there are 4 teams per alliance, but every single match has to have a different combination of those 4 teams. So on the Blue Alliance right now, Switzerland is appearing for their 3rd time. This means that the next time that Blue Alliance in particular is going to compete, Switzerland is going to be on the sidelines, but still very much motivated to see how their team does.
Yes, for sure. Some other nuances that's different from the playoff matches to where we are now, or excuse me, what are different for the playoff matches, which is where we are now. We will have penalties, as it is in a game. Stuff happens, and you know, when we have technicalities that we need to adhere to, sometimes mistakes happen, but you know what, it's not a big deal. In the past, individual alliances were not receiving the penalty, individual teams are not receiving the penalties, but in this case, if a team gets a penalty, it's going across the whole alliance. Luckily, we haven't seen a single point dedicated to that. Everyone's playing really clean on these playing fields. We got purple on the field, carbon flying high. I think this might be a full carbon. I can't keep saying that, but like I'm really trying to manifest it on the field. I know they're capable of it.
People are trying to manifest results as well with the volume that they're providing. Honestly, we got to take an insurance policy out on these bleachers with how much stomping has happened today, but I sure as hell welcome it. Frankly, it's just injecting a lot of energy into this atmosphere and arena. Right now, 40 seconds left. We're about to start endgame in about 10 seconds. That is right now why you see those robots waiting. They're going to get those indicators as we speak. In a couple of seconds, you're going to see them sprinting towards the middle of the park. Here we go.
As the robots start growing higher and higher, they're going to start ascending into the air. Kazakhstan, it's got an incredible system. Oh no! Now they recovered. They're so quick to get up there, as is Team Belize on the middle rung. Switzerland joining them as well. We got multiple robots on multiple rungs here. It just shows that the sheer balance and teamwork that's required as a part of this game. Time expires on our qualification match, or excuse me, what am I saying qualification for? We're in the playoffs, everybody. It's the big leagues here. We're on match number 11. I'm looking forward to it.
What I loved earlier on, the clock had actually not even hit 0 yet, and you saw a few of those players in that Red Alliance in particular, the Blue Alliance, hugging one another in celebration. Even though the job for their robots was done, the job was not done to get those carbon particles into the sink. So some of those late points might actually factor in. We'll see in a sec.
We have scores on the board. 538 points for our Blue Alliance teams. 465 going to the red. The wins or the losses are not what we should pay attention to here, but the cumulative scores, that is what's going to be moving an alliance from these round robin matches into the medal matches, where they'll be going for gold, silver, and bronze medals. Let's take it to the field to have a chat with that Blue Alliance.
Hi, I'm here at the field with Team Lithuania, the captain of this alliance. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very great. I think our alliance is very good, and we really did great.
Yeah, that was a really high-scoring match. What was like the discussion or the strategy going into this one?
I think that Switzerland is very good at taking the opponent's middle bar, and Belize is also very good at taking our middle bar. And we went for our low bar, but I think this match was kind of unfortunate, but we'll be better next match.
Well, for being unfortunate, you ended up having an awesome win. So congratulations. Can't wait to see you in the next round.
Yeah, we are also very happy.
Awesome. Back to the booth.
And we are really happy for all of our teams in these round robin matches. We are about to hit match number 12. We are almost 3/4 of the way through our playoff matches before we get into our medal matches. I'm sweating. I'm anxious. I'm so excited. I'm just fired up. All the teams are making all kinds of noise behind us. I want to be down there. I want to be with Melissa and Blair.
I know, exactly. Like, we're happy to bring you the action from up here in the booth, but frankly, we're turned away from it as we speak, as we're looking at these cameras. So we're taking it in with as many senses as humanly possible, but realistically, nothing can, I would think, paint a picture for exactly what's going on there on the fields and in those trenches right now.
So in this next match, number 12 out of 16, Turkmenistan, Jordan, Estonia, Namibia, Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, Ukraine, and Slovakia. I'm very interested to see which teams are going to be on the field. Because remember, during this first round, they have to cycle out so that all 4 robots make at least 1 match of appearance. That could mean that you have 2 out of your 3 robots be the same across all of the matches, or you could just, say, let's put this into a randomizer, do some math, see what has many combinations we want to do. It all depends on the strategy that alliance in particular is going for. You're trying to maximize the points because as we enter the medal matches, in order to get into those medal matches, you need the highest cumulative score across all 16 of these matches. Each alliance has 4, so there's 4 matches total that they're trying to add up and get the most out of.
We'll see if anybody takes us up on the offer for the high climb early by getting those indicators at the beginning of the game and towards that carbon sink. It has not been as active in the middle of the park as it has been in some of our other games, but it has been fun from the booth to watch just how far these kids have come, not just to physically get here, but to then additionally evolve in their game strategy and overall gameplay.
I think that really speaks to the evolution of the game. From match number 1 to match number 322, all the teams across all those matches had a specific goal in mind. But coming into the playoffs, everything changes. You have to work more cohesively as a team. You have different goals to achieve. The carbon points we're seeing, based on the gameplay we've seen thus far, is way more important throughout the beginning 2 minutes of the matches than they were previously. We're seeing the value of different aspects of the game change, which is very cool to see. It all evolves, just like our teams do when they did robot design in the beginning to now being on the playoff field. We have 10 seconds to our next match. Teams, get ready in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right now on the Red Alliance, it looks like Jordan has taken a back seat, and it looks like the country of Slovakia has taken a back seat on that Blue Alliance. So again, a revolving door for each one of these alliances as 3 new and unique teams have to compete. It's only been about 20 seconds so far, and yet I feel like we've already got more than 20 of those carbon particles in that sink. Terrific job so far to start this game.
From that aerial view, you can really see that some of the teams on the field are hoarding a lot of carbon, and they're going to be delivering it to their human players to ascend that carbon sink level as much as possible. We're seeing some robots shoot the carbon in themselves, but we're also seeing a lot of human players get in on the action, working up a sweat in those corners of the field.
Now, when you're talking about hoarding that carbon, they can distribute them again into those compressors in those 4 corners, or they can dump it into that middle carbon basin, like we've seen actually Indonesia, who's not competing right now, do a few times. Right now, you're watching one of the teams on the Red Alliance go for that indicator. If they're able to corral it and then put it in their robot, it looks like they punched it right off the top. If they go and get that, they can begin their climb so long as they have it within their robot.
Taking a look at Namibia's robot, we did that side view. They have a bunch of carbon in there right now, and I bet they're just getting ready to just send it all over to a compressor. We're taking a look at Turkmenistan now, traversing the field, a lot of action on the blue side of the field, collecting all of that carbon that seems to be sitting around the Ukraine and I believe Sri Lanka, their human players and that compressor on that side of the field. Now I'm seeing barely any carbon left. We have a red indicator. Perhaps that fell off the top during early moments of the match. The blue indicator is still up top, so none of our Blue Alliance teams will be looking to make a climb before the 30 seconds, which just shows that they're prioritizing the carbon during this match.
Great job by Estonia, dumping some of those carbon particles into their compressor. I'm not going to lie to you, with the accuracy of a lot of these human players in their shots, I'm hoping that the Philadelphia 76ers can hire a few of these kids, because our foul shooting percentage is garbage. What is not, however, is the last part of this game, end game. They're going to descend onto the middle of the field. Everybody's waiting with bated breath as they climb to those various levels of that carbon sink, trying to get as many of those multiplier increments as humanly possible.
It looks like we got 3 robots trying to go for that middle bar. 2 robots going for the high bar. Ukraine making their way over to the platform with 10 seconds left as well. Namibia actually going for the low bar. I think we might have 6 robots in the air, but only time will tell as time expires.
Is that Uzbekistan in the foreground at the tippy top? I think it is.
I think so too. Hands are up and off the controls. No more robots in motion now as playoff match number 12 is over. Sighs of relief. The referees are making their final calls, led by head ref Simon. Wonder what they're gonna say.
Man, you hear just how loud this place gets, and then you hear on the other side of the spectrum just how quiet it can get at the same time.
Everybody's on the edge of their seats. I can literally see it.
True roller coaster here, it really is.
Fist bumps all around. Great teamwork from all of our teams. Flashing lights means that the score is incoming for playoff match number 12. Who is going to take the higher points for their cumulative score?
Remember, when it comes to those multipliers, they actually need to clear the platform in order for their bot to be fully what is called supported. So every time they're trying to ascend up that carbon sink, they've actually got to clear the level beneath it in order to achieve those points. In addition, after acquiring those multipliers and factoring in the score, we round up to the next nearest point. So here we go, point totals.
This is a really close one. We got 292 to 265, 106 points of carbon. All 6 robots were able to achieve a multiplier, but the distribution, that's what teams have to start looking for, especially as we ascend into these last 4 matches in our round robin section of our playoffs. But I believe we're going to take it to the field now.
Hi. How's it going? How are you? Okay. How was that match? There's a lot going on right now, lots of moving pieces. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm really feeling very well, but there's one problem. We win, but with a low score. It's a problem for us.
Yeah.
we need to, and we wish to win the game.
Okay, so what is Turkmenistan and the rest of the team going to do for the next round? What strategies are you going to be doing?
Surprise.
Ah, okay, fine. Okay, so what's been the highlight of First Global for you guys so far then, as the highlight?
Let me think. I can't say that. It's really bad.
Brilliant. Okay, well, good luck with the rest of the strategizing and see you guys out here again. Thank you. Bye. Back to Manisha and Tim in the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. We're going to get these rankings up for you in just a second, and Manisha's going to walk you through them again. But in the meantime, each one of these playoff rounds, we're talking about the cumulative scores. So at the very beginning of these round-robin matches, everyone started with a clean slate, and what you're looking at right now are those updated scores.
Yeah, this just speaks to the level of game elevation that's happening with carbon capture this year. You know, our qualification matches, we weren't seeing super high triple-digit points, but now we're breaking like 300 every single match. So we actually have a bit of a mix-up, or well, not a mix-up, a shake-up in the top of the rankings. Our number one alliance right now is Lithuania, Belize, Switzerland, and Botswana with a cumulative score of 14-12. Mexico, Republic of Korea, and Tonga, Tanzania not far behind them with 12-54. We've got a bunch of awesome stuff going on in the middle of the pack. 1194 to 1192 for our third and fourth alliances. That's really close. Anything can happen, but right now we're gonna take it to the stage. We have some more hardware to hand out, and we'll take it back to the action very shortly.
All right, it's time for some more awards. We've got 2 more to give out before the next round of matches. And our first award is the Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence. This award is presented to individuals who have positively contributed to the First Global Challenge by helping First Global grow, as well as impacting and positively influencing students attending the First Global Challenge. These individuals were selected by First Global staff because of how they've dedicated their time to supporting and ensuring students were successful along the way. And we have 3 groups of recipients. The Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence goes to Team Spider. Nice job, Spider. Nice job, Spider. Our next award. You stay there, stay there, stay there, stay there, stay there. Oh no, stay right there, stay right there. Nice try. Because our next 2 award recipients aren't here, so you just need to look pretty for a while. Will I Am won the award previously this week, and you heard his comments, so let's give it up for Will. And our third recipient are Jackie and Mike Bezos. They couldn't be here, but they sent along something for me to read on their behalf. Receiving this award reminds us that in order to tackle big problems, you must start small but think global. When we learned that First Global's mission was to connect youth globally, not only to compete to build the best robot, but also to cooperate with each other and learn from like-minded youth across the globe, we were immediately convinced. With each new year, we've been inspired by how many teams compete, who then apply the science they practiced to solve local problems. Seeing the innovation at First Global events has informed the work at their foundation and is one of the main reasons they keep coming back. So, while we are honored to receive this award, we share it with everyone who built First Global into the worldwide competition it is, and with each of you who will take what you learned here back to your communities. Thank you for this honor, and a big thank you to all of you for devoting your time, talent, and teamwork to this event. Jackie and Mike Bezos. Let's hear it for the Bezos. Team Spider and Will I Am. And now you can go. Our next award is the Raja Shukuri Al Mursli Award for Courageous Achievement. Let's learn more from the following video.
Lifelong achievement is not possible without true courage. People intending to make a change for all people on this planet must prepare to face global challenges that are only surmountable with global courage. This award is named after Raja Shirkawi Al Mursli, a Moroccan woman and research scientist who broke down barriers to study heavy ion physics, which later led to the discovery of the Higgs boson particle. Her international STEM passion brought her back to Morocco, where she currently develops programs for disadvantaged people in her nation to study medical physics and conduct all types of scientific research. Those at First Global also hope that the bravery students have shown in the First Global Challenge can be brought back to every country on Earth. We would like to award the Raja Shirkawi Al Mursli Award for Courageous Achievement to teams that exhibit a can-do attitude throughout the challenge, even under difficult circumstances or when things do not go as planned. This award will be given out in gold, silver, and bronze.
The Raja Shukuri Al Mursli bronze medal goes to Team Hope. And our silver medal goes to Team Liberia. And the gold medal for the Raja Shukuri Al Mursli Award for Courageous Achievement goes to Team Ukraine. Let's hear it for all our award winners. And now we'll send it back to Manisha and Tim in the booth for the next round of matches.
Thank you, Blair, and to all of our wonderful teams and athletes here. Whether you're on that podium or not, we are all winners. We do love the fact that most of these awards are named after either organizations or very lauded scientists of the past. As we try to plan for the future with these young leaders and learners, I am sure that in our midst we've got some future award winners as well.
Oh, absolutely. With the amount of information and knowledge that's being shared, you know, I want to encourage our students at this event, but in future events to come, talk to your volunteers, because you'll never know who you'll meet at a first event, especially one with so many impactful and wonderful people. Like, there are engineers, there's vice presidents, there's also non-engineers, there's non-STEM people. It's a really incredible mixing pot, melting pot, if you will.
Nobody comes here to be on their own island. They come here, in fact, to share themselves with the world, but more importantly, have the world be shared with them. If we have open minds into learning about one another and those experiences, it just makes us more holistically sound in terms of solving the world's problems. Even though we all kind of bring our, unique perspectives into it, it's really when we share those perspectives, when we share those stories, that we're able to find the common solutions that are so integral to making us a successful society down the line.
I'm still soaking it in. I'm still soaking in all of these matches. We have 4 playoff matches left. How do we feel about that first global? How do we feel about having 4 playoff matches left?
I was going to say,
I think they're tired.
The noise is going to pick up, I guarantee it. So even if I look tired and haggard, even if we sounded tired in the booth, it's really because of all of the action. It's a testament to what the first Global Challenge this year and the theme of carbon capture in particular has presented to us. Again, that's the theme of this year's game, and we talk about the collective problem of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. Even if we have different people or nations contributing to that problem, it's something that affects us all. I guarantee you, just being a part of this experience also affects us all. I can say that I am for sure included in that quotient.
Yeah, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but there are different ways that all of our countries are experiencing climate change. If you have a country that's under sea level, rising tides affects them in a really crazy way, as well as intense flooding in other places or severe drought. These are all issues that all of us are coming together, sharing their experiences and understanding, carbon capture is a thing that affects all of us, but in what way? And learning that perspective, that is exactly what our students are trying to do here. And then also bring that back to their home nations. Put advocacy at the forefront of this. I think while we take a minute to reflect on everything that we're learning at this event from all of the teams, all of the volunteers, all of the mentors that are here, let's take a little look back at where this competition started just a couple days ago. I loved that opening ceremony. Just getting to experience Swiss culture was so cool because it's something I had never learned about before, which I know many of our teams also were looking into what other cultures are bringing to the table. But in speaking of table right now, we got a new match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Last component of these round-robin playoff matches happening right now. We've got Team Mexico, Republic of Korea, and Tanzania with Tonga on the sideline squaring off with Peru, Kuwait, and Indonesia. It looks like Cabo Verde right now is riding the pine.
Looks like we have Team Peru just absolutely delivering a bunch of carbon to the blue side of the field. Taking a look at Team Tanzania's drive team, absolute laser focus from all of these drivers and human players as they just absolutely shower the center of the field with carbon right now.
I was going to say, I'm going to need to take a shower after this experience. Again, I've just been sweating all darn day watching this play and play out. In fact, as that carbon sink is filling, those individual points at the bottom of your screen are filling up, as are the stands here in Palexpo Arena. You can start seeing the crowds getting into it, as naturally so they should.
We are on playoff match number 13 of 16. It all comes down to these last 4 matches here in Geneva. Our teams are looking to get as many points on the board as possible, as are their cumulative score is what's going to bring them into the medal matches. We're hearing all these countries.
I was going to say, we got Spencer on the field getting this crowd jacked up. I see him jumping around and waving as we speak. We've got $1.10 left in this particular game right now. That carbon sink filling up, getting those triple-digit points, and it looks like Team Indonesia, again, with their bucket approach, is going to put a few of those carbon particles, and when I say a few, I mean quite a few.
I think
Get them in there.
We just got a purple light from that contribution from Team Indonesia. Another 100 points on the board for all of our teams here on the field. With 47 seconds and counting down left,
they're trying to make carbon a scarcity in our environment as well as on this playing field.
What's not scarce here, though, is support. What's not scarce here is enthusiasm. What's not scarce here are terrific ideas. It comes in the form of all of these youth from around the world, again, varying ages, cultures, personalities, but the same rules of this game, including endgame, which is what we're participating in right now. Here we go.
You can see that multiple teams are going for the same levels. Sharing is caring on this playing field right now. We've got Peru in the sky, Indonesia in the sky. More teams looking to join them, Tanzania and Mexico. Oh my gosh, with 3 seconds left, this is going to be an insanely close match.
Now, it does look like two of those robots right now are not up on those bars, but instead are supported by that low platform. So we'll see how these indicator multipliers come into effect at the end. They could be canceling and negating one another. We'll see ultimately. Again, it is a cumulative score that we care about even in this last part of our round robin matches. That's why you see our judges right now checking to see if those wheels are off the ground, because if not, they have only achieved that first level of that multiplier increment. We'll see how it all squares up as the scores get tabulated.
Speaking of cumulative scores, remember the end game is cumulative as well. The 3 robots are going to add up to the scores you're about to see. I told you it'd be close. It's 458 to 422. Ooh. It all came down to storage level 4 versus storage level 3, since the other 2 robots on those alliances were storage level 1 nail biter until the very last moment. We're going to take it to the field.
Hi, I'm here with Team Tonga. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
How was the strategy in that match?
Honestly, our strategy has been the same all throughout the game, trying to collect as much carbon as we could.
Okay, and now what are you going to do moving forward? Like, what's going to be the strategy for the next round?
It's been working, so I think we're just going to stick with that.
Awesome. Do you think that we're going to try and actually fill up the entire sink?
Yeah, I think we'll be able to do that.
Awesome. Well, fingers crossed if we can see it happen, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. You see all the buttons on that lanyard, and I'm telling you that Alliance in that past game was right on the button as well in terms of getting those carbon particles into that sink to start it. Even endgame, again, the seconds that tick away on that clock, as that clock wanes, the tensions only get higher. The energy in here is absolutely palpable.
I just love that everybody is absolutely juiced right now. You know, we are not country supporting country at the moment. We are one world cheering for every robot on the field, every robot that's coming on and off the field, all these teams taking hardware home. It is just such a community here, unlike one that I've ever been a part of, and I am so thankful to be a part of it.
Could not agree more. It's been an absolute and unconditional blessing of mine to get to witness this, and I know we're going to be able to say the same of the scores upcoming for these 2 alliances, particularly the one that comes out with that cumulative point total that's a little bit higher. We'll see.
So in that last match, we saw Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 5. Due to the cumulative scores changing, we're going to be seeing Alliance number 8 versus Alliance number 5. In this next match, this is not your traditional competition where the number 1 seed is still the number 1 seed. It all changes every single match with this competition. That's what I love about it. We keep everybody on their toes.
There's nothing about this that's traditional at all. That's part of what makes this so fun, frankly, and a part of the solution. It's something that we need to explore more deeply, and we're going to explore this playoff round more deeply in a few seconds. Right now, you're looking at those carbon particles about to be released, as will those 6 robots that are going to descend onto the field. The noise is starting to ramp up, rightfully so. People are getting juiced up, like Manisha said, for this particular game. Drop those balls. Let's get rolling here. Those particles spread around the field, and we're going to start up in 3, 2, 1. Go get that carbon. Let's go. In this particular matchup, we've got Kazakhstan, Israel, Montenegro working with, it looks like Pakistan, Bolivia, Turkey, Poland, Costa Rica. A couple of those teams right now are on the sideline. It's going to be a revolving door for this last component of those playoff matches. What's also a revolving door are all of those moving shoulder cuffs as they're throwing and hucking those balls into the middle of the field. Again, I got to imagine we've got tired minds and tired arms. Right now, the carbon compressor is also getting loaded up. Team Poland was right there in the foreground doing so, but both teams contributing right now to that central carbon sink. Each centimeter that gets filled up is going to be one of those points. It's a base multiplier. Ultimately, that number is multiplied by whatever the other increment multipliers these teams get at the very end of the match. So again, stay tuned with us. That's coming in about $1:30. We're 1 minute through this match.
If you look at the sides of the carbon sink, you can see that light absolutely growing with every piece of carbon that enters that carbon sink. What we're going to see very shortly, based on the just rapid rate of carbon entering the carbon sink, it is just going to turn purple. And with that purple means 100 points for each of our teams here. They're looking to score every point possible, you know, as we enter the last 3 matches of the playoffs. They want the highest cumulative score. They want to fight for the medal. Taking a look at our teams in the stands right now, they're absolutely fired up for their home countries as well as their new friends. That's what First Global is all about.
We just saw that Turkish flag waving. We also saw the Turkish flag waving on the field of play itself. Right now, Costa Rica dumping some of those carbon particles into that compressor. Only 40 seconds left to play. We got that cooperation bonus that has been so effortless for these finals teams in just about every part of this playoff round robin. Right now, they're waiting for that indicator so that we can initiate endgame. Here we go.
Let's talk about the climbers that we see on the field right now. They're all elevator based, which means they're going to have different pieces of fixed parts of hardware in their robot elevating up. You're not having a kind of hook, line, and sinker like a fishing rod, or if you are, it's in combination with something else, because one solution alone is not always the right answer, and you can see that with our teams right now as time expires. Just the absolute innovation on the field right now. Some of the climbers are claws, some of them are multiple hooks. It just shows that every single team has a different approach to the game, and that's beautiful because they all have the same hardware, they all have the same number of motors, the same number of wheels, yet they're all doing something different with it. Some of them have really fast drivetrains, some of the other ones have really fast climbers, but either way, each team is working together. You have to find the strengths in the other robots, makes the tweaks in strategy both pre-match and post, as well as during.
The one adjective that you used, Manisha, to describe it, which I think is very apt and fitting, is beautiful. This whole scene is beautiful, not just including the game itself and the countries competing, but the world convening in this one place. The scores are coming up as we speak. Here we go.
It's a tie. It is a tie, 430. And you gotta see, it's that storage level. 2 robots in storage level 1 with 1 in storage level 4 for the Red Alliance. And then you've got all 3 robots in different levels in the Blue Alliance. But when it comes to the end of it, the increments add up to the same amount and times that same 132 points across both alliances with the cooperation bonus. That's why we got 430 and 430. We're gonna take it down to the field and hear from Team Poland. Blair, take it away.
That's right, Manisha. Team Poland here, fieldside, a tie. But the tie, win-loss doesn't matter. It's all about the points. You scored over 400 points. What's the feeling on the team as you end your round robin?
We're feeling really good. We were 2 points short to being on the 3rd place. And our strategy was to get as much multiplier as we could. We knew that the Kazakhstan team is always going for the high bars, so we wanted to avoid contact and just go for the low one.
Very interesting. Like avoiding contact, trying to play clean, trying to not get any flags, thrown any fouls, because as we found out, like that is a real energy killer for the Alliance, isn't it?
I don't know what to say. It was really great. Even our elevator broke mid-match, and but we hopefully we managed to climb on the lowest bar as we planned with our alliance.
All right, we've got a couple more matches here, and then we'll move on to the finals. Great job, congratulations. Back to you in the booth, Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. Much appreciated, and congratulations to Team Poland in the wake of that game. All that they can do, as well as the teams competing alongside them in that past game, is just sit and wait now. We've only got 2 more round-robin playoff matches before the rankings are going to ultimately determine which teams make it to the finals. So we'll get into that later on today. But again, 2 more rounds of action coming in this round-robin playoff that we're talking about here today.
While the teams are in wait, I think Poland just mentioned that in that last match, part of their elevator broke. In order to proceed into the upcoming matches, despite how few of them we have, I think a lot of teams are going to be also looking to make some quick adjustments, tighten some screws, swap out some parts as necessary. Their flying squad, the spare parts, and Robot Hospital are all here to help all of our students. They have been amazing throughout the course of this competition and are here to support our teams as we see through the last few matches of this competition.
And I was going to say, if you want to be champions, you certainly got to be on the ball and on your game regardless of what the world throws you. So that, adept skill at navigating challenges is something that we're all about here, but in particular, these teams that are squaring off in the playoff rounds and eventually the finals. Again, 2 more round-robin playoff matches coming your way. So the second to last of them is coming very soon, and on field 5. Again, that's the one of the 5 fields that we've had as the center of our attention throughout this week. Those balls are going to get down onto the field. Our 6 teams are soon to follow. Let's get rolling in 3, 2, 1. Get it on. Let's go.
240 carbon pieces on this field right now, but our teams have shown us that they can just take all of that and just say, you know what, into the carbon sink it goes. They're doing a really great job of playing our environment, both on and off the playing field. A lot of teams taking on personal projects back in their home countries to ensure that our world is a better place for the future.
And speaking of those countries, the ones that we have competing in this match at present are Senegal, Hungary, and Puerto Rico. North Macedonia right now is on the sideline. All they can do is watch and wait. Meanwhile, we've got Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, and Ukraine. Slovakia happens to be on the sidelines for this one. So again, just because they're on the side doesn't mean that they don't have something at stake. Everybody here does, including all of us as a global community as we focus on this problem of carbon capture. Right now, Uzbekistan doing a phenomenal job also grabbing that blue indicator in from that carbon compressor. So we'll see if an early climb is in play for that Blue Alliance.
We are less than 130 seconds from the end of this match, but we're certainly not at the end of all the carbon flying into that tunnel. The funnel at the top of the carbon sink. They sound the same, right? Tunnel, funnel, more or less the same. Absolute popcorn going on in the center of this field right now. I think we're about to get a purple life momentarily for that 100-point bonus. Our teams have been absolutely on the money here. Hungary scooping up a bunch of carbon. Uzbekistan and Sri Lanka. Now Sri Lanka delivering in their side of the field. Now teams got to work together across the different compressors because the carbon points are the same as you can see on the screen. 217 to 217, the end game is where the distinction will come. But you don't want to be working against your teammates, do you?
Well, you were just talking about popcorn. I mean, good Lord, we might as well call this place Redenbacher Arena at this point. But in the meantime, 30 seconds left. Those indicators make their way into the robots. People cheering from the sidelines. End game about to initiate. Here we go.
Teams reaching into the sky. We've got Uzbekistan on the top rung. Looks like Sri Lanka and Puerto Rico on the middle bars along with, I can't see the flag. There it is, Senegal's on the bottom, right next to that high bar, trying to get in there in the action with 2 seconds left. One last 2 glass carbon pieces flying into the top. Our teams are trying to get as much points as possible heading into this medal match.
Gotta love those buzzer beater shots.
I know, a bunch of our basketball teams back home could utilize some of these human players, I think.
Yeah, truly. It is not over until it is over, and goodness gracious, has every single match proven that. When the clock strikes 0, that's when it's all said and done, but just starting for these judges who are assessing and analyzing the field as we speak. Those are some of the shots that you're currently seeing right now.
Something that I hope all of our teams were able to do is take a look inside of other people's robots. We just got a really awesome look at Uzbekistan's robot and some of the inner workings of where they had their motor allocation. You know, what are they trying to power with all of the different parts of their robot? You know, do you want a really fast, high torque climber? In this case, 538, 429. Really close match. 146 carbon points. The distribution of the storage levels is what sealed the deal here. Let's take it to the field to hear from Team Sri Lanka with Blair.
We are here with Team Sri Lanka, and they are pumped up. That was a huge score. Your team has exploded over here. What's the feeling?
Oh my goodness. What do you explain that? Wow.
No, how do you explain it? What did you do?
We just stuck to the game plan and we communicated really well, and yeah, that was it really. Just really happy, yeah.
It looked like a robot tree at the end, just robots hanging off all the branches. Has that happened to you like every single match, the hangs?
Not really, honestly. This is the first time I've seen something like this, yeah.
So great match. We're getting down to the end of the round robin, and then we're going to move and choose our, well, not choose, we'll learn our top 3 teams. And with that score, you got to think you're one of them, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that just shows what we can do as an alliance here. And yeah.
You're just stunned. It's like, yeah, just, yeah. All right, good luck. All right, thanks, man. All right, back to the booth now.
Yeah, indeed. And we're all smiles, including Blair and myself. Blair, I also love that visualization of the tree, but I'm going to take it one further. When we all are able to branch out to one another, that's when we all are made for the better and we're more apt to find global solutions to global problems. Again, that's what this carbon capture theme has always been about, as has been the case with the first global challenge, growing every single year. We have one more round robin playoff match coming our way before the finals. Everybody in this arena should be getting jacked up for it. It looks like the field is starting to get prepped. Manisha, how you feeling?
I'm feeling so excited. I just like every single match, I think I know where it's gonna go. You know, these teams might go for the compressor and to allow their human player to make all of the carbon shots, or the robots are gonna do it themselves, or maybe I think this team might go early, and then they totally prove me wrong. And it just goes to show that like anytime a game is introduced like this, you get your rules set, you get your specifications, you know, your starting configuration, your ending configuration, especially when a part of the game like the indicators at the top of the carbon sink, you think they might be utilized in a certain way, but then you're just totally wrong.
I was going to say, as a self-proclaimed scientist, the second you think you know how things are going to work out is the second you're proven wrong. That's frankly what makes it fun and interesting as someone who wants to see the world grow and as someone who's watching these games also grow over time. So in a few seconds, right now, you're seeing that panorama of that field 5. Right now it is dimly lit, but we're about to light it up in a few seconds. 240 carbon particles, 180 nations. Last round robin playoff game, up and coming. We started up in about 5 seconds. Here we roll. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everybody!
It all comes down to this for our round robin matches. We're looking at Estonia. They are looking so focused. I don't even think they're listening to a single word that we're saying.
So again, host nation right now competing. It looks like we have Lithuania, Belize, and Switzerland with Botswana on the sideline. Meanwhile, we've got Turkmenistan, Jordan, and Estonia competing with Namibia on the sidelines. Right now, Belize is in the foreground along with Jordan, both in that corner trying to maximize the amount of carbon they're collecting.
Lithuania in the other side of the field, taking all of the carbon possible around the red side of the compressor, working to fill as much of the compressors as possible, because you know why? Our human players have been absolutely spot on this entire competition. Look at them, laser focus, ice in the veins. They're just looking to make as much carbon into that center as much as possible.
Looking forward to
colliding with the center sink right now. Very, very fun stuff going on this field.
I was going to say we're looking forward to making those carbon particles go into the sink. We're also looking forward to making more friendships over the next couple of hours here. It's been happening all weekend for these teams, including that host nation of Switzerland we just saw. In the background, we've got that Estonian flag waving with pride as their team competes and grinds on this field. Only 1 minute left of play.
Can you imagine 60 seconds making such a difference in this match? All of our teams are working very hard to fill that carbon sink, get that cooperation bonus. 100 points have never been more important than they are right now in this match.
And there you go. They got that cooperation bonus. Those purple lights light up and indicate so. We've also had about 150 on average carbon particles make their way into that sink, which is obviously higher than we've seen during those ranking matches, and a testament to the fact that these teams have not just gotten better with one another, but gotten better at reading the game too.
Practice does indeed make perfect here on the field. Now with the last 30 seconds, teams are putting their indicators of their respective alliance colors. Everybody running to the center of the field. Is getting pretty chaotic as traffic picks up.
So is the decibel volume again picking up steam here with the last 15 seconds. We've got people pointing to their robots, willing them into the air as they ascend into new heights as a team as well. We'll see if they make it to the finals as a result of this effort.
With only 3 seconds left, some teams are hanging on by just a single claw, showing the absolute energy in the room right now. Everyone's just trying to do whatever it takes by their fingernails even. Well, I suppose like your finger claws on your robot, your climber.
I was going to say, I don't even think I've got fingernails left. I've chewed them off to bits because of the action on this field and the drama that's unfolded over the past few days. My wires are getting crossed up here. Talk about connectivity issues.
Whoa, that's not something our teams have to worry about that much because Rev Robotics, in addition to some of the hardware updates they pushed for this year's kit, they also made sure that the driver hubs are more robust than ever before. So teams don't have to worry about those connectivity issues the way that we do. What a way to end the playoffs. Round robin matches, 420 to 420, 128 carbon points, 100 points of cooperation bonus, but those storage levels, 3 on 3, but different levels, it all added up to the same thing, which is why we saw the same score for both of those alliances. New alliance rankings up on the board, but we'll wait because we're gonna go to the field first, have a little decompression with Blair. Blair, take it away.
So we end with a tie, which is great. Tie, win, loss, doesn't matter. It's all about the points. 420. I have a student member from both alliances here. What's your name?
My name is Muhammad.
And what team are you on?
Jordan.
Okay, congratulations to the Blue Alliance. And your name?
Bokamoso.
And you are on the Red Alliance. What team are you on?
Team Botswana.
So 420, that was a big score, which is probably you were like looking forward to that or higher, like what you need to get in the playoffs. How did your team feel? They're erupting over here.
Yeah, it's like a great honor, but we hope to achieve more.
Oh, you hope to achieve more. Good for you. Be greedy. And how about you? How did your alliance feel?
It feels very good. I'm glad to be in the finals over here, and we made a plan. We stick to it.
We made a plan and we stuck with it. What was the plan?
It's a secret plan.
It was a secret plan, because you might need that plan again in a few minutes.
There's a finalist. We're at the 7th, though.
You never know. You never know. All right, thanks. Great score. Back to you in the booth, Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. Let's talk about those rankings real quick. All 8 alliances have reached quadruple digits. We're all in the thousands of points that they were able to achieve on these playoff field matches. Absolutely incredible work. So you have your new rankings up on the board. 1832 was the highest total score our teams were able to achieve. 1400, that spread is not that big. You know, we've got team 1516, 1548, very close there. Team alliances 3 and 4 are just 1 point apart at 1623 and 1622. I am blown away by the performance that we've seen. Can we get a hand for all of our teams with these amazing round robin matches? Well done. Now, before we take it to our medal matches, let's take it to the stage. We have some more hardware to hand out. Take it away, Melissa.
Our next award is the Sofia Kovalevskaya Award for International Journey. Let's learn more in the following video.
Millions upon millions of kilometers were traveled by students around the world to join the first global challenge. Just as visionaries have gone far and wide to change the world in the past, the students you see here will be bringing robotics enthusiasm to countries around the globe. Sofia Kovalskaya was a famous Russian mathematician who made noteworthy contributions to analysis, partial differential equations, and mechanics. She was the first major Russian female mathematician and a pioneer for women in mathematics around the world. She advocated for women and mathematics causes throughout Russia, Germany, Sweden, and other countries throughout the 19th century. The Sofia Kovalskaya Award for International Communication recognizes the incredible journey on which a team embarked to be a part of the first global challenge. Teams that have successfully documented their adventure from start to finish submitted a presentation that shows everything they have been through on their journey to First Global. This award has been separated into gold, silver, and bronze medals.
The bronze medal for the Sofia Kovalskaya Award for International Journey goes to Team Chile. The silver medal goes to Team Palestine. And the gold medal for the Sofia Kovalskaya Award for International Journey goes to Team India. Join us in congratulating the winners of the Sofia Kovalskaya Award for International Journey. Guys. Thank you. Our next award is the X Prize Innovator Award. To present the award, please welcome the Chief Scientist at X Prize and the ex-VP of Climate and Energy, Marcus Extavor.
Thank you. Hello, First Global. Hello, First Global. Now, it is my honor and privilege to help honor the winners of the X Prize Innovator Award who are competing in the New Technology Experience for 2022 First Global. Now, it might not surprise you to hear that the theme for 2022 was carbon countermeasures. The New Technology Experience is an opportunity for all First Global teams to stay at the cutting edge of solutions and technology, to get to know their other First teams, and to also develop solutions that can impact their local communities and their regions. We're thrilled as X Prize to have developed this and be presenting it in partnership with First Global because what do both organizations have in common? We care about the future, we care about technology to solve problems, and we care about a better future for all of us. Now, before we bring up the hardware and the winning teams, I would love a huge first global congratulations to all 10 of the finalist teams that competed in this new technology experience. Give it up, please. All right. Now, the competition was so intense, and look, I work in this area. I was really blown away as one of the judges by some of the ideas. The judging was so tough that before we get to the hardware, the judges would love to give a special recognition to 2 teams. So please give it up for Team Romania and Bosnia-Herzegovina. All right. This was tough, but now, without further ado, please give it up for the bronze medalists. In 3rd place, Team Greece. Come on up. Amazing job. Greece did an amazing job. Their solution was about heat pumps, hotels, reducing CO2 emissions that way. Now, in 2nd place for the silver medal, please give it up for Team Indonesia. Come on up. Team Indonesia came up with a fantastic solution to seed and develop and regrow a really important local tree. It's good for biodiversity, it's good for carbon removal, a really great nature-based solution. And now, the winner, the gold medalist of the X Prize Innovator Award as part of the 2022 New Technology Experience in Carbon Countermeasures. Give it up for Team Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, come on up. Zimbabwe had an amazing solution about agriculture, about replacing plastics, about cassava, one of the most delicious foods. Give it up for Team Zimbabwe. All right, First Global, as they get their awards, please let's give a huge round for all the teams and especially Greece, Indonesia, and Zimbabwe.
And now let me introduce a man who needs no introduction, the founder of First and First Global himself, Mr. Dean Kamen.
I'm glad that you guys have to do all the work and I get all the fun. So the first thing I get to do is thank 2 really, really special organizations that have helped make this year's competition possible. But before I do that, one of those organizations has their chief technology officer here with us. That organization is Lamb Research. So some of you may not know what Lamb Research does, but if you think microprocessors and semiconductors and all those things with billions of transistors on them are simple and safe and reliable and they work, you got to wonder who makes the stuff that makes that stuff. And the company that does a lot of that around the world is Lam. Earlier this year, Lam agreed to help sponsor this event with a $1 million gift. We invited a whole team of Lam people here because I was pretty confident, especially a chief technology officer, that would appreciate what's going on. If they saw this, they might up it a little bit because we had planned to be back next year and the year after that and the year after that. So I'm going to ask him to come up here. His name is Rick Gacho. And I'm going to ask him, what does he think about this? And maybe is he willing to do a little more for us? Rick?
Dean, thank you. And thank you, First Global. This has been an extraordinary experience for me and my colleagues. I'm so inspired by what you're doing here and the innovation you're showing, the creativity. You all get the same parts, and yet you come up with different solutions, and you're competing and cooperating at the same time to attack the world's greatest problems. And that's the kind of thing we're trying to do at Lam Research by building the machines that make the chips that go into your robots. And we're very proud to have donated $1 million in the past year. And you're right, Dean, we're ready to up the ante. So I'm pleased to announce, as of today, that we're going to make a donation of $10 million for the next 3 years, and who knows what happens after that. Thank you, First Global. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you. Thank you. I would also like to thank the other major sponsor for this year's competition, the Bezos Earth Fund, who gave us $1 million. So please let them know you appreciate that. So it's time, as always, for me to remind everybody that we couldn't do this without all the other sponsors, without the mentors, without everybody that makes this possible. And as part of the tradition that we always have here, this is the one time I'd like to ask all the students from all the countries to stand up and show everybody in this place that you really recognize the commitment they've made and appreciate the opportunity they've all given to you. So let's do that one last time for them this season. Show them you love them. So I made a couple of comments at the opening ceremony, and a few people, I think, took them out of context. When I said in the beginning that history and politics and language and culture and religion divide us, and technology unites us. But I wasn't saying that that first stuff is bad. So I want some clarity here before I give you your homework. I think all those differences are typically called diversity. We like biodiversity. I think it's great that we have a world that has different cultures to share ideas, different religions, different food, different music, different art. That's great. I was not ever suggesting that we want to collapse all of that. And so I want to make something maybe a little more clear about what the distinction is about the importance of technology being what unites all of you. Just like in this game, this cooperation, It's not an accident, people, that we said for the first 2 minutes out of 2.5 minutes, you're all on the same team. You're all cooperating in this cooperation to get as much of that carbon out of the atmosphere as you can get. But then you're going to show your individual capability with creativity and innovation to multiply the effect and to make it a fun competition. So I've thought about that. I lost sleep in the last 2 days thinking, why was I misunderstood about the importance of having both different countries, different cultures and diversity, and yet having common goals for global issues. So I've decided to work that into the homework, and I expect you all to do the homework. I'll put the homework in context. I'll use my country as an example, but you all should do this about your own country. We had a Declaration of Independence signed in 1776. I'm glad they did that. We wanted to be independent. I'm sure you all want to be independent. And then it took them about 10 years, and they formed a country and had a constitution. Another good idea, another great document. I hope you all have countries that have constitutions, and I hope you read them and understand them. And then it took them a couple of more years in my country to add to the Constitution a Bill of Rights. That's a good idea. People all over this world need their rights. Well, it turns out that we need to do something slightly differently in a global organization that I hope you do in each of your countries. And by the way, just as a matter of history, as I thought about this, I checked on something. Our country, the country I grew up in and I'm proud of, like every other country, wants to defend itself from the bad guys. And besides all the other departments that were formed, they formed the Department of War. And it had that name, by the way, for almost 200 years. And after World War II, our country evolved, just like technology's evolving. And I told you that a couple of days ago. And we want to make sure evolution is for the better. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it is. But we changed the name of our Department of War to the Department of Defense. And again, I hope every country on this planet is willing, when necessary, to defend itself and to help defend its neighbors when bad things will otherwise happen. And I'd like to see good people with good constitutions and good bills of rights have good defenses that hopefully support each other. But what would one international group of kids, looking at that, what could you evolve to? And this is your homework. I want to add to our Declaration of Independence, which each country should cherish. I want you guys to write and send to me the Declaration of Interdependence, because there's got to be a part of every country that recognizes they've got to depend on and work with their neighbors around the globe, especially as technology gets more and more powerful. So we need the first global declaration of interdependence among all of our teams. Then you're going to add to that, you don't need a Bill of Rights. You got plenty of rights, just protect them. But we're going to add, each country has their Bill of Rights. You're going to also send me the Bill of Responsibilities, because it's easy to talk about your rights, but if people aren't responsible for what they do, if they're not responsible for the policies of their country, the world could be a mess. Take a look. And finally, while every country, I hope, will continue to be able to defend itself and its allies, I think we don't need a Department of War here. We don't even need a Department of Defense in a cooperation. We need a Department of Peace. So you're going to give me a third document. And for those of you that know me, one of the favorite people that I quote all the time is Albert Einstein. And Albert Einstein said, smart people solve problems. Geniuses prevent them. Maybe a Department of Peace could prevent some of the things we might otherwise need the Department of Defense to take care of. And boy, would that make the world a better place. Now, if you all want to know, how do you go about writing a document like the Declaration of Interdependence? Or what should be the Bill of Responsibilities among all of your teams? Well, what should you all be doing to ensure peace among yourselves? You got most of it done already in the pits. I see all the countries in the pits getting along. I wish I could say that happens in the outside world. But if you want to know how to write those three documents, I have no idea. But are you allowed to work together? Of course you are. Remember, it's a cooperation. Remember, we're in this together. So I don't care how you people do it. You're all pretty connected to each other on the internet. You're all going to be working together all this coming year. And now that we got some new resources, I will probably pretty soon let you know where we're going to do this again next year. In fact, I'll probably let you know that about the time I get 3 credible drafts of the 3 documents that we need to have. Because while we're showing the world how good you are at technology, if you each go back to your country and start developing more and more teams, how do we know they'll keep the culture of cooperation? How do we know they'll keep the principles of graceful professionalism? We have to write it down. We have to stick to it. If each one of your countries with its one team in First Global goes home, and as our vision always was for First Global, starts a system by which we have hundreds of teams in each of your countries that all belong to the first organization and build out regionals all over the country and then all over the world, we want to make sure as we scale all of that up, we don't lose the magic of cooperation. And the way we're going to keep it as we scale up is by writing it down and making it a good document that will evolve. It will be amended. But I'm very serious. I want the homework done. I want those template documents. We'll all share them. We'll all celebrate them again next year. And we'll tell you about where and when next year is going to be when you finish your homework. In the meantime, all I can tell you is this was once again an incredibly uplifting experience to me. It was phenomenal. And we have X Prize here as a partner, and many of the X Prize people are here for the very first time, and you blew them away. So to all of you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You give me confidence that you will build a better world than we left you in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. It is now my absolute honor and privilege to introduce an astronaut, Anusha Ansari. She is the CEO of the X Prize Foundation, world leader in designing and operating incentive competitions to solve humanity's grand challenges. She and her family sponsored the organization's first competition, the Ansari X Prize, a $10 million competition that ignited a new era for commercial space flight. I am so happy to have you in person, in the booth with us again. How are you?
It's so wonderful to be here. I've been coming to First Global since its early days, since the first competition, and the energy continues to grow every year. So it's fantastic to also be a bigger part of it with our own Innovation Award. We're here recruiting teams for our X Prizes, so it's great to see all this energy.
So this year, First Global was fortunate to partner with X Prize for a special challenge for our teams. The new technology experience, Carbon Countermeasures, which inspired teams to develop their own innovative solutions to fight combat climate change. Combating climate change, wow, is an insurmountable task. Just like that is an insurmountable sentence, am I right? Students take this theory beyond into solution. And why is that important?
Well, as we actually are here in Geneva and we can walk outside in middle of October with short sleeve shirts, we know our world is much warmer than it used to be. And it's causing havoc on life of everyone around the globe. We have floods, we have wildfires, and our globe is getting warmer and warmer, and we have to take CO2 out of the atmosphere so we can cool it down. So our competition is about that, and we're looking for innovations to enable that technology to take it out of atmosphere, out of the oceans, and capture it and sequester it for many, many, many millennials to come.
Now, when you're talking about this new technology experience that we were just alluding to earlier on, this is just a smaller part of the larger X Prize itself in trying to combat and tackle climate change, that very problem you're talking about. You also have the $100 million carbon removal prize. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, we announced our carbon removal prize sponsored by Musk Foundation last year on Earth Day, and we attracted thousands of teams from around the globe to build technologies to actually scale taking carbon out of the atmosphere to gigaton level over the years. And we have a lot of teams who are coming up with innovations, and we're getting ready to announce our Students Awards and our semifinals, and then we will have our finals in 2 years. But already we see technologies that are working in the oceans, land technologies, mineral technologies, and mechanical technologies to do direct air capture. We're requiring teams to make sure that they do this with sustainable energy and do it cost effectively, so something that's practical, that it can be implemented, and it can actually solve the problem that we all want to solve, because we cannot afford this planet to get any warmer. These teams here can actually decide to enter the competition still, so it's still open. It's $100 million. It's much better than just a award around your neck, which is very good. But we've had high school teams compete for our prizes, and we have students right now competing. So we would love to see more and more people around the globe engaged in solving this problem for all of us.
It's absolutely inspirational to hear that there are high school students a part of this competition. It's something that's very achievable for our own students to get involved, to get in the mix, especially because it's a sustainable effort that's really trying to solve this issue for all of us. I thank you for your absolute incredible investment in our students and in our world. It's inspirational. You're an inspiration to me, and I love getting the chance to talk to you, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
As you can hear, our teams are gearing up for this finals match number 1 in 3.
Let's go.
2, 1, go!
This first final round matchup includes teams Lithuania, Belize, and Switzerland, our hosting nation, competing with Senegal, Hungary, and North Macedonia. So right now, Puerto Rico and Botswana are on the sideline watching. This is the first of our 3 finals matchups. Again, only 3 matches remaining in this first Global Challenge 2022. Great job to Hungary, again, unloading those carbon particles into their compressor. Going to underhand all of them into that central carbon sink.
It all comes down to this. We are doing a round robin of our top 3 alliances. If you remember our conversation about the rankings earlier, there was 1 point in between alliance number 3 and alliance number 4 entering this match. Absolute pandemonium in this arena, totally worthy of all of the points here on the table. Taking a look at the carbon just flying in, swirling that funnel into our carbon sink. I think it's more than likely we're gonna see a cooperation bonus of 100 points given to the already 84 points on the table right now for our teams. Our human players You know, all the crowd is drumming up the anticipation for them as we enter the last minute 15 on the clock. The red indicators off the top of the carbon sink there, Tim. I think our Red Alliance might be trying to ascend early.
I was going to say we're only just about halfway through this game, but certainly towards the end of this overall competition, just at the very beginning of this final round, in about 30 seconds, endgame is going to begin. You're starting to hear the decibels pile up, as do those carbon particles in the middle. That cooperation bonus has lit up purple, so again, those bonus points being awarded to both of these alliances. We'll see how it factors in with the final scores with the multipliers.
Less than 45 seconds on the clock. Our teams are anxiously trying to get as much carbon into the four corners so that their human players can put in some work. During the last 30 seconds of this match, right now, the end game is officially on the field. You can see that teams are putting their red and blue indicators into their robots. That'll be necessary for them to ascend and receive a multiplier for this final point. 247 points on the board right now and counting. It's only going to get higher from here as our robots also ascend the carbon sink with only 5 seconds left on the clock.
This is the last time these teams are competing on this stage. We'll see how they finish their campaign here in a few seconds. Hugs all around.
So much emotion in this arena right now. There's anxiousness, there's excitement, there's just people holding their breath, waiting to see what the scores are going to be. Our referees are doing the final tally. That level of color has never been higher on our carbon sink. An absolute incredible feat from our teams on the field right now. Lithuania, Belize, Switzerland, Botswana, Senegal, Hungary, Puerto Rico, and North Macedonia. I know not all 8 robots were on the field, but they were there. It's an alliance. It's all about the team, a global alliance. Everybody working together for this year's unique game.
That includes the judges right now who are tabulating our scores right now. They're about to come up and populate this screen. Here we go.
The field is lighting up red for a Red Alliance win here. 507 points to 322. Remember, even as we enter the finals, it's not about the win or the loss, it's about that cumulative score. 507 points will give the Red Alliance of Lithuania, Belize, Switzerland, and Botswana an advantage going into these final 2 matches. But let's take it to the field to interview our Red Alliance now. Take it away.
Wow, a lot of energy down here on the field. This is the final match they would play against that other alliance. You got one more match coming up. Big score, obviously a lot of energy. How is the alliance? How does that feel?
It feels very, very nice. We're very excited to have come this far, and yeah, we're just excited right now.
And you're the hometown team too, right? I mean, Switzerland is hosting us, and you are in the final 3. How does that make you feel?
It feels really, really good. We didn't expect to come so far, and it just feels good.
Oh, congratulations. You got one more match. You get one more high score. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Go get them, Switzerland. All right, back to the booth with Tim and Manisha.
Thank you, Blair. Much appreciated. Now up in the booth as we're prepping for this next of our 3 finals games. Joining us right now is Kelly Levin. She is the Chief of Science, Data, and Systems Change for the Bezos Earth Fund. In this role, she brings data, analysis, and evidence to inform the fund's strategic direction. Kelly is also co-director of the Systems Change Lab, which monitors, learns from, and accelerates the transformational change required to protect people and the planet. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate you being here.
It is so phenomenal to be here.
Good. Well, I was going to say I'm smiling ear to ear just getting to meet you for the first time. The Bezos Earth Fund is committed to fighting climate change and protecting nature within this decade and in a very decisive manner. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. We have a $10 billion commitment to climate and nature. It is to protect the nature that we have left, restore the nature that we have degraded, and also to push forward sustainable food systems. On the climate side, we need to decarbonize all aspects of society and make sure we do it in a just and equitable manner. So we're devoted to supporting these transitions over the next decade.
So I think that's really appropriate with this year's first Global Challenge theme of carbon capture. We're very grateful to have the Bezos Earth Fund is a gold sponsor. Why is it so important to engage our youth with this issue at such an early age?
Well, first, I think as this shows, the youth are brilliant. I mean, these are the creative minds, not of our future, but of today. And we need these brilliant brains to help us solve the greatest challenge of our time. Also, as we've seen from Greta and the youth movement, youth are powerful forces to push for greater ambition, for governments, for corporations, for communities. And also, unfortunately, climate impacts are unfolding around the world today, but they're only going to intensify in years to come, and this is the world that we're all going to inherit.
They're only becoming more pronounced and prominent, and unfortunately so, all the more evident that we got to solve these problems ASAP, like you're working so hard to do. So what areas do you see as providing the best opportunities for innovation that are going to allow that to happen in this climate change fight?
For better or worse, there are so many different ways to get involved, anywhere from innovative agricultural technologies like new crops that can withstand extreme heat, or new types of alternative proteins, or new solar cells, or new fuels. And as we saw from the creativity on the field today, and the diversity of different ways to solve problems, we need all the creative minds in the world together.
I was going to say, in terms of seeing that world kind of convene itself on this one stage, you're working obviously around the world to try to impart and impact change. Being a part of this and at least seeing it from that objective perspective, what is it like for you to experience this here in Palexpo?
It is so inspiring. You know, when I learned about First Global, you go to the website and you can't really picture it, but to walk around the teams and learn about where people are coming from, what drove them to get involved, the commitments to research and to working together, to see people signing each other's t-shirts and handing out buttons and collaborating together in a way that we need so much more of in this world. It is inspiring is definitely the word that comes to mind.
So with all of our students, all of our brilliant minds, I'm sure you got a chance to interact with some of them. What would you say would be some advice to give them as they're looking to get into the battle of fighting climate change? What is a way that at this age, at this stage, you know, you don't need a lot of money to do it, or you don't need a lot of solutions to do it? What is a way that, like, every day our students can make a change?
I say keep on doing what you're doing. The fact that you're here just goes to show what a leader you are and what you can bring to your community. You have tremendous talent, and the world really needs you. Do what you're passionate about and keep on doing it.
And for all of those people at home who are tuning again, we've been focusing on carbon capture as the central theme of this game. So in terms of fighting climate change, you've mentioned the manifold ways in which we can do that, but can you expand a little bit on the carbon problem in general and what you see across the world?
Yeah, sure. Basically, we have emissions rising every year, even since the Paris Agreement came in. We had a slight dip for COVID, and then it kept on going up. We need to do two things. We need to reduce our emissions as fast as possible, and at the same time, we're going to need to remove carbon. We're going to remove it from the atmosphere, from natural solutions like trees, and also from technological solutions. So these games really represent that challenge in a very mini way, but it's basically going to be something that we're going to be devoting our next few decades to slash emissions in half by 2030 and to get to net zero emissions by mid-century.
For the people across the world who think that this problem is almost too overwhelming to solve, I would actually argue the complete contrary in 180. I'm sure you're in the same boat. What would you say to those minds that right now are looking at the world heating up as it is, and again with all of these climatic effects happening in more pronounced ways, what words of confidence can you also provide them?
I think there are bright spots of action that show us what is possible if we fully dedicated ourselves to it. I mean, you look at solar and the fact that year after year we have just totally blasted analyst predictions of what was possible. You look at electric vehicles and government after government phasing out the internal combustion engine as a thing of the past. And if you think about things that have totally revolutionized our world, from cell phones to the internet, the speed of change could be great if we actually dedicated ourselves to it.
You're talking about things of the past. They've certainly turned us into who we are now, but the future is where we want to direct our vision. If you had just a couple of words for the people in this arena right now, what, again, would you share with them about your work and just how impactful they themselves can be?
I think the both climate change crisis and the loss of nature require people from all over the world to come together, much like we've done in First Global, to bring innovative solutions and to deploy them at multiple scales, from their communities to their national governments to international institutions. You guys are the future, and I am so proud to be here today to be supporting it, and please keep on doing what you're doing.
Likewise, we very much appreciate your work. In about 30 seconds, we're going to be back down onto the field for this now second of our 3 final matchups. Kelly, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to get just so inspired right now. I feel like the world is our oyster, and we can actually make impactful, reversible change. You know, for a long time, the climate crisis has been very overwhelming, as you mentioned earlier. It's something that, like, I feel like I haven't been able to help in a way. But after talking to you, I feel reinvigorated. I feel like, you know what? We can all do this together. We can all band together just like we have at First Global. And I thank you for your words of inspiration.
No, thank you.
Talk about getting reinvigorated. Let's get this crowd jacked up for the second of our 3 matches in the finals. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Go get that carbon.
On the field right now, we have Senegal, Hungary, Puerto Rico, North Macedonia on the bench for this one. With them on the field is Mexico, Republic of Korea, Tonga, and Tanzania also supporting from the sidelines. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Our team are already sending carbon into the center of the field. They're working their way around the field. A lot of carbon dispersed, but I think it'll disappear quickly, as we've seen with all of our playoff matches thus far.
Only 2 minutes left in this second to last match of the 2022 First Global Challenge here at the beautiful Polexpo Center in Geneva, Switzerland. It's also been beautiful to watch these teams from 180 nations descend on this very stage and compete alongside and to cooperate alongside one another at the same time.
Right now we're looking at Puerto Rico. They have one of the unique robot chassis on the field of play this week. They have a U-shaped chassis where they actually will trap the carbon inside their robot with all of their other components and then carry it around the field. Contrast to Hungary, their teammate in this match, they have a bucket that they will fill within their robot to then deliver. It's elevated, so they're pulling carbon up and off the field into their robot, whereas Puerto Rico actually just kind of glides it around, utilizing the spherical shape of the carbon to their advantage.
As a betting man, I suspect over the course of the next minute, you're going to see those purple lights shine at that central carbon sink, which indicates that cooperation bonus is in effect. These teams are fighting for everything now. This is officially their last match of this year at this First Global Challenge. We're excited to watch them finish here down the home stretch.
108 points of carbon on the field of play already. The lights just
turned
purple. There it is. We got that 100 extra bonus points as Team Mexico ascends to the high bar with over 30 seconds left. They got that indicator early from the top of the carbon sink. Now the rest of the teams have their indicators in hand, ready to join them as 30 seconds are left in this match. Everybody else is racing to ascend the platform at minimum, if not also the low and high bar. Hungary reaching high for the middle bar. Puerto Rico doing the same. Tonga at the low bar. Every point counts. It's all teams together. Republic of Korea secured with 10 seconds left in this match. Absolutely outstanding efforts from all of our teams on the field right now.
Remember, for those bottom bots, those wheels have to be off of that platform in order to be what is called supported. That's where those indicator multipliers come into play. But right now, you also see support from all angles on the field. People applauding themselves and now awaiting these scores anxiously, as are we.
It's amazing how we're going from intense highs of decibels to very low as we wait for our scores to appear on the screen. Our referees are doing their jobs as quick as they can, but they have a pretty hard one. You know, not just assessing where the carbon sink is, they have to check and see that all of the robots are not only fully supported, as you said, but above that lower level in order to receive that higher incremental bonus. Remember, we're looking at 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, and 1 point respectively across the different levels. We got a score incoming. The lights are blue, which makes me think that the Blue Alliance got the higher score, and yes, they did. 461 to 330. 131 points of carbon on the table, but with all 6 robots in different storage levels,
that cooperation bonus as well making a difference. Let's take it to the field to talk to some of our teams. Melissa, take it away.
From Team Korea, what's your name?
Oh, my name is Hyunjin Bang.
Nice to meet you. Congrats on that win. How are you feeling?
Fantastic. It's just what we planned it.
Awesome. And what was like your role? What was the Korea's role in that match?
I was a game player. My role was to put my whole bar in the middle bar.
Excellent. And what are you looking forward to doing after First Global this year?
I will prepare for the 2023 First Global Challenge, I guess.
Fantastic. Well, can't wait to see you there next year. And good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Crystal Johnson. She is the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center's Deputy Center Director for Technology and Research Investments. In that role, she manages the center's research and development portfolio, formulates the center's future science and technology goals, and leads an integrated program of investments aligned to meet those goals. She's also a champion for NASA Goddard STEM and STEAM initiatives, challenging students of all ages to reach beyond their own expectations and achieve their ultimate potential. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It's my pleasure. So happy to be here.
So what do you think of the competition so far?
Love it. This is so exciting. I can't believe it's my first time, but it will not be my last, I can tell you that.
Never too
Love
late to start.
hear that. When people first think of NASA, the first thing that may come to their mind is spaceflight. But the work that you do is so much more than that. Can you tell us about everything that you're cooking up in your kitchen?
Goodness. So yeah, it's so much more than going to space. There's a lot of science that gets done. We have a whole portfolio of science that we're looking into. Looking at the Earth and informing everything about the Earth, we want to not only survive here on this planet, but we want to thrive. So we have a whole, I love that. We have a whole fleet of assets up there flying around in space, in the air, on the ground, and even underwater. And the data that comes from all of those assets that we have give us the information that we use to give you your weather every day, to give you those predictions in advance of the weather. We track the storms. We actually use it to manage fires. So many things, even the eruptions from volcanoes. We're monitoring the ash and the flow of that ash. So when you have a problem in one part of the world, it affects people thousands of miles away and they don't even know it in terms of air quality.
Could not have said it better myself. And frankly, you're talking about looking at the world, right? It's about that inward reflection, looking at ourselves and just how we're trying to tackle these problems, right? So for NASA, why is it important in particular for them to be supporting First Global as an organization?
Yeah, because this kind of thing really, we need the next generation of engineers and scientists in order for us to be able to succeed. So, you know, NASA and our global partners are looking at having a sustainable presence on the surface of the moon. And then we're going to go to Mars, and we're going to have people living on Mars. Can you imagine all of the impossible things right now that we've got to create and innovate to get there? The only way that you're really going to innovate is to have outside-the-box people coming to the table, looking at your problem, saying, why are you doing it like this? Why don't you try something like that? Because we're accustomed to thinking about things the same way. So getting these young kids looking at our problem, saying, why are you doing it that way? That's really the way that we're going to get to be able to think about things in ways that we never thought about them before.
So, I mean, absolutely correct.
Yeah?
I mean, you work with your students, I work with my students, and I get questioned and like called a millennial like at least once a day, right? So what kind of role can our students play as they want to join with NASA to solve these global challenges?
Yeah, so first of all, we want kids to be engaged. We want them to be interns. We want them to have opportunities to come work with us. We want them inside the doors, sitting at the table with us, really brainstorming with us and thinking about things. We want them to be engaged in their schools, and we want them to be engaged in their communities. So it makes a difference if we all are not just kind of walking aimlessly or putting our heads in the sand and saying, there are no problems that we have to consider. Each person has to take it upon themselves to do everything that they can possibly do to make an improvement. And so when you bring yourself up to speed, you educate yourself about the issues that are out there, and then you decide which ones you want to tackle. Then we want to work with you because you have the same kind of passion that we have, and we can accomplish so many things together.
Well, some people see it, as an opportunity. I would consider it, I'm sure you would agree, as an obligation for all of us to take that role, right?
Yes.
Individually and then collectively. It's wonderful to see you doing that work on a personal level and then collectively here.
Yeah.
It's never too early to start that as well.
Right. We need it to start early. We really do. So many young kids are not like these amazing kids here that believe in STEM and know that they can do it. They think math and science is hard. But I am here to tell you, every student out there in the whole world, there's not one topic that is too difficult for a third grader to understand.
Bingo.
It's just a matter of getting someone to break it down to a low enough level for the light bulb to go off in your head. And then you're like, oh, how come nobody ever told me that?
I can do this?
I can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that light
very
bulb
cool.
moment is so powerful, especially in a game like this, Carbon Capture.
Yes.
For the first time, we're having all 6 robots on the field collaborating together. And I think that it really speaks to what you said earlier about not having your head in the stand.
Yeah.
And it's an obligation to work with each other. What advice do you have for our students for making that light bulb moment happen for kids,
Oh my
their
gosh.
age and younger in their home countries?
Oh, yeah. So it's really a matter of when they see people struggling, don't just sit back and watch them struggle. Engage them and ask them. And so many times I've told kids, if your teacher is not able to describe it to you in a way that you can understand it, go to one of the other kids that does understand it, or if they won't do it, go to someone else. But from a student's perspective, if you see people struggling with that, don't just sit back and say, I've got mine, and I understand it. Go and offer yourself, offer your time to help break it down for them, because you will change a person's life by giving them that basic understanding so that they can build upon it in the future.
I was going to say, it really is a relationship-based
Yes.
world, right? It's a two-way street. It's not just about being that person to disseminate information.
Right.
It's being able to actively listen. It's been a blessing for us to do that with you here today, truly.
It's a blessing for me too. It really is. I enjoy it.
I just am so inspired by you and everything that you're doing. The fact that there are opportunities for our students to get in the action, not like when they're older, but right now.
Bingo. Right now.
Mentorship does not mean you have to wait for an adult to tell you how you can do things better. The fact that we can mentor each other, your peers, even mentoring those older than you.
Yes.
Change and learning is not something that's limited to your youth. And I think hearing you kind of reinforce that messaging, I'm re-inspired, truly. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This has been a highlight, certainly, of my day, but in the meantime, we're going to take you to some highlights as well of the action that we've seen so far here again at the 2022 First Global Challenge. Take it away.
getting really emotional watching that highlights reel. I cannot believe we're at the ultimate match of this year's first Global Challenge. I feel like it was just yesterday I got into Switzerland, and I was so excited to meet all the teams, see all my volunteer friends that I haven't seen in like 3 years. Oh my gosh. And I can just hear the crowd getting wild. I'm really excited. They're clearly excited. The noise in here elevating just like all of the climbers we've seen all week. Oh my gosh.
We're going to get rolling here in a few seconds.
They're speaking for themselves when they tell us how excited they are.
We got a few seconds before we get the final match of this 2022 First Global Challenge. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
2 minutes and 30 seconds. It all comes down to this for First Global Challenge 2022. On your red alliance, we have Mexico, Republic of Korea, and Tonga. Tanzania is not to be forgotten, even though they're not on the field right now. With them is also Lithuania, Belize, Switzerland, our host nation, and their partners, Botswana. 8 teams, but they're all leaving it out on the field right now. Mexico making an absolute stellar delivery of carbon to that compressor on the red side of the field.
I myself am getting out of my chair in the booth, as many of the fans here are, as this final match of the day unfolds. We're 45 seconds in with $1:45 left. Everybody, let's start making some noise.
Woo! Oh my God, look at the carbon. It's just filling that carbon tank at a rate that we have not seen before. I'm here in the stadium stomping their feet. They're getting loud.
We might have an early climb in the mix as well, with those indicators being knocked off the top of that carbon sink. It looks like both of those alliances have actually achieved it, so we'll see how it ends up shaking out over the last minute and 20 that we've got. Hopefully that communal bonus comes in.
Team Switzerland making a high flying effort. Our host nation, we're so thankful for them having us to join them this week, teaching us about their wonderful culture and sharing their host nation with us. It looks like we're going to be sharing some purple lights on the field very shortly. It's been incredible. We have not gone a single playoff match without that cooperation bonus. Check out that last bit of carbon. Oh man, human players, help me out. Let's get it purple up in here.
Speaking of last bit of carbon, we have the last bit of action here with that cooperation bonus going to both alliances. With only 40 seconds remaining, we're going to be starting endgame here shortly. So even though we had some early hangs, everybody else is going to go to their sidelines, get those indicators, and then get back into the middle. Here we roll.
And now 30 seconds left in this match. The teams are dropping the indicators in their robot as they race to the field. Lightning reflexes from all of our teams on the field right now. Whether it's shooting that last bit of carbon, you know, ascending the different levels. I can't contain my excitement. Look at this. This is so
gracious,
cool.
Guys.
Belize securing their climber on that middle rung with only 5 seconds left. We got robots all still on the field with 2-1.
Host nation and their team jumping for joy. We all should be at the fact that this momentous occasion, being back in person at this challenge, is now finally over. We're going to wait for our scores to come on in and hopefully have our final teams. In the meantime, everybody's celebrating. That's what it's all about here at First Global.
The way we went from an incredibly excited arena to absolutely pin drop silence. Everybody's anxiously awaiting for these final scores. It was such a good match and such a good week of competition. Everybody give yourselves a round of applause for incredible competition this week. With a blue light on the field, I'm sure you think you know what's coming. 487 to 391. 100 points across all 6 robots. 6 robots of storage level bonuses. Wow, what an incredible finals match.
Absolutely incredible finish here, not just for those 4 teams, but for all 3 of those alliances that made it to the finals. Remember that they're all going to be medalists. Gold, silver, and bronze about to be distributed, but we're going to find out the nuances to it in just a few short moments. In the meantime, elation being shared throughout the entire crowd here.
We're going to take it down to the field, Melissa. I think we have some really excited team members to talk to. Let's hear it straight from them. Take it away.
How are you feeling feeling? You guys just won First Global 2022. How's everything?
We really didn't expect that to happen. We're feeling pretty good right now.
You have no voice, you said. How are you feeling?
My voice is a little gone, sorry.
How are you feeling, Lithuania?
Yeah, it's amazing actually. We never expected to do this, but it just happened.
Awesome. And how are you feeling, Korea?
I'm feeling so excited. I was jumping around. I think I lost my voice because I can't speak right now. And I'm losing my breath too because of the celebrations.
Awesome. Thank you, Belize, Lithuania, Switzerland, congratulations. Botswana, how are you feeling?
Oh my God, I don't even know how I'm feeling right now. My emotions are just over the moon right now.
Well, congratulations. Go celebrate the moment. We'll see you guys on stage in a little bit. Back to the booth.
Incredible 3 finals matches we had. A round of applause to our teams. Let's talk about the scores that we were able to achieve in those 3 matches alone. 994 from your winning Alliance gold medalist, 852 for Alliance number 2, 652 for Alliance number 3. Incredible scores in just a short amount of time. It really shows that growth of not only the game strategy, but every single one of our teams on the field over the course of the past few days, from match number 1 to right now. We just wrapped finals. Incredible, incredible feats.
Not just incredible scores and not just incredible feats, but incredible stories. Again, coming from every angle of this Palexpo Center over the past few days, but every corner of the globe as well, from those 180 countries that have made it here to compete. We focus on those last 3 alliances. All of them are going to be winners. We'll talk about that in just a few seconds. Congratulations truly to all of us here at First Global, but to those kids who have come and competed on this stage.
Okay, that was exciting. But we're not done quite yet. We've got some more awards to give out, and there's some big ones. First, we'll give out the First Global Grand Challenge Award. And to learn about what this award is and how you win it, let's roll the video.
Facing our world today is a series of challenges that must be solved if the human race is to continue on in the future. Just as great engineering achievements have led to global use of electricity and computers, new innovations must be created in order to build a better life for humanity. With input from around the world, the National Academy of Engineering has announced 14 grand challenges that must be addressed for humankind to continue. First Global is proud to partner with the National Academy of Engineering to highlight these grand challenges in each year's competition as a way to get youth involved with solving these global problems. Within these games, the team that scores the most points added cumulatively during each round of the competition will be awarded the First Global Grand Challenge Award, each earning a respective gold, silver, or bronze medal. These teams represent the highest scoring robots of the competition.
Okay, so this award was all about carbon, all about collecting the carbon. And of the 3 winners, they were separated by only 29 points, which is amazing. With 1,187 points, the bronze medal goes to Team Peru. Team Peru. They'll have to share with the llama. with 7 more points than they had is our silver medalist team, Team Mexico. Mexico! Team Mexico. And with the greatest number of total points at this competition with 1,216 points, Team Kazakhstan. And now let's hear it for our first Global Grand Challenge award-winning teams. Our next award is the first Global Challenge Award. It's time to announce the winning alliances that climbed to the top of the ranks for the past 3 days of intense competition. The first Global second runner-up finalist alliance will be awarded the bronze medal, and that goes to the alliance of Team Senegal. Their partner, Team Hungary. Their alliance partner, Team Puerto Rico. And rounding out the alliance, Team North Macedonia. Nice work, you guys, nice work. And now, For our runner-up finalist alliance, awarded to the silver medal winning alliance. Welcome back to the stage, Team Mexico. Their partner, the Republic of Korea. Their alliance partner, Tonga. And Team Tanzania. And finally, our gold winning alliance, taking gold for the 2022 First Global Challenge here in Geneva, Team Lithuania. Their partner, Team Belize. Our hosts, Team Switzerland. And rounding out the Gold Alliance, Team Botswana. And another round of applause for our First Global Challenge 2022 finalist alliances. Okay, enough photos? All right, we're gonna move you off the stage that way because we have one more award to announce. Well done. Following directions. Our final award will be presented by my co-MC, one of my co-MCs. Melissa's back. Welcome.
Our final award is the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence. Let's learn more in the following video.
No matter what language you speak, place you live, or customs you follow, excellence is a globally cherished achievement. Students from all corners of the earth are encouraged to give their absolute best and set an example that humanity can follow far into the future. Perhaps there is no greater scientific mind in history than Albert Einstein. Known as the founder of modern physics and having an exceptionally brilliant academic career spanning 2 different continents, his vision for world peace and scientific knowledge have made him a paragon for our new global society. It is no coincidence that the name Einstein is synonymous with genius. The Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence is awarded to teams whose robot performs the best during the First Global Challenge. The winners of this award must have excellent robot game performance, have made a profound impact on the international community, expound gracious professionalism, and represent all aspects of First Global as ideal role models. This award is separated into gold, silver, and bronze medals.
The bronze medal for the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence is, envelope please, Team Germany. Good job. Congratulations. Congrats.
Excited.
The silver medal, envelope please, goes to Team Jamaica. And the gold medal for the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence goes to, envelope, Blair, let's read this one together.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Team Mexico!
Congratulations to the teams that made it up on the stage today and to all the First Global teams that have brought their passion for STEM to the 2022 First Global Challenge in Geneva. You have inspired us all.
Yes, big thanks for a great week here in Geneva. Your energy, your excitement, your passion, your dedication, keep it up, your commitment. The world is a better place with you in it. And now to close us out, back to the booth with Manisha and Tim.
Congratulations to those teams and certainly to all of the teams in attendance, 180 in total that participated with us here. Just incredible, Manisha.
240 pieces of carbon on the field, nothing compared to all the things that our teams will achieve in the coming years. And as we wrap up the final day of the 2022 First Global Challenge, it's been a thrilling ride seeing the competition unfold here at PAL Expo in Geneva. We started with the ranking matches, then cranked up the excitement with the playoff matches and awards, and it's been so incredible in here with all of the cheering, the stomping. There have been so emotional experiences behind us on the fields. Everyone is leaving this arena as a winner, every single one of our teams.
And from the student participants to the mentors, to the spectators and supporters, to myself and all of the volunteers and staff who have been working hard behind the scenes, we have seen friendships formed, lessons learned, skills gained, and change makers made right before our very eyes. It's not often that people can say that they've brought the world together, but over the course of these few days, that's exactly what we've done here, and all for a great purpose.
A massive congratulations to all of our teams for everything that they've accomplished. Not only have they achieved much to be proud of leading up and throughout this event, they will also continue to serve as beacons of hope for their countries and for our collective global community by taking what they've learned, going back home, putting it into action, hopefully getting some rest before then.
On behalf of First Global, in the meantime, thank you to all of those who have supported us along this amazing journey. We'll see you all next year.
At Lam Research, we challenge assumptions, defy conventions, and push the boundaries of the semiconductor industry. And we're just getting started. Because as technology gets smaller, we think bigger. We achieve unprecedented collaboration through open communication. We know breakthrough isn't a product. It's a process driven by precision. We don't just speak of the future, we ensure it. It takes recognizing that the right inputs lead to significant outcomes, then delivering time and time again. It means that when we say a smaller, faster, smarter world can exist, consider it proven.